Amit Shah. The priests from Jagannath Temple in Puri have arrived, and so has so many other dignitaries, including JP Nadda and others. But, going back to Naveen Patnaik and why and this is such a welcome step. So, there are, of course, I don't recall something like this happening because Mohan Maji came out, he spoke to us. In fact, I was there when he came out and spoke to us. And when I asked him what went on in that meeting, he did say that, look, I sought his blessings. So there is a kind of mutual respect. And even though the BJP has defeated Mr. Patnaik's party, for Mr. Patnaik personally, he is, of course, a very, very strong brand in Odisha politics. And therefore, you see even the BJP respecting that space that Mr. Naveen Patnaik has created for himself. He may have been defeated, he may be the opposition, but he's still a statesman who's got a lot of grace and something that we also see with the invite. In fact, I can show you now more dignitaries are coming in. These are live pictures from where I am, which is, of course, the gate number 2. These, of course, are dignitaries driving in to the swearing-in ceremony here at, this Janata Maidan in the Odisha. So dignitaries driving in as we speak here, and all the, of course, officials from, the other dignitaries and their cars, of course.
Yes, and Prime Minister Modi is also expected to arrive to attend this oath-taking ceremony shortly. We are expecting that to happen in 15 minutes from now. We are learning at around 5 p.m. the oath-taking ceremony will start soon after Prime Minister Modi arrives. Let me go back to Mr. Banerjee. Mr. Banerjee, we've been talking about Mohan Maji as well. With my colleague Saurabh Gupta also, he's spoken to Mohan Maji as well, how he was, narrating his experience of meeting Mr. Naveen Patnaik. He sought his blessings, and then Mr. Naveen Patnaik also gracefully has accepted to attend the swearing-in ceremony. He can be seen on the dais there in Bhubaneswar, where this mega swearing-in ceremony is taking place. How would you say, what would you say about the BJP's first chief ministerial pick for Odisha, Mohan Maji, as well as the new 2 deputy chief ministers who've been picked by the BJP?
Well, Mr. Mohan Maji himself is a kind of not a very well-known figure. He has been a 4-time legislator. He's been elected to the Odisha Assembly 4 times.
And a tribal face.
And definitely a tribal base, and he has a very modest background, and he started out very interestingly only as a sarpanch as late as 1997. So I would say that he is a self-made man, starting out from sarpanch, reaching this position of being the chief minister of a state. So it's been a remarkable journey, and I think Odisha also, we must keep in mind that Odisha is a very sizable tribal population. 23% of 4.5 crore people of Odisha are tribals. So this makes immense political sense, and this is not the first time that Odisha is having a tribal chief minister. I can recollect 2 others previously, Giridhar Gomang, 1999, and then there was another gentleman called Hemanando Biswal. He twice became the chief minister for very brief, short periods, though. One word of caution, Odisha's tryst with tribal chief ministers in the past didn't really go down well. Gomang was kind of sacked after 9 months. Hemanando Biswal also though despite his stature, didn't really live up to the expectations. So I can only hope that Mr. Maji breaks this jinx and really proves himself. And one particular point I'd like to highlight is, like, though he's an experienced legislator, he has been there for quite some time, 4 times elected 4 times as an MLA, but he really hasn't had any administrative exposure as yet. So his administrative skills, his administrative acumen, he is yet to prove. So entire Odisha will be watching Mr. Maji, like how he performs his responsibility as the new chief minister. And the expectations are huge. So he will have a very brief honeymoon, I must say. And he will have to give results very early on. And he will be, his performance also notably will be measured against the performance of the outgoing Chief Minister, Naveen Patnaik.
Absolutely.
And that's a very high benchmark to compare with.
But yes,
yeah.
okay. It's, well, there is always the first time, of course. Not everybody, of course. I mean, Mr. Naveen Patnaik, if we specifically talk about, he's had a 24-year reign in Odisha, but he has considerable experience, and that of course can't be compared to Mohan Maji's tenure as a 4-time MLA. Of course, he has a lot of experience. He has a lot of challenges ahead of him, and a lot of expectations from him as well. We'll come back to the coverage here on the Odisha swearing in. It's time for a short break here. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome. We are in Rome, Italy, on our way to Apulia in the south of Italy, where the G7 summit is going to be held. The Prime Minister will be here tomorrow. It's his first international visit since the NDTV government came into power. Why is G7 important? Because it is a collection of the world's most powerful nations. India now is in fact got a bigger economy than 3 of those nations. Italy, the host, Canada, and also France. What are the key issues over here? Why is it important for India to be attending? Join me, Vishnu Shom, for very special programming right here on NDTV 24/7.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you. Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access.
Welcome back. After the break, a fire had broken out in a building housing workers in southern Kuwait, and we're learning at least 41 people have been killed. External Affairs Minister Jaishankar also had posted the information about the fire that erupted in a building here in southern Kuwait, saying that 41 deaths have been reported and more than 50 people have been hospitalized. There are Indians also who are amongst those who've been killed in this incident. All right, to talk more on that, Saeed Mahmood, the reporter from Arab Times, also now joins us on the broadcast, getting us more information about the situation on the ground. Saeed, what more can you tell us? We're learning at least 41 people have died in this fire incident in southern Kuwait. What more details are coming out?
Yeah, the most important thing now is that the number sadly is increased to 43 deaths. And the injured people are in the hospital. They are receiving the medical care. Actually, the government is very concerned about the incident. The director of Kuwait Municipality, Director General, he took stiff decisions. He suspended the Deputy General Director, and the fire force rushed to the spot. Also, Dr. Arash Shaki, His Excellency, the Indian Ambassador, he rushed to the spot and he visited the injured in the hospital and reassured them that everything will be okay, and the embassy will do the utmost efforts to support them.
Right.
And now the number of injured is 30 injured, 30 Indian workers injured, and the dead number is 43 till moment.
How many Indian workers
Yes.
are believed to be trapped there? We're learning, as you've been telling us, there are at least 30 workers who are injured at the moment. Those who've been killed, amongst them also we're learning there have been some Indian workers who've died.
Yes, the deaths are 43. I said. Yes, but the total number of Indian workers living in that building, it was 196. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Could there be more people who could be trapped?
Yes. Until now, the firefighters are still doing work. 6 firefighters really have injured, but however, they are still working so hard.
Yes.
To do whatever can be done.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Mahmood, for speaking to NDTV and getting us all that information. Well, that is the latest we're picking at the moment. Well, the death toll has risen to 43 in the Kuwait fire incident, and the Indian embassy is in touch with the authorities on the ground. Also, the ambassador has gone to the hospital and met the victims there, also those who've been injured in this fire incident. All possible efforts are being made to provide assistance to those who are injured at the moment. Well, with that, it's time for a short break here. More continues on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome. We are in Rome, Italy, on our way to Apulia in the south of Italy, where the G7 summit is going to be held. The Prime Minister will be here tomorrow. It's his first international visit since the NDTV government came into power. Why is G7 important? Because it is a collection of the world's most powerful nations. India now is in fact got a bigger economy than 3 of those nations. Italy, the host, Canada, and also France. What are the key issues over here? Why is it important for India to be attending? Join me, Vishnu Shom, for very special programming right here on NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Chandrababu Naidu today took oath as Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister for the 4th time after his party scored a thumping win in the assembly polls held alongside the general election.
Let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हों या consoles हों, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the days, back in the 90s, while Sony was trying to establish its PlayStation lineup, काफ़ी interesting marketing को Sony ने use किया था. जी हाँ, I'm talking about the very special scratch and sniff labels from the real driving simulator और FIFA गेम. और ये जो गेम की डिस्क्स मिलती थी, इनके ऊपर एक लेबल हुआ करता था जिसको जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करेंगे, यू वुड फील योरसेल्फ टू बी इन दैट एक्शन. मतलब जो रियल ड्राइविंग सिमुलेटर गेम था, उसमें जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करते थे, यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ पिट स्टॉप. और फीफा में यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ फुटबॉल फील्ड. क्या क्रेजी मार्केटिंग थी, बट ज़्यादा डिटेल में इसको नहीं किया गया था. बट देन अगेन, यू नो, विद इन अ फ्यू ईयर्स ऑफ इट्स लॉन्च, फाइनली अभी ग्लोबल स्केल पे प्लेस्टेशन इज रियली पॉपुलर.
Hello and welcome. We are in Rome, Italy, on our way to Apulia in the south of Italy, where the G7 summit is going to be held. The Prime Minister will be here tomorrow. It's his first international visit since the NDTV government came into power. Why is G7 important? Because it is a collection of the world's most powerful nations. India now is in fact got a bigger economy than 3 of those nations. Italy, the host, Canada, and also France. What are the key issues over here? Why is it important for India to be attending? Join me, Vishnu Shom, for very special programming right here on NDTV 24/7.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
At least 41 people have been killed after a fire broke out in a building housing workers in Kuwait's Mangaf city. Several Indians are feared dead. The Indian embassy confirms that 30 Indians have been injured. Odisha gets its first BJP Chief Minister. Mohan Maji is BJP's tribal face in Odisha. He will be sworn in a short while from now. Two Deputy Chief Ministers will also take oath. The Prime Minister will attend the oath-taking ceremony. In the sensational murder case in Karnataka, where a young man, Renuka Swami, was murdered, now actors Darshan and Pavitra are taken to the location. The cops recreate the scene where the body was dumped. The man is accused of having sent obscene messages to Pavitra. Chandrababu Naidu takes oath as the Andhra Chief Minister for the 4th term. So it's Chandrababu 4.0. Jansena Chief Pavan Kalyan is also part of the Naidu cabinet. He is sworn in. And in Jammu and Kashmir, encounter a third attack in 3 days, and 2 terrorists have been killed in Kathua. The ADG Jammu says joint operation to hunt for more terrorists. A CRPF Jawan was killed in the terror attack. 3 days, 3 terror incidents. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat, and our top story, the massive fire that broke out in a building in Kuwait. Now the number of dead has gone up. It's 43 people who have been killed after this fire broke out in a building housing workers in Kuwait's Mangaf city. It's a terrible, a fire. If we can show you those visuals of the fire, there you can see the ambassador visiting the hospital where several injured workers were brought to. What the embassy has confirmed so far is that 30 Indians have been injured. It's also feared that several Indians have been killed in this massive fire in this building that housed several workers. This fire broke out in the morning hours. Let's go across to Ghazali now for more. And Ghazali, give us more details of what we know so far. What is confirmed to us is that 30 Indians are injured. We saw those visuals shared by the Indian embassy there of the ambassador visiting them in hospital. Also, he's visited the building where the fire broke out.
Yeah, so what we know so far is that around 160 people and workers of the same company, it is owned by a Malayali person, is a Malayali owner of that company, had put around 160 workers in that building. The building caught fire at around 6 a.m. local time when one of the laborers, perhaps, who works for the company was cooking something, and then there was a spark and then the entire building caught fire. We are also picking up that some people tried to jump from the building to escape the fire and they were killed there. But as of now, the total number of people who are killed are 43. 30 Indians are injured and admitted in the hospital. Out of the 43 who were killed in this fire incident, we don't yet know the number of Indians in that particular list. So the Indian ambassador has visited the hospital, so that shows that around 30 people, 30 Indians are injured, they're admitted in hospital. Total killed are 43. Number of Indians are not known yet, but sources are claiming that there are some Indians among those who have been killed in this incident. The Interior Minister of Kuwait has also said that all those responsible for it, the owner of the company who had put crammed people in that building, perhaps he was not allowed to put so many number of people in that 6-story building. He will also face the action. He has also sought the action against janitor and all those responsible for this mismanagement, that why so many people were putting up in that 6-story building. So that will also be under the probe, is something which the Kuwait's Interior Minister has said.
All right, thanks so much, Ghazali. We're also joined by Saeed Mahmood, reporter, Arab Times. Thank you so much for speaking to us. What more can you share with us about the situation there? A terrible fire they're breaking out and 43 people have been killed.
Yes, the situation is not defined yet because they are searching, investigating the reasons behind the incident. It's not defined yet. Actually, it was reported that the ground floor included some gas cylinders. It may, I'm guessing, this is the reason that the fire was bigger than usual.
All right, and we believe this was a building that housed workers only, that there were many, workers that were just living in this building that was owned by, it seems, a Malayali, an Indian owned this building?
Yes, this was reported, and investigations will be conducted to see, to define the liability and the responsibilities, and investigations will start soon. Until now, the forensic evidence tries to identify some workers through the DNA and sometimes through the biometrical fingerprints, because some corpses are not clear, are not easy to define because of the burning.
All right, Saeed Mahmood, thank you so much for speaking to us. So as you can see, those visuals, a terrible fire breaking out in the early hours in this 6-story building housing workers, many of them from India. 43 people have died in this fire. The Indian embassy has confirmed that 30 Indians have been injured. They are in hospital. The Indian ambassador also was at the spot, and the authorities there in Kuwait saying they'll take strict action if rules were flouted in this building.
هذا القرار اللي المفروض يطلع من زمان ويتنشطون في البلدية. مع الأسف كان في إهمال من تجار العقارات علشان يعملون مخالفات، وهذه نتيجة المخالفات. اليوم للحين وأنا أكلمكم 41 واحد متوفي.
All right, we'll continue to get you the latest there, but let's move across now to Odisha, where the first BJP chief minister of the state is going to be taking oath. Mohan Maji is the BJP's tribal face in Odisha. As you can see, Prime Minister Narendra Modi also there. It's been a busy day for him. Earlier today, he was at Chandrababu Naidu's swearing in, as Chandrababu Naidu was sworn in for the 4th time in Odisha, in Andhra Pradesh, and now 4-time MLA. Mohan Charan Maji is going to be the new chief minister of Odisha. The 52-year-old is a prominent tribal face in the state, and also 2 deputy chief ministers are going to be sworn in. Remember, this was announced yesterday after the meeting where Rajnath Singh was the central observer. Kanakvardhan Singh Deo and Pravati Parida will be the 2 deputies to Mohan Charan Manju. Earlier today also visited Naveen Patnaik, the former chief minister, inviting him to attend this ceremony. Let's go across to Saurabh now, who joins us for more. And Saurabh, in just a short while from now, Odisha to get its first BJP chief minister.
Yes, like I was saying, the Prime Minister has arrived and in fact the ceremony has started, and I think of course we would be having those live visuals of the ceremony that's taking place. In fact, the ceremony has started, so if we could cut to those pictures, that is of course the swearing in ceremony that's taking place.
Yes, we are showing those visuals.
So of course this is the swearing in ceremony of Mohan Majhi, the new Chief Minister of Odisha. On stage, of course, is Naveen Patnaik, the former Chief Minister, outgoing Chief Minister. You also have Prime Minister Narendra Modi attending, Union Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, and several other top leaders of the BJP, Jagat Prakash Nadda, Union Home Minister Amit Shah.
श्री मोहन चरण माझी ईश्वरंक नाम रे शपथ करुअछि जे मु विधि द्वारा प्रतिष्ठित भारतर संविधान प्रति श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखिबी, भारतर सार्वभौमत्व और अखंडता रक्षा करिबी, ओडिशा राज्यर मुख्यमंत्री रूपे मोर कर्तव्य श्रद्धा और शुद्ध अंतरकरण रे निर्वाह करिबी एवं बिना भय बा पक्षपात रे, बिना अनुराग बा देश रे सबु प्रकार लोकंक प्रति संविधान और विधि अनुसार न्याय प्रदान करिबी। मु श्री मोहन चरण माझी ईश्वरंक नाम रे शपथ करुअछि जे जो विषय राज्यर मुख्यमंत्री रूपे मोर विचार को अणाजिब बा मते ज्ञात हब ताहाकु एपरी मुख्यमंत्री रूपे मोर कर्तव्यर समुचित निर्वाह निमित्त जेपरी आवश्यक हब तत् भिन्न प्रत्यक्ष बा परोक्ष भावे कौनसी व्यक्ति बा व्यक्ति मानंकु जणाइबी नहीं बा प्रकट करिबी नहीं। धन्यवाद।
All right, Saurabh there with us. Saurabh, so now the first BJP Chief Minister of Odisha, we just saw Mohan Charan Majhi taking oath, the four-time MLA, and this time chosen as the Chief Minister. Also, two Deputy Chief Ministers will be taking oath shortly, and it's been a balancing act for the BJP there.
Absolutely, the two others who are going to take oath after him are also interesting, and in fact, Kanakvardhan Singh Deo is of course taking oath now. KV Singh Deo is taking oath. He's of course the Deputy Chief Minister. He's a six-term MLA. He's a royal, and also he's of course someone who's been a minister earlier when the BJP and the BJD were in alliance many years ago. It seems actually like a long time, but it wasn't really that long ago. But now, of course, this time around, the BJP is forming government on its own. And therefore, Mr. Kanakvardhan Singh Deo, whom many also believe could have been one of the contenders for the Chief Minister, is now Deputy Chief Minister. Along with him, Prabhati Parida, a woman from the coastal area, first-time MLA, Nimapada MLA, also becoming Deputy Chief Minister. So the Deputy Chief Ministers are now taking oath, and like you said, it's a very interesting balancing act. On one side, you have experience. On one side, you have a woman face. You have the coastal region getting representation. You have the tribal communities getting representation in the Chief Minister's position. And what's very interesting to note, if you note the political reasoning behind it, look at the message that the BJP is trying to send through Odisha. First, of course, President Draupadi Murmu, a tribal lady, elevated, elected to the highest constitutional post in this country, the President of India. Then, of course, even within Odisha, and of course, she's from Odisha, but now, and from the Mayurbhanj district. And now, of course, you have Mohan Majhi, who's again from the tribal community from Keonjhar. He's the MLA from Keonjhar. And of course, he's been given the chief minister's post. But that's not to say that the other communities haven't been represented. In fact, you have Mr. KV Singh Deo and also, Prabhati Pareda, who are taking oath. So it is a very tightrope walk and a balancing act for the BJP, because this is their first time that they're forming a government. And in all of this, they're also looking into aspects of political reality, because that's something that they will have to address, and if they want it to be a long-lasting one. Remember, the last person who was in office as the chief minister continued for 24 years, and that's a pretty strong template that Naveen Patnaik has set in terms of putting Odisha on the global sports map, development and all of that. But again, there were complaints that the BJP had. They had raised it in the assembly. They went to the people with those issues. And Naveen Patnaik is also on stage. So it's a very, it's a mix of a bittersweet moment. And that is something that, of course, we will see in the politics that will come. Because remember, Mohan Majhi, he's taken oath. He's now the chief minister of Odisha. But before this, he's also met, Naveen Patnaik earlier in the day at Naveen Patnaik's residence. And therefore, this is going to be an interesting election. It's going to be an interesting time for Odisha, and all eyes on how the BJP government functions here.
All right, we also have with us Ruben Banerjee, former group editor-in-chief Outlook and author of the book Naveen Patnaik. And Ruben Banerjee, sort of talking about how Mr. Majhi had driven to Naveen Patnaik's residence and invited him to attend the swearing-in ceremony. And, it was nice to see that, nice to see this moment of friendliness, courtesy, political courtesy that unfortunately one doesn't see as often as one should these days. And it's quite a, tough act to follow in a sense. Naveen Patnaik, 24 years he's been the chief minister of Odisha, a very beloved leader of the state.
Well, truly, this is good optics. New chief minister visiting and going to invite the outgoing chief minister. Not the first time, of course.
Sure.
I remember when Mamata Banerjee came into power, Buddhadev Bhattacharya, the outgoing chief minister, attended her swearing in. But these are to be welcomed, courtesy.
Yes, but that is also, a decade, ago. That's what I was saying. It's been a while. It's nice to see these sort of political courtesies.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is a big day for the BJP, not just in Odisha, but also for the BJP central leadership. Not only because for the first time they have wrested power in Odisha, but we must also keep in mind that the BJP at the national level had been trying to expand its footprint. And they have been especially targeting the southern parts of the country and East India. South India has been kind of given the mixed results. East India, for the first time perhaps, they are broken in now through Odisha. West Bengal has been a tough cookie to crumble for them, but in Eastern India, Odisha is the first state that they have wrested. So I think this is a big momentous day for the BJP, and that is why you possibly see so many dignitaries and top BJP leaders, officials gracing the occasion, because it's a big day and they would like to drive home the message that we are here, we have finally arrived in East India. And I think the next target would be renewed attempt would be made to in West Bengal. So BJP certainly is going to exploit their big win in Odisha to its advantage.
No, absolutely, and it's a big victory for their Look East policy, something that was announced, before the last Odisha elections, and they did. Then Naveen Patnaik came back then, but now the renewed energy with which they approached it, and also there were some doubts created about Naveen Patnaik's health. There was doubts created about who was his heir. So all that I think led to this fertile sort of situation in which the BJP could gain as many seats as they did. The route that the BJD has faced in the state are even now, questions over whether we'll see, the BJD coming back and challenging the BJP, whether we're going to see the Congress perhaps rise in this state, considering that they also managed, a few seats in the assembly.
Well, I would not write off Biju Janata Dal per se, though I would agree that possibly we have seen the end of Naveen Patnaik's glorious political career. He could continue as the leader of the opposition. But given his age, he's already 77, 78. He's not keeping good health. It's so visible every time we see him on TV and hear him. So age possibly is not on his side. And I can't imagine seeing Naveen Patnaik coming back to power in 2029 when the state holds the next general elections. But I will not write off Biju Janata Dal. It's still a formidable force. And riding on Naveen Patnaik, the existing popularity, and the goodwill that he still enjoys, I think Biju Janata Dal remains a formidable force. It has been defeated, but it has not been wiped out of the state. They still have 51 legislators in the House of 147 member House. So they are out there in strength. And if they can play their cards well, I think they are a formidable force. The challenge now is that the Biju Janata Dal must stay together. They are out of power after a very, very long time. They are not used to being in the opposition. So this would definitely be a test of their character. They need to stick together. And till the time Naveen Babu is around, of course, he would lead the party. He is definitely the tallest leader. And he still retains a lot of goodwill. And you just can't write off Biju Janata Dal as it. So I think a lot depends on how the new BJP government in the state conducts itself. A lot rides on the new chief minister's administrative acumen, his skills. So the state will be keenly watching the new government. The expectations are pretty high. So the government needs to deliver and deliver very quickly.
Right. Saurabh also still there with us as the swearing-in has taken place of the Chief Minister and the two Deputy Chief Ministers. Saurabh, as we were just discussing about the challenges for the new Chief Minister, this whole new administration that's going to come in, the government, what have the reactions been of the people there? You've been speaking to them. Naveen Babu was somebody who was extremely popular, but are they now ready for change in Odisha?
Well, of course, a lot of newly elected BJP MLAs are coming out. And, of course, I will have shortly with me Upasana Mahapatra, who's, of course, one of the youngest MLAs in this assembly. And she will join us shortly. But this is going to be, of course, a very, very important moment for Odisha politics and for the BJP especially, because they have a lot of first-time MLAs. In fact, once she's done with the selfies, she would be able to join us here. So we'll try and get in a word with her, shortly here before we actually...
Saurabh, you can go ahead if you need to just, find her, then you can get her. We will, continue for the moment. And Ruben is also there with us. So there you can see a 52-year-old tribal leader, the tribal face for the BJP in Odisha. Was sworn in just a short while ago. Four-time MLA Mohan Charan Majhi is now the Chief Minister. Let's go back to Saurabh now for more.
We have with us Upasana, and of course, we have with us Upasana Mahapatra, of course, the youngest MLA in the Odisha Assembly. Upasana, firstly, congratulations. Your party has formed a government. How does it feel?
We are very excited. I think this change did not come about in one day. All the Karyakartas, all the members of Modi Parivar worked very hard. They worked relentlessly and tirelessly day in and day out. And after that, we are able to see the development that we're seeing today.
And for you personally, this has been a hard-fought election, and you've won from Brahmagiri, a constituency earlier represented by your father, whom everyone remembers very fondly. But tell me something, the Prime Minister is here. It's a big moment for the BJP to have formed government and especially to have unseated Mr. Naveen Patnaik, who's such a behemoth in Odisha politics.
Absolutely. I think it's a monumental moment, but I believe it was long impending. We have seen development in cities, we have development, we've seen it, we've seen the face value of it. But then have you been to the rural areas, have you been to more remote areas? A lot of development is long impending. I can speak speak for my constituency, Brahmagiri, which is still very backward. It has not been developed as much as it should have. It has not, the pace of development is not aligned with today's day and age. So there's a lot more work to do, and I believe under double engine Sarkar, under the leadership of a Karyakarta of Modi ji, Odisha will flourish.
And this is the this is the time of the aspirational Odia, and you represent the aspirational Odia population, the young people. You've studied yourself in Mumbai, and you've now come back to serve your people, because I remember years ago you told me that you wanted to be in Brahmagiri and join politics. So this must be, for the generation that is now growing up in Odisha, this must be a big moment to bring about this change.
Absolutely. I think as a Gen Z representative, I am very proud, but also I am very aware of the responsibilities that I have right now. Also, I acknowledge the privilege that I have. My father was a strong leader of the Odisha Congress, and after his death, I've joined the BJP, and I have worked tirelessly as a Bharatiya Janata Party Karyakarta, and hard work has gotten all of us, our organization here, and today we're breathing in a new Odisha, which is a matter of pride for all of us.
Also, I must bring this up. Puri is a very, highly respected seat. It's a prestige seat for any party in Odisha. And your constituency is within the Puri constituency. And Sambit Patra has won from there. Last time he lost narrowly. How does that feel? Because that means you would have contributed to that win also.
It's not such a new thing. It's not a very big thing for me, I would say, because I've seen Sambit Patra so closely. He's worked day in and day out. He's worked tirelessly, and never before have we seen an MP candidate or an MP working so hard on ground. So once you see a man working so hard on ground, you just know it's bound to happen. So we're not very surprised. We were very ready for Sambit Bhai's victory. Although for ourselves, if I were to speak for myself, we had to work really, really hard. We had to take a lot of inspiration from Sambit Bhai and work.
And last question before I let you go. Very interesting. A woman chief minister, deputy chief minister taking oath. That many would say is political calculation, but it also symbolically means a lot.
Absolutely. And if you see our entire cabinet and the chief minister face also, you'll see that this is a victory of the common man of Odisha. He represents our indigenous tribes, he represents the common man of Odisha, and as for Pravati Appa, she represents every woman of Odisha. So I think it is a matter of pride for all of us as Bharatiya Janata Party Karyakartas and Odiyas who fought tirelessly for Odia Asmita.
Upasana, thank you so much for speaking to us. Wishing you a lovely career ahead. I'll just do a few questions in Hindi very quickly. हमारे साथ उपासना महापात्रा है जो इस वक्त NDTV इंडिया पे हमारे साथ है. उपासना, आपसे जानना चाहेंगे, सबसे पहले तो आपने जीता है उड़ीसा विधानसभा में सबसे नौजवान.
They're continuing that interview in Hindi as well, but that is the big breaking news right now. A new government in Odisha. The BJP has taken over, a big victory for their Look East policy, and they have their first chief minister. Mohan Majhi is the first BJP chief minister of Odisha. Two deputy chief ministers also sworn in. With that, we'll slip into a short break and return with more.
Brought to you by.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ in this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं. To be honest, in Android TV, we don't have any.
Welcome welcome back. Let's get you the latest on the murder case in Karnataka that has shaken up the film industry there. No end to trouble for sandalwood actor Darshan Thugadeepa in the Renuka Swamy murder case. The Karnataka police today visited the alleged crime spot. This is where the spot where the body had been dumped of the 33-year-old man who was killed. The police took 4 of the accused to the place where the body of the victim was dumped. Initially, Darshan was not among the 4 accused who were taken to the spot, but later he too was brought there along with his friend Pavitra, who this man was accused of sending obscene messages to. So the cops visited the scene where the body was dumped. There were, remember, 2 places in which this crime, which was involving, it was one place was where the man was murdered and the other place where the body was then later dumped and discovered. In all, 13 people have been arrested. The actor Darshan was arrested yesterday from his Mysuru farmhouse, and this is after questioning the people involved in the murder. He has been sent to 6-day police custody, and Pavitra Gowda, his partner too, was questioned in this entire matter. Let's just listen into what Home Minister of Karnataka G. Parmeshwar had to say.
Law is the same to everybody. The same law is applicable to me and to him, and law will take its own action. How can anybody, unless it is proved otherwise, he has to be taken under the law.
We come to you from the scene of crime. This is exactly the place where the body of Renuka Swamy, 33-year-old, was found, which triggered a series of investigation procedures that the Bengaluru police followed, and they rounded up on 10 people, and upon interrogation, actor Darshan's name, famous Kannada actor's involvement seemed to surface. Yesterday, actor Darshan was picked up for questioning, and then by evening, they recorded the arrest here. Today, 4 of them who are part of the accused circle were brought in for a spot inquest at around 1 p.m. today. It was this very place where they assembled to corroborate evidences, circumstantial evidences, and corroborate them with the statements that were recorded. Crucial 2 pieces of information still needs to be determined and investigated. 1, was actor Darshan there at the scene of crime along with his touted girlfriend Pavitra Gowda? 2, was this crime done at the behest of actor Darshan? These are questions that are still remaining unanswered. Now, what is important is that the reason why actor Darshan's involvement here becomes crucial is because of the lewd comments that were made public on social media by Renuka Swamy, the deceased here, and this was directly targeted at Pavitra Gowda. Could this have been motive behind this murder is also something that needs investigation. Actor Darshan would also be brought in here for a spot inquest. When is also another question that is doing the rounds. Investigative procedures as well as legal procedures. Would actor Darshan's counsel would also be moving an application for bail? These are some of the information that we are gathering at this point in time, and every piece of evidence points to actor Darshan's involvement at the scene of crime, mainly because of the CCTV footage that has recorded the vehicle that was passing through. This vehicle could be belonging to Darshan, but was he present there inside the vehicle? Was he present there at the scene of crime or not? Because the assaults seem to have happened elsewhere and the body seems to have been dumped here. A lot of key questions here, a lot of key interest as well, because we are talking of a high-profile case here which involves a famous Kannada superstar actor Darshan. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
All right, now shift focus to Maharashtra, where the Mahapot boiler continues to simmer ahead of assembly polls in the state. A meeting of Shiv Sena UBT was called today regarding assembly polls on 288 seats in Maharashtra, and all Shiv Sena leaders, including Uddhav Thackeray, attended this meeting. On the other hand, the NCP also held a press conference to clear the air over internal disputes. Sunil Tatkare, reiterating the narrative was set by the opposition were false. He also said that MLAs from the opposite camp are in touch with them as well.
आज की बैठक अहम इसलिए थी कि शिवसेना जो 288 विधानसभा के कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी इस महाराष्ट्र में है, 288 जगह के लिए शिवसेना के संपर्क के लिए प्रमुख शिवसेना ने अपॉइंट किए हैं। ये वहाँ जाके वहाँ का पूरा जायज़ा लेते हैं, काम करते हैं, रिव्यू लेते हैं और शिवसैनिकों को जो सूचना है जो उद्धव जी की वो देते हैं। इनको सब कुछ उद्धव जी ने बुलाया था क्योंकि आने वाले समय विधानसभा जो इलेक्शन होने जा रहा है उसमें तैयारी हमारी अच्छी तरीके से पूरे 288 कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में होनी चाहिए। हम तो अलायंस से लड़ने वाले हैं, लेकिन ताकत हमारे हर जगह होनी चाहिए। इस हेतु से मीटिंग हुई और इसमें आने वाले समय में 8 दिन में इसका पहला रिव्यू होने वाला है और फिर हर महीने को रिव्यू होने वाला है।
अब जब नीट स्कैम को लेकर भी सर काफ़ी ज़्यादा चर्चा होने लगी है, नीट के जो विद्यार्थी हैं वो इसको लेकर अब जो है अपनी नाराज़गी जता रहे हैं, आप क्या बोलेंगे? क्या नेशनल टेस्टिंग एजेंसी द्वारा एक बार फिर से जो है रिपब्लिश किया जाना चाहिए रिजल्ट?
बिल्कुल, क्योंकि जिस प्रकार इसका जो एग्ज़ाम हुआ उसमें जिस प्रकार पार्शलिटी हुई है, उसमें गैर व्यवहार हुआ है। हम समझते थे नीट जो केंद्र के माध्यम से जो एग्ज़ाम होती है वो निष्पक्ष होती है, छात्रों के लिए अच्छी होती है, लेकिन अभी इस साल के एग्ज़ाम से ये भांडाफोड़ हुआ है। ये कुछ छात्रों को सपोर्ट करने वाली है। शायद इसमें भी बड़े पैमाने में गैर व्यवहार हुआ है, इसलिए जो अनेक विद्यार्थियों पे छात्रों पे अन्याय हुआ वो अन्याय दूर होने की जरूरत है।
लोकसभा चुनाव के बाद अब मनोज जरांगे पाटिल और मराठा रिजर्वेशन को लेकर मुद्दा वापस गर्माता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। सभी पार्टी के नेता जाकर अटेंडेंस में मनोज जरांगे पाटिल से मिल रहे हैं। क्या इस बार के विधानसभा चुनाव में भी आप लोग मुनाफा देख रहे हैं इस मुद्दे से?
हम मुनाफा घाटा इसमें नहीं देखते। मराठा समाज पे जो अन्याय हो रहा है वो इसमें देखने की ज़रूरत है। मनोज जरांगे जिस प्रकार आंदोलन कर रहे हैं उन पे लाठीचार्ज हुआ है, अन्याय हुआ है, वो भी सरकार दूर नहीं कर रही। अगर उनका काम नहीं करना था, उनकी मांगे पूरी नहीं करनी तो महाराष्ट्र के सीएम ने जाके क्यों गुलाल लिया, क्यों उसको झूठ आश्वासन दिया? इसलिए उसको जो आश्वासन उनको जो आश्वासन दिया वो पूरा करने की ज़रूरत है।
Well, let's go across to Radhika now for more. And Radhika, so this, stress within the various alliances continues. Firstly, Uddhav Thackeray, Shiv Sena holding a meeting. Also, rumblings in the NCP. All right, so the NCP, they're claiming that the opposition MLAs, that some are in touch with them. Meanwhile, remember, there has been some tension between the Uddhav Shiv Sena as well as the Congress with Uddhav Thackeray going ahead and making certain decisions. And today, the meeting of all regarding the assembly polls that are coming up. Let's go across to Radhika for more. Radhika, what is the latest?
Well, multiple meetings taking place post Sabha election is concerned. They are in a better position considering the performance that they displayed during Lok Sabha elections. They won 30 seats of 48. Now, of course, they are in action mode. Multiple meetings ahead of assembly elections. Uddhav Thackeray chairing meet with several members as far as different constituencies in Maharashtra are concerned, and taking action and plans before elections. Now, as far as NCP is concerned, there is a power struggle of sorts happening within Mahayuti, be it Sena or NCP, both of them wanting cabinet and ministerial berths. NCP refusing to take ministerial berth, wanting cabinet berth. Sena wanting more ministerial berth as well as one cabinet berth, which is not given to them. So there is displeasure and discontent within Mahayuti as far as power sharing within center is concerned. So that is being discussed. And NCP also, NCP Ajit Pawar also maintaining that none of their MLAs are in touch with the other side. However, MDA leaders coming out and saying that several of the leaders from NCP and Sena are in touch with them. They want to jump ship as there are a lot of internal tiffs in Mahayuti. So at this point, multiple meetings happening, both the alliances trying to iron out differences, but certainly power struggle within Mahayuti continuing at this point.
All right. Thanks so much, Radhika, for joining us with all those developments. Well, returning now to the story from Kuwait, where this massive fire broke out in a building there and 43 people have been killed. 30 Indians have been injured in the fire. Many are feared dead as well. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi has posted on the fire and on this tragedy, saying that the fire mishap in Kuwait City is saddening. My thoughts are with all those who've lost their near and dear ones. I pray the injured recover at the earliest. The Indian Embassy in Kuwait is closely monitoring the situation and working with authorities there to assist the affected. Now, the Indian Embassy in Kuwait has also put out a call-in number for families to dial in for news of their loved ones. This fire took place early in the morning in this building that houses workers. Now, it was an Indian who owned this building, and that's why it's feared that many of those living in the building were also Indians. 43 people have died. 30 people have been injured, 30 Indians. The Indian ambassador was in the hospital as well as at the spot of the fire. Well, let's go across to Ghazali now, who joins us for the latest. And Ghazali, so, the Prime Minister also posting on this fire that has taken place. What more do we know at this point? A helpline number has also been shared, given that many families must be very anxious for information.
See, right now what we are getting to know is that around 43 people have been killed. Most of them are Indians, so exact number of Indians are not known yet. And this building was owned by somebody who is from Kerala, a Malayali businessman. And in the 6-story apartment, around more than 150 people or laborers were staying, is what we are being told by the local Kuwaiti reporters. And also 30 people are injured. Those 30 are Indians who are admitted in the hospital. The Indian ambassador there visited them, spoke to them. But we have also spoken to some of the nurses working in Kuwait hospitals, and they are saying that the identity or the contact with the family members have not yet been established, and that is why the helpline number by the embassy has been issued. So as of now, how many Indians are killed out of those 43 is not known yet, but sources are claiming that since the apartment was owned by an Indian and mostly Indian laborers are staying there, so majority of those 43 killed are Indians.
All right, a majority of the 43 killed are feared, are Indians, is what Ghazali is telling us, given that so many Indians lived here. And Ghazali, we believe this entire building, as you were saying, housed workers who are working in Kuwait without their families, so many of them were living here, and it was somebody cooking in the first floor or the ground floor that led to this unfortunate accident in which this massive fire blazed through the building.
Yeah, so this happened at around 6 a.m. local time in Kuwait when somebody was cooking on the ground floor, after which there was a spark and then fire spread throughout the building. And we are also being told that there were some people who also tried to jump out of the apartment to escape the fire, and they were killed. So, and now the Interior Minister of Kuwait has also ordered a strict action against the janitor, against the owner, and whosoever was responsible for this carelessness, because you can imagine that in a 6-story building, more than 100 people were staying. So the minister has also took an objection to that, saying that how can so many people be crammed in one 6-story building? So that is also under investigation. Right now, the only primary concern remains is the identity of those who were killed, as well as establishing contact with the family members back in India of those Indians who were injured and admitted in the hospital.
All right, Ghazali, thanks so much for joining us with those details. We're also now joined by Dr. Farah Naqvi, Assistant Professor at the American University there in Kuwait. Thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. A terrible, terrible tragedy. What can you share with us?
What I have read in the news is that it is first of all, it is a deeply sad and unfortunate incident that happened this morning. And it has, that toll has reached around, in fact, crossed 45. And as you must have read, that majority of the deceased are Indians. And several people are also injured, and they have been taken to the nearby hospitals and are being provided medical treatment. the medical teams are doing what they can in terms of providing the due medical care. And what I have read in the news is that this incident happened somewhere around 4 a.m. or early hours of the morning as per Kuwait time. And it happened because of a gas cylinder in the watchman's room. And around nearly 160 people were living, mostly workers in that building. In Kuwait, generally, when it comes to people living in society, so sometimes the companies rent out the whole buildings to workers. And then there are buildings that are dedicated only to family people, where you have the marriage certificate and also only those can rent those buildings. So this was one of the workers' building where around 160 people were have been mentioned to be living.
Right, and Farah, what can you tell us about, share more with us about this building, the area where it was? You said that it was mainly workers, so many Indians, Pakistanis, Asians living in these buildings.
Yeah, we cannot say that it is specifically an Indian area because it has happened in Mangaf area, to be specific. And Kuwait is a small country. There are many areas like there is Salmiya, there is Mangaf, there is Kuwait City and all. And most of the places have people, expats living. As you see, the Kuwait population is, I guess, around 4.8 million or something, out of which 3.3 million is expats only, and more than 1 million of which is Indians. So whichever building you rent, you have people who are living from across nationalities. For example, you will be living and you will have the neighbors who will be from Lebanon, from American, and so it is Indians or Pakistanis, so different nationalities all staying together. But there are buildings that get specifically dedicated to workers. So this was one of those buildings. In these buildings, generally, for example, one company may rent out the whole building and dedicate it to its workers. So this was this kind of a building. So it doesn't have mostly families. I mean, many times you see workers are from lower economic background and they have come all over here to make money, and they live in kind of sharing accommodations to save money and all. So this is this one kind of building.
In fact, the Indian ambassador also visited, the building where the fire broke out. It's going to be a big challenge for the Indian embassy to provide families with information, given so many injured, so many dead. There must be so many anxious relatives back home.
Yeah. I've read that the helpline numbers have been released for their assistance, and the news has come from the embassy also that they are ready to provide the fullest assistance. But of course, they will be providing all forms of help. But this is a huge loss, especially to the families that will get affected who have lost their breadwinners. So it is this is a really sad incident that kind of shaken up the city.
No, absolutely. Thank you so much, Dr. Farah Naqvi, for joining us on the program here on NDTV. We'll continue to track all those developments. For the moment, slipping into a short break. Do stay with us.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet.
Welcome back. The Supreme Court has asked the Delhi government to list action taken to control the wastage of water in the national capital. This as the capital is facing this massive water crisis. The Delhi government, which had moved the top court seeking directions to Haryana to release its share of water, has now been told to file an affidavit on how they're preventing water wastage, and this is to be done by Thursday. The BJP has accused the AAP of lying and fomenting the crisis by mishandling resources and demanding answers from its two most prominent faces, Atishi and Saurabh Bhardwaj. Remember, the BJP has accused them of mismanaging the water, of corruption as well. Meanwhile, Aam Aadmi Party has counter-attacked by alleging that the BJP government in Haryana is not releasing the share of water meant for the capital, and also hit out at the Lieutenant Governor. The Lieutenant Governor himself saying there shouldn't be a blame game. But as the people of Delhi suffer, politics taking place, as we said yesterday, the BJP accused the AAP government of mismanagement, saying the tanker mafia is intervening and taking away some of the water supply to Delhi. And what is the government doing on this? Well, NDTV's Ishika now reports from the Munnak Canal, one of the primary sources of potable water for the capital from Haryana, and she found a water tanker being filled there.
You know, as you're rightly mentioning, that the water scarcity here in the national capital only continues to deepen. And while that is happening, you know, the entire controversy, the entire political back and forth revolves around the Munnak Canal. And that is exactly where we are reporting for. My camera person, Rohit, is in fact showing you the visuals of the Munnak Canal here in Bhavana in the national capital. Now, this certainly is the lifeline of the national capital, because this is, this is the canal from where the water from Haryana is supplied to the national capital, and this then, goes to every household in the form of the drinking water. Now, in fact, what Atashi here, the water minister in the Delhi government, alleges is that, the Haryana is not supplying enough water to this Munnak Canal that can be then, be supplied to every household here in the national capital. While on the other hand, if we tell you about the Rajnivas, Rajnivas sources tell us that as per the inspection report, it has been found that 2,289 cusecs of water at Munnak in Haryana is released, and that in fact, if we talk about from Munnak to Kakori, that that is the supply of water exclusively for Delhi, that is 1,161 cusecs of water. However, when that water from Kakori reaches to Munnak Canal at Bhavana, which is where we are reporting from, that becomes 960.78 cusecs. That means a loss of 200 cusecs when it reaches here in the national capital. And if we convert that into percentage, that is 18% of loss. Now, the Rajnava sources in fact tell us that only 5% of loss of water is as per the accepted norm. So that is where the Rajnivas alleges, the water scarcity is happening. Now, on the other hand, the Delhi BJP in fact has also raised questions on the Delhi government. In fact, they have gone on to say that the tankers that are present here, and we are showing you in our very frame, you can see the tankers that are present here, the private tankers that are present here. The BJP alleges that they are in fact taking water, stealing water from here, and that is why the water scarcity is only deepening here in the national capital. In fact, we are continuing to show you the visuals exclusively on NDTV, how in fact, the private water tanker that is present here, continues to take in water, and you can see the wastage of water that we are showing you. Certainly, you can see that how, liters of water is being wasted, and from the time that is, for over an hour that we are present here at the spot, this is continuously happening. So you can clearly imagine the wastage of water that is, happening from this one private tanker that is present here. So certainly here, the wastage of water, that certainly continues. We at NDTV are present at the Munnak Canal, the lifeline of the national capital when it comes to drinking water. And here as well, we are seeing how the water is being wasted. Now, on the other hand, Atashi today has in fact directed the Chief Secretary to form a quick response team and in fact send in to the location where the leakages, where the wastage is happening, and all of that to be fixed in, less than 12 hours. But certainly, we are still awaiting that the water minister takes cognizance of what we are showing you. In fact, let me show you that after we finish showing you the visuals, it is when, the water, in fact, they have stopped taking more water from the canal that is present here. So certainly, this wastage is happening across the city as well. Over to you.
Well, now the latest from Andhra Pradesh, where Chandrababu Naidu is back as the Chief Minister. Chandrababu 4.0. It's the fourth time he is the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. 17 first-time ministers are in his cabinet of 25. Many ex-ministers and senior MLAs are not, in fact, included in this cabinet. There you can see the Prime Minister giving him a big hug on the stage there. And in fact, Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, BJP Chief and Health Minister JP Nadda, Bandi Sanjay Kumar all attended this grand event on the outskirts of Vijayawada. And Jan Sena Chief Pawan Kalyan also took oath, and it is likely that he will be the Deputy Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh.
నారా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు అనే నేను
కొనిదల పవన్ కళ్యాణ్ అనే నేను శాసనం ద్వారా నిర్మితమైన
TDP Chief Chandrababu Naidu was sworn in as the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh for the fourth time. It is an impressive turnaround by Chandrababu Naidu, as just few months back he was placed under arrest by the Enforcement Directorate in a money laundering case, and just coming out from the jail he took TDP to a landslide victory in Andhra Pradesh Assembly elections. Today at a swearing-in ceremony, it was Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, BJP President JP Nadda, along with mega stars from the Bollywood like Rajnikant, Chiranjeevi and Allu Arjun, who are in attendance. It was also a message that was sent out by Mr. Naidu that they will continue to remain with the NDA, as Prime Minister Narendra Modi hugged Mr. Chandrababu Naidu after he took oath for the Chief Minister. In total, 25 ministers took oath in the cabinet of Andhra Pradesh. Certainly, it remains to be seen from here on that how Chandrababu Naidu will take Andhra Pradesh to new heights, as being promised that he will give 20 lakh jobs, opportunities, reservation for women, free rights for the women in Andhra Pradesh, and also the promise of Amravati being the single city capital of the state. This is Aishwarya Jain with Virendra Sheikh Momin for NDTV in Vijayawada.
With that, time for us to slip into a short break. News updates continue right here on NDTV. Do keep watching.
From defense to manufacturing, India stands on the brink of being a superpower. Join me in exploring this remarkable journey on India Ascents.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity.
Back now, the latest from Jammu and Kashmir, where another terror attack took place, and the two terrorists who had opened fire in a village in Kathua late last night were both killed in an encounter. A paramilitary soldier was also killed in action during the exchange of fire. And two encounters that began overnight in Jammu had dragged into the morning. This included one in Doda, where 5 soldiers and a special police officer were injured in an attack on an army post. Just 2 days before Before these two terror incidents, a bus carrying pilgrims had come under attack in Riyasi and crashed into a gorge, killing 9 passengers. So in 3 days, 3 different attacks have taken place in Jammu and Kashmir, a matter of worry for security forces and authorities there.
ये नया इन्फिल्ट्रेटेड ग्रुप है जिसमें कि जिस इस इलाके में आया है और ज़्यादा आतंकवादियों की छिड़े होने की भी संभावना है।
सर क्या ये रास्ता भटक गए थे कि ज़्यादा और थे क्या ये उनसे भटक गए थे बिछड़ गए थे क्या मतलब
ये अभी डिटेल्स इन्वेस्टिगेशन की है।
छत्रकला की क्या
छत्रकला में अभी रात को आपको जैसे पता है कि हमारा एक ऑपरेशन आर्मी सीआरपीएफ पुलिस सभी का एक जॉइंट ऑपरेशन वहाँ पर उस इलाके में चल रहा था। तो उस जॉइंट ऑपरेशन के तहत जब टेररिस्ट एक्सचेंज ऑफ फायर हुआ है तो उसमें उस इलाके को पूरा कॉर्डन में लिया गया। अभी ऑपरेशन वहाँ जारी है। वहाँ कोई कैजुअलिटी नहीं हुई है, वहाँ पर इंजरीज हुई हैं लेकिन वो आउट ऑफ जेंस।
तो यहाँ क्या समझा जाए जो 2 आतंकी थे उनको मार
2 आतंकवादियों को मार गिराया गया है और अभी सर्च ऑपरेशन इलाके में चल रहा है।
Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who's just begun his 3rd straight term in office, remains highly popular. A fresh survey by IPSOS on his popularity has, though, revealed that there's been a dip of 5% in his popularity between February and May, even as he does remain popular. If we talk about the different areas which he has handled and what the approval ratings are, well, if it comes to education, it's 73% there. But on the issues of pollution and environment, it is 56% and was 56%, now 43%. If we talk about poverty, then it was 45% in April and 46% in May. And if we talk about corruption, then 42% in April, 45% in May. With that, time for us to slip into a short break.
This is an everyday reality for millions of people with disabilities in India. The truth is, we disable people with disabilities by not considering them or their needs. Disabilities should not define what we can or cannot achieve. So let's bring down these barriers and pledge for inclusivity. क्योंकि जो नहीं किया आज तक, वही तो करना है. समर्थ बाहुंडे, मंजिल उनकी, साथ हमारा.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Good evening and welcome to NDTV. I'm Ankit Tyagi, taking you to the headlines we are tracking at 6 p.m. At least 43 people killed in a fire that broke out at a building housing workers in Kuwait's Mangaf city. Several Indians fear dead. Embassy says 30 Indians injured. Odisha gets first BJP Chief Minister. Mohan Maji is BJP's tribal face in Odisha. Two Deputy Chief Ministers also take oath. Two Deputy Chief Ministers take oath with Chief Minister Maji in Odisha. Renuka Swami murder case in Karnataka. Actor Darshan and Pavitra taken to the location. Cops recreate the scene where the body was dumped. Chandrababu Naidu takes oath as Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister. 4th term for Naidu as the Chief Minister. Janasena Chief Pavan Kalyan, part of Naidu cabinet. Second terrorist killed in an encounter in Jammu Kashmir's Katwa after a security personnel was in fact killed in an attack. ADG Jammu says joint operation to hunt more terrorists on. Right, we are getting some breaking news right at the top of the bulletin at this moment in the Salman Khan firing case, the incident that took place outside his residence. Now, the police has recorded Salman Khan's statement. Remember, it was outside his apartment, the Galaxy apartment in Bandra, Mumbai, where two accused, in fact, fired some shots. This was said to be a warning shot that was, in fact, this entire operation, which the police say was done at the behest of the Goldie Bara gang. Now, Salman Khan has recorded his statement. Post this firing incident, there was a massive increase in Salman Khan's security. Let me go across to my colleague Radhika, who's joining us with more details at this moment. Radhika, Salman Khan records his statement. Any idea of what he has said to the police?
That's right. The information that we are getting is that Salman Khan has recorded his statement in the case related to shooting incident outside his Bandra residence that took place a few weeks back. In fact, police has also recorded the statement of Salman Khan's brother, Arbaz Khan, as well. And now the firing incident, we know for a fact that took place on April 14 when these shooters, in fact, shot at his residence. There were, of course, no injuries. Multiple people were arrested. All these people have connections to Lawrence Bishnoi gang. Therefore, MCOCA, the stringent MCOCA section, has also been added in the shooting. In fact, Lawrence Bishnoi's brother played a key role in the shooting, something that the police has said. In fact, one of the accused who were arrested in connection with the case had allegedly committed suicide as well when he was in custody. The firing was executed as per instruction, during which shooters had received a total of rupees 3 lakh. In fact, Arbaz had issued a statement also on behalf of his family just after the incident. Now, of course, the latest is that Salman Khan's statement has been recorded. Of course, he's been asked about, the previous threats he had received from the Lawrence Bishnoi gang and the events and circumstances leading up to that particular shooting incident as well. Of course, this happened at 5 a.m. when Salman Khan and his family members were asleep. Nobody was injured. The incident came to light just minutes later when the people had gathered there, and of course an FIR was later registered, arrest taking place, and now of course the actor's statement being recorded by the police.
Thank you so much, Radhika, for joining us with all those details on this story coming in from Mumbai. Moving on now, at least 43 people have been reported killed after a fire broke out in a building housing workers in Kuwait's Mangaf city. The incident occurred around 6 a.m. local time, that is around 9 a.m. in India. The Kuwaiti Health Ministry has said 43 people were hospitalized due to the fire and 4 of those had died. External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar has also, in fact, posted on X and has said that deeply shocked by the news of the fire incident in Kuwait City. There are reportedly over 30 deaths and 50 have been hospitalized. Our ambassador has gone to the camp and we are awaiting further information. Remember, a large number of Indians, in fact, live in, Middle East, in Kuwait as well, and work in various positions. Here also, there have been few Indians, those who have been affected as well. The Indian ambassador in Kuwait has said that over 30 Indian workers have been injured in the fire incident and are admitted to the hospital. Let me go across to my colleague Mohammad Ghazali, who's joining us with more details at this moment. Ghazali, is there any clarity at this moment of how many Indians who are actually involved, and has there been any fatalities among Indians as well?
See, 43 people have been killed. How many Indians are there? We don't have a definite data about it, but the sources within MEA as well as from the ambassador's office in Kuwait suggest that majority of them are Indians, because the building was owned by a company, owned by an Indian person from Kerala, and it's a 6-story building which housed more than 150 people. So you can imagine the kind of capacity the building had, that it had more than 150 people who were staying there when the fire broke out at around 6 a.m. in the morning as per the local time. and somebody was preparing cooking food early morning. That is when the building caught fire and it spread through the entire building, and many people also tried to escape the fire and started jumping from the building, breaking their bones. Out of the 43 people, what we are hearing is that majority of them are Indians who are killed. Right now the embassy back there in Kuwait is also trying to contact the family members of those who have been killed. 29 bodies have reached the mortuary there in one of the hospitals, as well as 30 Indians are injured, with whom the Indian ambassador in Kuwait visited the hospital and met them. So these are the details which are emerging from there. The reason of fire is not known yet. Kuwait's interior minister also came down hard on those who are responsible for this mismanagement, or say the criminal negligence. Perhaps that's why so many people were putting up in that 6-story building. So he said that the janitor or the owner of the company or whosoever is responsible for keeping these many number of people in one building will also be punished. So action will also be taken, says the interior minister of Kuwait. But as of now, the identity and how many Indians are killed is not known yet. Perhaps in some time, the Ministry of External Affairs here will issue a statement after consulting the Indian ambassador in Kuwait.
Ghazali, may I request you to stay on with me? In fact, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also put up a post on X on this, and he has said the fire mishap in Kuwait City is saddening. My thoughts are with all those who have lost their near and dear ones. I pray that the injured recover at the earliest. The Indian Embassy in Kuwait is closely monitoring the situation and working with the authorities to assist the affected. That's what the Prime Minister, in fact, has said. Ghazali, but as you said, their details are just sketchy at this moment. They are trickling in, and in some time we are expecting a detailed statement from the Ministry of External Affairs. But just to give a sense to our viewers, I mean, Kuwait remains a big hub for Indian workers, especially from Kerala and southern India, those who are stationed in big numbers.
Yeah, certainly a large number of Indians stay in Kuwait, and in this particular incident, the building was owned by an Indian company owner, and most of the people who are staying in that building are also Indians, is what we are being told. And why there is a delay in identification or ascertaining the identity of those who are injured or dead, we are being told that perhaps some of them are in ICU, some of them are in normal ward. So that is why collecting or gathering details of those who are injured is also is getting delayed. So till people are getting...
Just hold on to that thought. We are now being joined by Saeed Mahmood. He's a reporter with Arab Times, joining us at this moment. Mr. Mahmood, thank you for speaking to us. I just want to first ask you, sir, what is the situation as far as this fire is concerned? What is the news that is trickling in on the number of people, those who have lost their life and the injured ones?
Hello, thank you for having me. The situations are still ongoing. The investigations initially showed that the reason, there is no criminal reason behind the incident. It's because of cooking in the ground floor, and then the fact that over 25 or around 25 gas cylinders were kept in that ground floor. It contributed in spreading the fire so far. We met a survival of the incident. He said that he had to wait for 2 hours until he could flee away because of the smoke. Many of the cases of the injured or deaths because of suffocation. And part of them was because of the injuries included bones breaks because of jumping from the windows to escape and rushing. It was announced by Director of Investigations Department in Kuwait Fire Force, Colonel Said Al-Musawi. He said the investigations will be accomplished in a couple of days, and it will be referred to the concerned institutions. But initially, there's no reason, no criminal reason behind the incident. On the other hand, His Highness Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Defense, and Minister of Interior, Sheikh Fahd Yusuf Al-Sabah, he described the incident as a catastrophe. He said it's a result of greedy owner of the company and greedy owner of the building. He ordered them to be arrested until the end of the investigations. He gave directives or instructions for all the violating real estate to remove immediately the violations today, because starting from tomorrow morning, the Kuwait municipality and the concerned institutions will launch a wide range campaign to remove the violations without giving a grace period to them or issuance of any warnings. They are asked to remove the violations right now.
Mr. Mahmood, may I also ask you, sir, is there any clarity on the nationality of the people, those who have died tragically in this incident?
Yeah, most of them are Indians. Most of them are Indians. Until now, they did not identify any other nationalities. All the identified deaths are Indians. That's because of the fact that most of the inhabitants were already Indians.
Sir, can I also once again ask you to confirm the number of people, those who have passed away and those who are still, injured and are getting treatment at this moment?
Yeah, until now there are 30 injured and 43 deaths.
Thank you so much, Saeed Mahmood, for joining us with those very, very important details from Kuwait. Ghazali, as you were telling us earlier, it's very, very grim and, difficult news which is coming in. As far as the reporter from the Arab Times is concerned, at this moment, there have been no other nationality which has been identified among the dead.
Yeah, this is what we are also being told, that since most of them who were staying in that building are Indians, so even those who have been killed or injured are also Indians as of now. Since there is no official confirmation, so we are not carrying with that information, but we are being told that most of them who have died also are Indians, majority of them are Indians. And had there been other nationalities or nationals who would have been killed, you would have seen ambassadors of other countries also visiting the hospital for injured or for the dead. But ascertaining the identity is a big challenge right now, because the helpline number has been issued, but the embassy needs to ascertain the identity first there itself in Kuwait, and then only they can contact their loved ones or the family or relatives back here in India. So there are some laborers who are injured, who are not in a grave situation, who have got minor injuries. So the embassy officials or the local officials are trying to identify the rest of them through those who have got mild injuries there and who are admitted in the hospital.
Very, very grim news coming in there from Kuwait, in fact, where at least at this moment it seems that a large number of Indians, those who have been killed in this massive fire that took place today in the morning in Kuwait. Ghazali, before I let you go, let me ask you one more thing. In fact, what kind of help is the Indian embassy extending at this moment? Because it's just not about identifying those who have died, but also ensuring that those who are injured get proper treatment and, of course, helping in the investigations as well.
Right now, what the Indian embassy there is doing is that the ambassador visited the hospital for ensuring that everybody is getting proper treatment, and also from them they are trying to contact or gather the details of those who have either died or those who are also injured but not in a position to talk, to say that those who have got grievous injuries. So through those who are alive, injured but are in a have received minor injuries, these are the ones through which the details of others, either who are dead or either who have got grievous injuries, the details are being collected by those patients. So embassy is ensuring two things. One, the helpline number has been issued for the relatives back in India or anybody who thinks that their contacts are going missing there in Kuwait, for them to contact that helpline number, and from there they can collect the details. Embassy is also ensuring proper treatment of those who are injured, and the third major task is to identify those who are dead. So the identification process is one major challenge. Helpline number is there in the public domain, which has been shared by the embassy on social media as well as through other local channels as well. They are also in touch with the Kuwaiti authorities, the local Kuwaiti authorities there, because they would certainly be in touch with others, the company owner and those who stay in the neighborhood as well. So all those people are being contacted to ascertain the identity as well as the background details and other details of those who are injured in this incident.
Ghazali, but Any idea were all these people, those who were staying in this building, were they from one state? Are they, scattered around various states in India? Any, idea about which state do these people come from?
See, the only details which we have gathered so far is that majority of them or most of them are from Tamil Nadu and Kerala, but even that has not yet been confirmed by the embassy or from the External Affairs Ministry. We are also being told that Minister of State for External Affairs will be traveling to Kuwait. This is something which has just come in from the External Affairs Ministry, that a social media post says that KV Singh, who is the Minister of State for External Affairs, is urgently traveling to Kuwait to oversee assistance to those injured in the fire tragedy and to coordinate with local authorities for early repatriation of mortal remains of those who have died in this unfortunate incident. So this tweet from the External Affairs Ministry confirms that there are Indians who are killed there, and that is why, to ensure a smooth repatriation of those who are those who have died, their mortal remains will be brought back to India. So to ensure that a smooth repatriation of those who are alive and for the repatriation of the bodies and the mortal remains, MOS of External Affairs Ministry, Mr. KV Singh, will be traveling to Kuwait.
Sorry, stay on with me. I'm being joined at this moment by Dr. Farah Naqvi, Assistant Professor at the American University in Kuwait. Ms. Naqvi, thank you for speaking to us. Dr. Naqvi, let me first ask you, what are the, it's a terrible tragedy in which 41 people have lost their lives. What can you share with us at this moment? What is the news that is trickling in the Kuwaiti media?
What I have read in the news is that first of all, it is a deeply sad and unfortunate incident that happened this morning. And it has, that toll has reached around, in fact, crossed 45. And as you must have read, that majority of the deceased are Indians, and several people are also injured, and they have been taken to the nearby hospitals and are being provided medical treatment. The medical teams are doing what they can in terms of providing the due medical care. And what I have read in the news is that this incident happened somewhere around 4 a.m. or early hours of the morning as per Kuwait time. And it happened because of a gas cylinder in the watchman's room. And around nearly 160 people were living, mostly workers, in that building. In Kuwait, generally, when it comes to people living in society, so sometimes the companies rent out the whole buildings to workers. And then there are buildings that are dedicated only to family people, where you have the marriage certificate, and also only those can rent those buildings. So this was one of the workers' building, where around 160 people have been mentioned to be living.
Dr. Naqvi, if I may also ask you at this moment, this building, what area was this building in? If you could describe it for our viewers. We've been told that there were many Asians, especially from Southeast Asia, Pakistanis, Indians, Bangladeshis, those who were living in these buildings.
Yeah, we cannot say that it is specifically an Indian area, because it has happened in Mangaf area, to be specific. And Kuwait is a small country. There are many areas like there is Salmiya, there is Mangaf, there is Kuwait City and all. And most of the places have people, expats living. As you see, the Kuwait population is, I guess, around 4.8 million or something, out of which 3.3 million is expats only, and more than 1 million of which is Indians. So whichever building you rent, you have people who are living from across nationalities. For example, you will be living and you will have neighbors who will be from Lebanon, from American, and so it is Indians or Pakistanis, so different nationalities all staying together. But there are buildings that get specifically dedicated to workers. So this was one of those buildings. In these buildings, generally, for example, one company may rent out the whole building and dedicate it to its workers. So this was this kind of a building. So it doesn't have mostly families. I mean, many times you see workers are from lower economic background, and they have come all over here to make money, and they live in kind of sharing accommodations to save money and all. So this is this one kind of building.
Dr. Naqvi, after this terrible tragedy, how big is a challenge for the Indian government, the ambassador, to provide information to the families? Because there are many anxious relatives here in India, those who have no knowledge of the whereabouts of their loved ones in Kuwait.
I've read that the helpline numbers have been released for their assistance, and the news has come from the embassy also that they are ready to provide the fullest assistance. But of course, they will be providing all forms of help. But this is a huge loss, especially to the families that will get affected who have lost their breadwinners. So this is a really sad incident that kind of shaken up the city.
Dr. Naqvi, thank you for joining us at this moment. It's a big story that we're tracking here at NDTV. Let me just very quickly, in fact, go back and give you more details about this. Revisiting the details, a fire that broke out at a building which was housing workers in Kuwait, Mangav city. This is where this fire broke out at 4 a.m. in the morning. The result of this tragedy is 41 people confirmed dead so far. Most of them are said to be Indians. There are 30 others, those who are injured. Mohammad Ghazali continues to be with us. He's tracking the Ministry of External Affairs very, very closely to try and get more details as far as this tragedy is concerned. Mohammad Ghazali, as we were talking earlier, we were expecting some sort of an official statement by the Ministry of External Affairs because, the problem is that these news which is trickling in unofficial pegs a high number of Indians killed in the death.
Yeah, high number of Indians have been killed in this fire incident because we are being told that in this building mostly Indians were staying, and this was more sort of a labor camp. Laborers were staying there. The company which had given this housing to its laborers is owned by a Malayali person, and even he is under scanner right now for any kind of violation or fire safety violation which would have been noticed there is something which the Interior Minister of Kuwait has said to the media there. We are being told that how Kirti Vardhan Singh, the Union Minister of State for External Affairs, will be traveling to Kuwait to ensure a smooth repatriation of those who are injured as well as the mortal remains of those who are killed. So this is confirmed that Indians have been killed in this incident. Now, how many Indians have been killed, are all those who are killed are Indians, is something which can only be confirmed once the External Affairs Ministry or the Indian embassy in Kuwait confirms through a statement by sharing the data. So this is something which we don't know, but we know that majority of those who have been killed or of the casualty are Indians.
Mohammad Ghazali, stay on with me. We are being joined by Revan D'Souza, Managing Editor, Kuwait Times, for more details on this. So thank you for speaking to us here on NDTV. Let me start by asking you, 43 people have been confirmed killed in this terrible tragedy. Is there any confirmation in Kuwait as far as the government is concerned on the nationality of these people?
Yeah, the number is now almost 50. There's in fact 51 bodies that have been not yet identified, are in the process of being identified. Mostly Indians have been, because they were the largest number in the camp, and I think 2 Egyptians, a Nepali and a Filipino, have also passed away. Numbers are still, because there are still some in CCU. So I think the number of Indians are the largest, and it's really sad for us. We woke up in the morning to this tragic news, and the whole area was engulfed with fire. It started something by around 3:15 a.m. early morning, and was put off in an hour and a half. The fire brigades rushed. They managed to douse. By then, the smoke had spread, and many died due to suffocation.
The time that you are mentioning, sir, many of the people would be in their sleep. They might have died because of suffocation, in their sleep. But if I may understand it correctly, what part of the city is this? In which part of Kuwait is this? And can you, for our viewers, just describe these buildings usually which house these workers? Because we heard the Interior Minister in Kuwait also, he said that there was a large number of people staying in this building, and that will also be investigated.
Yes. This area is close to the oil town Ahmadi, where, there are a lot of oil companies and refineries close by in Mina Ahmadi and Mina Shuaiba. So it's most convenient for big companies to house their workers in a residential area like this. Now, the area is densely populated. It's densely populated, and it's also violating many safety standards. And this has come to light today because apparently 195 people living in this building, which is probably not more than half of that capacity should have been. And the government has taken immediate actions in terms of suspending all the people involved, people who, like the municipality and so on, who have been responsible for overlooking these violations. It's very sad and tragic that I think this is one of the largest ever deaths we had in a fire in Kuwait. We've had big fires, but not so many. And it happened early in the morning. And I think, as you mentioned, people were caught unaware.
So before I let you go, let me very quickly just also ask you, at this moment, what are the numbers that we are talking about in terms of the fatalities and those who have been injured? And, any word as far as the Indian embassy is concerned, how many people have been identified and what is the role that they are playing?
Absolutely. Indian ambassador, first let me just repeat, the Kuwait government is on top of it. They've activated all their emergency departments. The hospitals are taking the patients. They are being looked after in the best possible way that they can. The Indian embassy ambassador and his team immediately rushed to the spot, surveyed the situation, visited the hospital, gave them a lot of confidence in terms of support. But there is very little the embassy can do other than wait for the investigation to find out what exactly was the cause. Was it a cylinder blast, or was it a let's say short circuit, or whatever it was? So in terms of support, yes, the Indian government, Indian embassy, they've opened hotline numbers to check about their family members back home, and the embassy is on top of it. I think many of the officers are already visiting and trying to understand the situation. From what I understand from the embassy itself, there are around 51 people, who have not been yet, but it's being worked on, but who are not identified, so missing. So I think they are working on it. There are some in the ICU and so on. So I think it's a matter of, by the end of the day, we will be having a clearer picture and how many are out of danger and how many are in hospital and how many are not. But the total number staying in that building was around 195, and 67 can be categorized as completely safe for now.
Thank you so much, Mr. D'Souza, for joining us at this moment with all that important information which is coming in from Kuwait. A terrible tragedy, and large number of Indians believed to have been killed in this fire that has, in fact, shook the way things have been in Kuwait. With that, we are slipping into a very short break. News and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हो या consoles हो, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the days, back in the 90s, while Sony was trying to establish its PlayStation lineup, काफ़ी interesting marketing को Sony ने use किया था. जी हाँ, I'm talking about the very special scratch and sniff labels from the real driving simulator और फीफा गेम. और ये जो गेम की डिस्क्स मिलती थी, इनके ऊपर एक लेबल हुआ करता था, जिसको जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करेंगे, यू वुड फील योरसेल्फ टू बी इन दैट एक्शन. मतलब जो रियल ड्राइविंग सिमुलेटर गेम था, उसमें जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करते थे, यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ पिट स्टॉप. और फीफा में यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ फुटबॉल फील्ड. क्या क्रेजी मार्केटिंग थी, बट ज़्यादा डिटेल में इसको नहीं किया गया था. बट देन अगेन यू नो, विद इन अ फ्यू ईयर्स ऑफ इट्स लॉन्च, फाइनली अभी ग्लोबल स्केल पे PlayStation इज रियली पॉपुलर.
Hello and welcome. We are in Rome, Italy, on our way to Apulia in the south of Italy, where the G7 summit is going to be held. The Prime Minister will be here tomorrow. It's his first international visit since the NDTV government came into power. Why is G7 important? Because it is a collection of the world's most powerful nations. India now is in fact got a bigger economy than 3 of those nations: Italy, the host, Canada, and also France. What are the key issues over here? Why is it important for India to be attending? Join me, Vishnu Shom, for very special programming right here on NDTV 24/7.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Welcome back. This is the first time in Odisha a Bharatiya Janata Party government is taking oath. It's been formed. First BJP Chief Minister in Odisha, and a change of guard after 24 long years of BJD and Naveen Patnaik. Mohan Maji is the BJP's tribal face, who is now the Chief Minister of Odisha. 2 Deputy Chief Ministers have also taken oath with Mr. Maji. BJP ended Naveen Patnaik's 24-year reign. In attendance, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, the top leadership of the BJP, along with all the Chief Ministers. And as the tradition would be, a graceful Naveen Patnaik also, despite in fact losing this election, present at this ceremony. Quick break, news and updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Attended the oath-taking ceremony of new Andhra government. Congratulations to Sri Chandrababu Naidu Garu on becoming the Chief Minister, and also to all others who took oath as ministers in the government. That's Prime Minister's tweet on Andhra Pradesh.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ in this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं. To be honest, in Android TV, we don't have any such features जहाँ पे आपको live जो सामने speech आ रहा है उसके captions screen पे दिखाई दे जाएं. We are expecting this feature to come कभी भी जब Google इसको unveil करता है, but as of now we don't have it. Samsung, however, in their latest AI TVs जो Samsung ने launch किए थे उसमें demonstrated that how using AI they were able to put some captions for the text जो भी dialogues या जो भी speech television में उस time पे है वो सामने captions के form में visible है. Now I'm not sure कि how exactly this functions. Now मैं आपको एक और recommendation दे सकता हूँ which is to try these bone conducting headphones or earphones because sometimes what I have noticed is कि जहाँ पे hearing loss की हम बात करते हैं because they use the mechanism of bone conduction आप वहाँ से audio directly अपने inner ear के through सुन सकते हैं. So you can give them a try and then pair the earphones with the TV so that आप directly जो TV में dialogues हैं उनको आप सुन सकते हैं. But sadly, as of now, in Android TV, we don't have any such feature of live captions.
Is it safe to leave a pen drive or an SSD in the car during this summer heat?
Ideally, you shouldn't do it. And the simple reason is कि ये जो gadgets हैं, all these electronics जो हम एक laptop की बात करते हैं, let's say talk about a smartphone, SSD or a pen drive, could be anything. यहाँ पे extreme heat might damage the internal components. तो अगर आप अपनी कार में इनको छोड़ रहे हैं तो at least in the glove box if you can keep them, maybe wrapped in a piece of cloth or something, वहाँ पे maybe it's in your bag, तो ठीक रहेगा. But if it's just lying around, because we all know that in this
On the ongoing Delhi water crisis, the Supreme Court today asked the Delhi government to list action taken to control the wastage of water in the national capital. The Delhi government, which had moved the top court seeking directions to Haryana government to release its share of water, has been told to file an affidavit by Thursday. The BJP has accused the Aam Aadmi Party of lying and fomenting the crisis by mishandling the resources and has demanded answers from two prominent faces of the Aam Aadmi Party, Atishi and Saurabh Bharadwaj. Meanwhile, the Aam Aadmi Party, in its counter-attack, has alleged that the BJP government in Haryana continues to not release the city's share of water despite claiming to do so. Lieutenant Governor has also come under fire from the Aam Aadmi Party. Another quick commercial break at this moment. News and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
From defense to manufacturing, India stands on the brink of being a superpower. Join me in exploring this remarkable journey on India Ascents.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया, One World Hygiene.
Hello and welcome. India is unbeaten in this tournament, so are hosts USA. The fanboys of the USA meet the superstars of world cricket tonight in a league encounter at the T20 World Cup. Well, the context is that many of them are Indians who had migrated to USA and have made their careers there. At least 6 of them are a part of that USA team that is going to take on India tonight. It's going to be their last match in New York before the party moves to Canada and then onwards to West Indies. Well, of course, India has been on a roll in this tournament. They won against Pakistan in the last match in the most thrilling fashion, not the comprehensive fashion. What are we looking ahead to? We are looking ahead to this match between India and USA at the Cricket World Cup, T20 World Cup tonight. I'm joined at this hour by former India cricketer Ritender Singh Sodhi. I will also be joined by former Test cricketer Ashok Malhotra and Abhishek Nair. Ritender, tell us, in terms of this India versus USA contest, it seems like it could be yet another walkover for India, but will USA make it that easy given the way, they have come in this performance and really dominated with the performances they've given?
Yeah, look, Rika, I don't think so. India will have any problems whatsoever playing USA today. Yes, USA is a good team. They're a good outfit. They've beaten Pakistan, so you have to give it to them. But all said and done, look, India is a better team than Pakistan. India knows how to win the bigger games. They know how to come out of pressure. They have Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, Bumrah, Hardik in their ranks. So yes, we can see a good fight by USA. They are a good outfit. Harmeet Singh is there. Saurav is there. So definitely they have some good Indian ranked players in their lineup. But if we talk about that, if USA can beat India, that seems far off. Though cricket is the game of glorious uncertainties, but I have a very strong feeling India will have an easy game today. If they bat first, they would love to muster many runs. They would like Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma to get back in that red-hot form. And if they bowl first, they would love to get USA around 70, 80 odd runs or 100. That's it. So it seems at the moment that this game is going towards India.
Right, and there are as many as 6 Indian expats in the USA ranks. They will be gunning for glory. Tell us a little bit about what would they be looking at achieving in this match. You are saying that it's going to be pretty easy for India against US, but of course the opponents, particularly the 6 Indians who didn't get a chance to play for India, will eye it as their best chance.
Yeah, Rika, look, this is a big moment for them. Harmeet Singh wanted to play for India. He was talked about once, a big thing in Indian cricket. We talk about Saurav. He has played under 19 World Cup. And yes, look, everybody wants to play for India. You have to be lucky enough to play for the country. And they were not able to play for India, unfortunately, but they have got that USA cap, that country cap. So that's a big honor. And Harmeet Singh, I remember, left-arm spinner. He was a very hard guy, very hard-working, and he was almost on the verge of playing for India. But that was not to be. Went to US, and now he's playing the World Cup and playing against India, the team where he wanted to get in. So that's not the story though. But yes, he would love to make a mark here, love to get Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma, and if he can get them, then I can tell you he will not sleep for the next 10 or 15 nights. But that should not happen, because we would love that India should have an easy game. They should be playing Harmeet and Saurav pretty easily. get runs on the board, or if they are bowling first. Bumrah, Siraj and Arshdeep, they should blaze all cylinders and win this game hands down.
On your screens are those pictures of fans who are trooping into the New York stadium at this hour. The match, of course, starts at 10:30 a.m. their time. Ritender, you know, some of these guys who are up against India tonight will perhaps also be eyeing at big IPL contracts through their performances, isn't it?
That's what you have, hit the nail. Because look, everybody wants to play IPL. IPL is huge, and to get IPL contract, you got to be blazing all cylinders, got to be among runs and wickets for your country. And yes, with the way USA has beaten Pakistan, lots of franchises will be already eyeing few players. Who knows? Saurav might be playing in India in the coming IPL. Harmeet might be playing in the IPL. So yes, that is definitely one of the achievements to play IPL, the biggest leagues ever in the world. So yes, definitely. But at the moment, USA will be just eyeing that they have to play well against India, because nobody should say that that was just one good day for USA. They beat Pakistan. They would like to prove the world that they are a very strong and fighting outfit.
Absolutely. Let's talk a little bit about India. Well, in terms of bowling, it was 10 on 10 for the Indian cricket team. But in terms of batting against Pakistan, they fell short. In fact, 119 would never have been enough on the board had Pakistan not had a glorious meltdown. Tell us a little bit about what are the holes that India needs to plug at this hour.
I think that you rightly put in, Rika. 119 was never a big total, and lots of people switched off the TV. They thought India will not win the game, but that was not to be, because Bumrah had some other ideas. The way he bowled those overs, those pressure overs, that changed the scenario altogether. But yes, India would not like to get into that situation again. Bowlers will not win you the match every day. A bowler can have an off day, but our batting is our strength. That is where we beat bigger teams, and that is where India will not like to falter again. Virat Kohli, Rohit Sharma, they should get runs. Rishabh Pant is looking good. We are talking about Surya Kumar Yadav, who can change the game on his day. Hardik Pandya is looking good. So yes, we have a very strong batting lineup, and I'm sure if India is batting first today, they would love to get runs around 170, 180, and that should be a good total on this wicket.
Abhishek Nair, former India cricketer, also joins us. Abhishek, a contest that you will be looking forward to in this match, India versus USA?
Well, I think there are a couple, to be honest. Two I'm excited about is Saurav Netrawalkar versus Rohit Sharma and Virat Kohli, one. And two, I think it'll be interesting how the Indian bowlers, someone like a Jadeja, Akshar Patel, bowl against an Aaron Jones. I think he's been someone who's got a lot of runs for them this season, highest run getter in the World Cup so far. So who's going to get his wickets? He bats at number 4. So I can see someone like a Jadeja being a good matchup for him, especially the fact that he enjoys playing big shots against the spinners. So I think these two is what I'm looking forward to. And then the all-important Bumrah. Can he get a fifer today? Can he do something special once again in his 4 overs is something I'm excited to see.
Abhishek, Netrawalkar is someone you have seen very, very closely in the Maidans of Mumbai. Tell us a little bit about what really, I mean, left-arm pacers are always special, but what really makes him stand out in the pack?
Well, I think the most important thing for someone like him, we all know he's not someone who bowls 140, but even at 130, 132, he's someone who really studies the game, very diligent. Obviously comes from the fact that he's an engineer, studied really hard, but he also analyzes the game, understands strengths and weaknesses, very calm under pressure. If you watch that Pakistan game and if you see his process before every ball, was taking a deep breath, collecting, and then sort of bowling that ball, kept bowling those wide Yorkers. So he's someone who's very, very diligent in terms of how he approaches a game of cricket. And I really believe that execution is his biggest skill. So for me, I think what is really important is how Saurav Netrawalkar today can keep a hold on his nerves, especially when he's playing against India, against so many players who played him in the past. He's bowled a lot to Rohit Sharma in the nets of Mumbai. So it'll be important today how he's going to be able to keep his nerves in check and perform at the big stage.
Would you say this match is perhaps India team versus India B team? India was...
I would love to say that. There are a lot of players who've actually been part of the India under-19 setup in that team. The likes of Harmeet Singh, Saurabh Netrawalkar, these guys have also played for Mumbai. So there are so many players there. C. Milind is someone who wasn't part of the playing 11, but also played for Delhi. So there are so many good players who also played the IPL. So in sorts, whoever wins today, India is going to be happy. But we rather have the men in blue and orange win tonight.
Abhishek, one of the reasons the World Cup went to US was to find new territory, make the game popular in a new country. Do you think with the kind of result that particularly USA has delivered, ICC has been able to tick the boxes?
Well, I think it's the one word that comes to my mind for every cricketer is hope. What ICC has done today has made a lot of hopeful cricketers, give a ray of hope that if you're not getting a chance in your own country, and if there are other countries who can support the cause, you still have the option of, going through the turmoil and hard work of going through another country, starting all over again, and then coming at the biggest stage, which is the World Cup, and performing. I think it's just given a lot of people hope, and it's a great initiative to see cricket in New York. I said this before. A lot of my friends, who don't get to see cricket in the America, have now got the option of traveling to New York, traveling to Florida, Dallas, watching cricket, showing their children, the next generation, growing about how important and what the values of this sport are, because cricket is a religion for us in India. So, just like you celebrate every other religion, Diwali, every other festival, celebrating this World Cup like a festival for all those Indians with their family is something that ICC has given world cricket. And I think it's only good things ahead for ICC and these tier 2 nations as well.
I like that perspective, Abhishek, and I'll pick up that word hope. It is a big hope perhaps for all Indian cricketers who are unable to get a chance to play for the Indian cricket team. They can probably migrate and play for another country and make a mark. Thank you very much, Abhishek and Ritender, for joining me on the show this evening. Now, bigger, bolder, better, that's what the new logo of our favorite beverage brand, PepsiCo, stands for. The brand taps into the Gen Z crowd globally, the new vision for their identity. My colleague Tanushka brings us this report. Take a look.
Bigger, bolder, better. That's what the new logo of your favorite beverage brand, PepsiCo, stands for. The food and drink maker intends to tap into the Gen Z globally with a new vision for their identity.
So if you look at the new logo now, we've reinforced the branding. Everything emerges from the center, everything emerges from the Pepsi globe. We want to reinforce the brand. We also want to, reinforce the boldness that Pepsi's always had, the dynamism the Pepsi brand has always had.
PepsiCo has brought back the black in its logo, and Tanu Sinha, Director, Head of Design, PepsiCo India and South Asia, tells us more.
So there's a lot in store, like, our Dil Mange More, like your Dil Mange More. We've just launched this iconic line in line with the global Thirsty for More platform, and also I would say in line with what is the real consumer sentiment of today. So when we did a lot of research, a lot of work around this, Dil Mange More was a sentiment that was not only our iconic line, but it was so true as a Gen Z sentiment.
With camera person Stephen Anthony, Tanushka Datta for NDTV.
Hello and welcome. We are in Rome, Italy, on our way to Apulia in the south of Italy, where the G7 summit is going to be held. The Prime Minister will be here tomorrow. It's his first international visit since the NDTV government came into power. Why is G7 important? Because it is a collection of the world's most powerful nations. India now is in fact got a bigger economy than 3 of those nations. Italy, the host, Canada, and also France. What are the key issues over here? Why is it important for India to be attending? Join me, Vishnu Shom, for very special programming right here on NDTV 24/7.
Brought to you.
life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो cash carry नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments just using UPI. हमारे phone से instant एक QR scan करके हम payment कर देते हैं. But the question is कि अगर आपके पास में आपका wallet नहीं है और आप UPI के भरोसे घर से निकल गए, let's say you don't get internet signal as well. Sometimes ऐसा होता है और आपको अगर वहाँ पे UPI से payment करना है, how would you do it? Guys, the simple answer is कि आप बिना इंटरनेट के भी UPI से पेमेंट्स कर सकते हैं if you just follow the following instructions. सबसे पहले आपको आपके फोन से डायल करना है *99#. जी हाँ, ये कुछ ऐसा ही है जो पहले हम डायल करते थे *123#, *121#, for all our balance check inquiries. तो जब आप इस नंबर को डायल करते हैं उसके बाद you can follow the prompts और आप जिसको भी पैसा भेजना चाहते हैं उसका UPI ID या फिर मोबाइल नंबर एंटर करने के बाद अपना UPI पिन साथ में ऐड करके पेमेंट कर सकते हैं even while you are offline. It simply means that it's functional and it's secure as well क्योंकि आपको आपका UPI पिन यूज करना होता है. So next time you're in the mountains, next time you are stuck somewhere with no internet and you want to make an payment कहीं पे भी, तो आप कर सकते हैं with the help of offline technique जो मैंने आपको बताया. Tip is very useful. याद कर लो इसको, कभी ना कभी जरूर काम आएगी.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हो या consoles हो, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the days, back in the 90s, while Sony was trying to establish its PlayStation lineup, काफ़ी interesting marketing को Sony ने use किया था. जी हाँ, I'm talking about the very special scratch and sniff labels from the real driving simulator और FIFA गेम. और ये जो गेम की डिस्क्स मिलती थी, इनके ऊपर एक लेबल हुआ करता था जिसको जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करेंगे यू वुड फील योरसेल्फ टू बी इन दैट एक्शन. मतलब जो रियल ड्राइविंग सिमुलेटर गेम था उसमें जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करते थे यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ पिट स्टॉप. और फीफा में यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ फुटबॉल फील्ड. क्या क्रेजी मार्केटिंग थी, बट ज्यादा डिटेल में इसको नहीं किया गया था. बट देन अगेन यू नो विद इन अ फ्यू इयर्स ऑफ इट्स लॉन्च फाइनली अभी
This is NDTV and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome to the Southern View. I'm Vidya Raghav. Our special focus this evening on Chandrababu Naidu taking oath as Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh and the Gen Next of the TDP. But first, the headlines that we're tracking this hour. At least 50 people were killed after a fire broke out in a building for housing workers in Kuwait's Maghnaf city. Several Indian casualties feared. Indian embassy says 30 injured Indians are being treated in a hospital. Several states write to the Indian mission in Kuwait seeking details. A change of guard in Odisha as the state gets its first BJP chief minister in Mohan Charan Maji. The four-time MLA is a strong scheduled tribe leader. Two deputy chief ministers also take oath with him. A second terrorist is killed in the encounter in Kathua in Jammu and Kashmir. The additional director general tells NDTV operations are on. to hunt for more terrorists. This is the third terror incident in 3 days in Jammu and Kashmir. Salman Khan and his brother Arbaz Khan record their statements in the alleged case of gunfire in the Bollywood star's house last month. First up this evening, even as his fans protested outside the police station where he was being interrogated, the case against Kannada film star Darshan Togudeepa, a key accused in the murder of 33-year-old Renuka Swamy, seems to be getting stronger. While Darshan and his associate Pavitra Gowda, along with 11 others, have been sent to police custody till the 16th of June, the police now suspect that after the murder, Darshan paid money to 5 of his associates to surrender before the police confess to the crime and conceal his name. The police also carried out a spot investigation at the bridge in Bengaluru, where the body of Renuka Swamy was found. Pratibha Raman with the latest in this serious case against the actor who's called Kannada cinema's challenging star.
With the ongoing interrogation of Kannada star Darshan at Bengaluru's Anna Purneshwari police station, fans have been thronging the place, forcing the cops to resort to mild lathi charge to disperse them. It was the same scene when the actor was escorted to recreate the scene of crime. Shock and disbelief amongst fans, even as the case against the actor seems to be getting stronger and more revelations emerge before the investigator.
Law is the same to everybody. The same law is applicable to me and to him. And law will take its own action. Unless it is proved otherwise, he has to be taken under the law.
On June 10, the accused persons identified as Raghavendra, Karthik and Kesavamurthy visited the police station at 7 p.m. They confessed to the murder of Renuka Swamy. The interrogation led to more arrests, where they all mentioned that money was allegedly offered to them to surrender and conceal the involvement of Darshan. Rupees 5 lakhs was allegedly offered to each of those who initially surrendered.
We come to you from the scene of crime. This is exactly the place where the body of Renuka Swamy, 33-year-old, was found, which triggered a series of investigation procedures that the Bengaluru police followed, and they rounded up on 10 people, and upon interrogation, actor Darshan's name, famous Kannada actor's involvement seemed to surface.
While the police have 6 days custody to interrogate Darshan and his woman friend, the counsel representing the challenging star are hoping to challenge the evidence in the courts as they seek bail for the accused.
Murky as it gets, that case in the world of Kannada cinema. We'll keep a close track of that crime. But now to the big political story down south. A mega swearing-in ceremony in Vijayawada, with the Prime Minister amongst a host of national leaders in attendance as N. Chandrababu Naidu took charge again as Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. It's a TDP-led NDA government with 25 ministers, including Naidu, his son Nara Lokesh, Janasena Chief Pawan Kalyan as Deputy Chief Minister. One key aspect of the Naidu 4.0 is the first-time cabinet ministers, 17 of the 25, including Kalyan himself. Is Naidu's new cabinet as much about cementing place for generation next of the TDP and Andhra Pradesh as it is about pushing change for the state? Uma Sudhir and Aishwarya Jain report.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi with newly sworn-in Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Nara Chandrababu Naidu and the man who would be his deputy, Pawan Kalyan. The power star requesting the PM for a meeting with his brother, megastar Chiranjeevi.
Megastar Chiranjeevi. Megastar, power star. Superstar Talaiva Rajnikant Garini.
There was the superstar Rajnikant too, as also a galaxy of union ministers, Amit Shah, JP Nadda, Nitin Gadkari, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and several others. The optics conveying how the NDA government led by Chandrababu Naidu in the state would work with the NDA government at the centre.
Andhra Pradesh would hope that the show of bonhomie would extend beyond the optics to real help for the state that is arguably in dire straits financially and is hoping to conquer many new milestones armed with the blessings and mandate by the people.
Nara Chandrababu Naidu ane nenu.
Chandrababu Naidu 4.0, with the 74-year-old taking oath for the fourth time as Chief Minister, includes 17 first-time ministers in the 25-member cabinet. With 3 ministers from the Janasena
Satyakumar Yadav ane nenu.
and Satyakumar Yadav from the BJP.
Nara Lokesh ane nenu.
Nara Lokesh, who became minister the last time through the MLC route, is seen to have come of age as a politician after his 3,000-kilometer Yuvagalam Padayatra across the state. The team includes 3 women and a minister from the minority Muslim community. There are 5 Kammas, 4 Kapus, 3 Reddys, 8 BC, 1 Vaisya, 2 SC and 1 ST community representative. Chandrababu Naidu has said the historic mandate is a responsibility and his first priority would be to build the state capital at Amravati.
ప్రజలు గెలిచారు. రాష్ట్రాన్ని నిలబెట్టే బాధ్యత ఇక్కడుండే శాసనసభ్యులపైన మనందరిపైన ఉంది. ఈ విషయం మనం గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది.
Chandrababu Naidu has made it clear that Pawan Kalyan will be his deputy, the number 2 in his cabinet. Administratively, he would hope that the 17 new ministers will bring new energy, new ideas and innovative thinking to complement the experience of the seniors. Politically, having a new team can also make it easier and smoother for Lokesh to be elevated to the top eventually. With Aishwarya Jain in Vijayawada, with camera person Nagraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
Well, that's the most important point that we're picking up for discussion this evening. Joining us this evening, Aishwarya Jain from Vijayawada, my colleague Uma Sudhir, who just filed that report from Hyderabad, senior journalist Ramesh Kandula, and political analyst Anurag Naidu. Aishwarya Jain, if I can come to you first, in Vijayawada, if there is one political message today above everything else from the newly sworn-in cabinet, what would that be?
Well, good cooperation with the centre and the economy that Andhra Pradesh needs to revive as something that had been the message from that swearing-in ceremony, as we saw Prime Minister Narendra Modi hugging Chandrababu Naidu after he took oath for the Chief Minister. Message was loud and clear with the attendance of Home Minister Amit Shah, Bharatiya Janata Party President JP Nadda, along with several NDA members sitting in that on that particular stage, saying that loud and clear that Chandrababu Naidu is with the NDA and he has full support to Prime Minister Narendra Modi in the centre, and with the cooperation they will take Andhra Pradesh forward. Of course, there had been several leaders after the swearing-in ceremony that spoke to us clearly stated that the first most priority of Andhra Pradesh government would be to revive the economy, would be to give 20 lakh jobs as promised, and also to build Amravati as single city. And to fulfill those promises, they need huge amount of funds, and therefore the reason perhaps cooperation with centre and working with Prime Minister Narendra Modi is very important.
Right. As you make that point, Uma Sudhir, we just saw that report that you had filed. Is this as much about all that Aishwarya says, but also about cementing Gen Next for the TDP and Andhra politics in general? Because the two Gen Nexts in Andhra politics could well be Nara Lokesh and Pawan Kalyan.
Yes, indeed. With a very weakened opposition, in fact, that space is going to be opened up a little. Only 11 MLAs. So how much can Jagan Mohan Reddy manage to do in that space? And Pawan Kalyan and the Janasena certainly want to grow. So right now, for Chandrababu Naidu as well, politically, it is good to have Pawan in his own camp and closest to him. If Pawan Kalyan decides eventually to move out and carve his own niche outside of this kind of a government setup, then political trouble actually starts a little more for Chandrababu Naidu, and that is something that he will worry about. the young cabinet in that sense, new faces, 17 new faces in a 25-member cabinet is huge, because many of them actually are first-time MLAs as well. And all of them, if Chandrababu Naidu is going to induct, hopefully they'll bring the energy, the kind of new ideas that that a state like Andhra Pradesh needs now very, very desperately, because they really feel that they lost out a lot in the last 10 years of not having a capital and so on, and therefore that energy. But politically, you are right that while he has very clearly said, yesterday there was this messaging, when the meeting was going on with the NDA, with Purandareshwari and Pawan Kalyan, and on the dais there were two chairs of one sort for Purandareshwari and Pawan Kalyan, and Chandrababu Naidu had been given a more ornate chair, and he said, no, I don't want that, I want a chair just like the others. So the optics was important for Chandrababu Naidu to convey that I'm treating them all as equals, and that the respect that they deserve, the place, that political space that Pawan Kalyan deserves, he will get it. And that's something that's politically critical for him as well. But yes, having new ministers in the team, maximum numbers, could eventually make the challenges of Lokesh's elevation to the top higher, because someone like Kesineni Nani, who was Vijayawada MP of the Telugu Desam, actually left the party and went to the YSRCP because he did not want to accept Lokesh as his leader.
Right, Ramesh, when we look at purely the TDP-JSP relationship, how do you see this evolving? Because we also are looking at this term of Naidu to cement the Gen Next leadership of the TDP potentially. How do you see this evolving, both between personalities and between vote bases of the two political parties?
I see a new political reality has dawned in Andhra Pradesh. It's a new experience even for CBN. The fact that Chandrababu Naidu is actually running a coalition government in Andhra Pradesh, even though he did not require the support of either Jansena or BJP, that speaks volumes of this new reality. Because he has to take along both Jansena and BJP with him. And the CBN has been trying to be very pragmatic this time. That's why he did not make any demands even on the center in terms of portfolios for his ministers. Within the state, I think he is going to give a lot of importance to Janasena, not because he requires their support. He has more than enough numbers, more than 2/3 majority in Andhra Pradesh. But the new political reality is such that unless he takes along Janasena and Pawan Kalyan with him, I think the optics would be going sour for him. And as for Lokesh, the idea was to anoint him as successor. But now I think with Jansena on the stage, the plans to anoint Lokesh as his successor will have to wait a little longer.
Right. Okay. You're making an important point. Anurag Naidu, would you agree that this is not the time to cement succession as far as the TDP is concerned? That's right. As Uma is saying, having Pawan Kalyan on the side is safer. But is this the time when you see the chessboard moving towards a succession plan, or will that have to wait possibly towards the end of this term?
That certainly will have to wait for the time being, because Chandrababu Naidu has a lot on his plate.
You'll have to unmute yourself.
Vote is really not
You'll have to
Nara
unmute
Lokesh.
yourself,
We are talking
Anurag
about
Naidu.
Nara Lokesh as someone who has evolved now.
Yeah, Veera, is that to me?
Go ahead, Naidu.
Sorry, Uma. Yeah. Yes. So
no,
Veera, I feel.
Uma, I'll just get to you in a bit. Anurag, just quickly make your point, please.
Veera, I think these are the good times, and any politician would like to have a succession plan in place, rolling out when the time is good. And I strongly feel that there'll not be much of a delay in Lokesh's appointment as the party president. And there was a very strong voice within the party. And also, you see this cabinet. There are 165 MLAs, with the entire Kotami, and out of the close to 136 with TDP. If you see this cabinet, majority of them are pro-Lokesh guys. The seniors have been left out. The big wigs like Ganta Srinivas, the big wig like Butcha Chaudhary Garu, the big wig like Ayana Pathur, they're all been left out. This is a pure Lokesh favorite cabinet. So it is all signaling that the first 2.5 years is going to be this team. And there might be a change because there are more aspirants in the party having had so many MLAs. So Lokesh would love to work with this close confidence in the cabinet, and then Lokesh is the helm of the party affairs. So for me, it totally makes sense for Lokesh to take on the party position now, because you don't know what is going to be the equations in the last 2.5 years. One second very important thing, Veera, for me in terms of optics.
Right.
Prime Minister taking along Pawan Kalyan and Chiranjeevi waving to the people. Is it a symbolic gesture to the Kapu vote bank, 27% Kapu vote bank of the state? You have to see it was a special gesture taken by the Prime Minister. Prime Minister of India do not do anything just like that. So it is a calculated move. So we need to see how things evolve. Let's also not forget, Veera, in the last 10 years, I have not seen Amit Shah, JP Nadda and BL Santosh landing one day before in the evening in a state capital, waiting to meet the chief minister of the state and taking an appointment and ending up with one cabinet minister. So we are one short. There's 25 ministers taken oath. Total tally is 26. Is that one number that has been left out? Is a trade-off between the speaker position or any other cabinet minister in the expansion of BJP? We need to see. Mr. Naidu certainly is looking at something, some good negotiations going on. I think we still have to see what kind of the situation will evolve.
This is the importance of Vijayawada and, may I add, Patna in Indian politics in this term, Anurag Naidu, that we will have to see those symbolic aspects. But Uma, you've heard the comments that have been made. One aspect of it is Pawan Kalyan himself being the deputy chief minister, establishing that chemistry between TDP and JSP. But more importantly, there is an ongoing chemistry between the two of them. Let's not forget Pawan Kalyan was instrumental in bringing the BJP and TDP together. How do you see the TDP's own succession plan play out in this kind of a political situation? Very briefly.
So Anurag is right that the first 2.5 years, 3 years, I certainly don't expect any changes, because the mandate is really very clearly for rebuilding of Andhra Pradesh, and that mandate has actually come with a lot of weight of the Chandrababu Naidu kind of performance in government and as a chief minister as well. But yes, eventually it is Lokesh who will have to be elevated in the Telugu Desam. That would certainly be the plan of Mr. Naidu, and therefore the last couple of years the changes may occur. And the second pointer about the Prime Minister actually waving the hands, I would, the visual also shows Pawan Kalyan actually whispering in the ears of the of the Prime Minister, and he directs him towards Chiranjeevi, and therefore I think it's a directed kind of a shot that eventually came about, that became the picture of the day, with the Prime Minister actually holding the hands of the mega star and the power star and waving to the crowds there. But yes, BJP also has political ambitions in Andhra Pradesh, remember that, and therefore the 8 seats that they won this time certainly was on the strength of the TDP and the Janasena batting for them on the ground, but they would want their own political growth as well, and that's the reason why Satya Kumar Yadav has been chosen there. He's a BJP man, BJP man. And the second point is, yes, the BJP is also looking for a star value like a Pawan Kalyan to act on their behalf in a state like Andhra Pradesh, where then they will hope that they can add to the momentum of a Pawan Kalyan's Janasena and go forward. That could also be a plan that the BJP could adopt.
Very quickly, Aishwarya, you're the man on the ground closest to all those whispers. Very, very briefly, just let's say 10, 20 seconds. What are you hearing? Are you hearing anything concrete about what the strategy of the TDP as far as the next 5 years is concerned?
Well, many of the TDP leaders have openly stated that they are going with the NDA. In fact, Nara Lokesh also pointed out that, TDP doesn't negotiate for posts, they negotiate for funds, and that is what they wanted from the center. As long as that is going well enough, then there is nothing wrong in it. As far as TDP is concerned, what will be their future course of action, what will be their inner strategy? Many of the leaders have suggested that the organization structure that they have currently, they will stick to that, because they have got a great mandate under this structure in the recently held elections.
Right, thanks very much, all of you out there. We'll keep a close watch of Andhra politics as it evolves. But now to a tragedy in Kuwait. At least 43 people were killed after a fire broke out in a building for housing workers in Kuwait's Maghnaf city. The incident occurred around 6 a.m. local time. That's around 9 a.m. Indian Standard Time. The Kuwait Health Ministry said about 43 people were hospitalized due to the fire, and 4 of those had died. External Affairs Minister Dr. Jaishankar has posted on X, and I'm quoting that post, deeply shocked by the news of the fire incident in Kuwait City. There are reportedly over 30 deaths and over 50 have been hospitalized. Our ambassador has gone to the camp. We are awaiting further information. The Indian ambassador in Kuwait said that over 30 injured Indian workers in today's fire incident have been admitted. My colleague Mohammad Ghazali, who's been tracking this very closely, joins us live. Ghazali, can we have any further information, given that almost 21% of Kuwait's population are Indians? Can we have any further information about the casualties that are potentially from India, and of course any other information that you're picking up from Kuwait?
See, around 43 people have been killed in this fire incident, and majority of them are Indians, is what we are being told by the MEA sources here in India. And a recent report also suggests that Kirti Vardhan Singh, the Minister of State for External Affairs, he has been asked to go to Kuwait and assess the repatriation of mortal remains of those who have died. So somewhere it confirms that Indians have been killed in that fire incident. More than 30 people are injured. They are in a hospital right now. An Indian ambassador to Kuwait has visited the hospital to seek further assistance to those who are injured in this fire incident. The Interior Minister of Kuwait has also said that the janitor, the owner of that building which caught fire and where more than 40 people have been killed, will also face severe action due to some violation, if any, over the fire safety norms in the building. What we also know is that the building was owned by an Indian company owner who had housed more than 150 people in that 6-story building, most of them laborers, and most of them are between the age of 20 and 50. We are also being told that perhaps there are other nationals also who have been killed, and they are not just Indians, but some people are from Nepal or even from Egypt and Philippines. That confirmation is yet to be ascertained by the authorities there. Right. And a helpline number has also been issued for all those who want to connect with their loved ones, or those who have been trapped in this fire, injured, or those who have lost their life.
Right. Right. Important bits of information that you are bringing us there, Mohammad Ghazali. Remember, it is an enormous tragedy there. We cannot confirm the exact number of Indians, but some states like Tamil Nadu have already written to the Indian mission in Kuwait seeking information about whether residents from that state were affected in that tragedy. If there are casualties, they want to take the information out. Raven D'Souza, managing editor of the Kuwait Times, also joins us. Raven, if you can hear me right now, can you please fill us in on the latest you are picking up in terms of information? We'll try and go across to Raven D'Souza in just a bit from now. We're trying to get that line through to him there. This is an extremely, if Mohammad Ghazali is still with us. Raven, if you can hear me now, Raven D'Souza, okay. Can you tell us what you're picking up in terms of information, both in terms of the number of Indians and perhaps which states they are from, and other information that you're picking up from authorities there?
Yeah, thank you. As you know, it's one of the very big tragic incident that has happened here. We are 1 million Indians, and it's shaken the community. We are extremely disturbed about this incident. The Indian embassy is also disturbed. They are on the job wholeheartedly. I think what I heard is that a junior minister will be flying in from India tomorrow to Kuwait to take up the matter with the highest authorities and to restore confidence within the community and within the to also give in condolences to the family, to the people who have lost their lives, and to take stock of the situation. So this has been taken up at possibly the highest level between the two countries to ensure that a repeat something like this will not happen again. So this is something that has come out of this tragic accident. As you know, we are still waiting for numbers from the hospital, but the Kuwait government and the Indian embassy have worked together and ensured that left no stone unturned in terms of treating them, in terms of taking care. And a warning has also been sent out very categorically to all violators, and the whole area will be scanned tomorrow for such an incident, so that such an incident does not happen. So it's a summer season now, and we are used to small fires happening because temperatures can reach 50 and above. While it's the peak heat has not yet reached in Kuwait, and this incident has happened, gives us also a forewarning of what can happen in the coming months if remedial measures are not taken, or at least some kind of safety measures put in place, because everybody else will be at risk. Other workers, other camps will now feel very threatened, and this is not a good sign.
Right, important points that you make there, Raven. We'll keep coming back to you as and when we can pick up more information, both in terms of injured and also the details of those who have suffered in this incident. A horrific tragedy there in Kuwait, that fire at a building housing workers. That's all we have time for on the Southern View. We'll keep a close track of that news as well as the rest here on NDTV.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Platinum.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ in this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं. To be honest, in Android TV, we don't have any.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The national capital of India, New Delhi, continues to suffer an acute water crisis, and politics is playing all over it. In fact, the Supreme Court today came down heavily on the Delhi government over the prevalence of tanker mafia and water wastage in the city, and asked if Delhi government had taken all measures to counter them. In fact, Delhi government said that there is action, including massive disconnection of water supplies so that excess water wastage is stopped. Now, the top court has asked Delhi government to file a report stating the action taken for the loss of water. The matter again will be taken up on Thursday. Residents of Delhi for the last few days have been grappling with severe water shortages. This is coming amidst a sweltering heat wave that's going on for the past few days in the northern part of India. And this has been a long festering problem. The Delhi water crisis. Delhi has been largely dependent on its neighbouring states of Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Punjab, Haryana and Uttar Pradesh to meet around 90% of its drinking water needs. The politics over this matter, water that is so critical to human dignity, has been, although, a constant feature. The BJP has accused Aam Aadmi Party of lying and fomenting the crisis by mishandling resources, while the Aam Aadmi Party has counter-attacked by alleging that the BJP government in Haryana continues to not release the city's share of water despite claiming to do so. And it has also fired shots at the Lieutenant Governor of New Delhi. Now, why does Delhi struggle with so much water shortage, especially in the pre-monsoon months of April and May? And how can this problem be fixed? Who needs to own this responsibility? That is what we ask tonight in our show. We'll be joined by a panel of guests, but first, here's a report.
As Delhi's water crisis deepens in this harsh summer, the 102-kilometre-long Munak Canal from Haryana to Delhi, the main source of drinking water to the national capital, has become the biggest bone of contention between the two states and between the BJP and Delhi's AAP government. The BJP has accused the AAP government of failing to stop pilferage from the canal, while the Delhi LG has said as much as 1/5 of Delhi's water is being stolen from the canal within the boundaries of the capital. The Aam Aadmi Party has refuted the allegations and said the Haryana government is deliberately withholding water for Delhi. At Ground Zero, the NDTV team found this tanker, marked with Delhi Jal Board initials, drawing water from the canal. Something a legitimate DGP tanker is not supposed to do.
The Delhi BJP, in fact, has also raised questions on the Delhi government. In fact, they have gone on to say that the tankers that are present here, and we are showing you in our very frame, you can see the tankers that are present here, the private tankers that are present here. The BJP alleges that they are in fact taking water, stealing water from here, and that is why the water scarcity is only deepening here.
This as the Supreme Court asked tough questions to the AAP government, asking what they were doing to crack down on the tanker mafia in the capital. Earlier today, Delhi Water Minister Atishi said that the government would ensure zero water was wasted from leakages in the capital.
It is the residents of Delhi who continue to be on the suffering end, and they are still waiting for all the stakeholders to come together and take action and provide them with a concrete solution that could end this crisis. Now, with camera person Xavier, this is Shika Verma for NDTV.
Okay, joining us now is Amit Tiwari, spokesperson of Delhi BJP. We have Siddharth Sharma, Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson, and we also have Professor Anjal Prakash, who's a professor at the Indian School of Business and also a water and climate expert. All of you, thank you so much for joining me on this show. To you first, Mr. Amit Tiwari. Sir, how do you see this? Because, while Aam Aadmi Party has been blaming Haryana government and saying that it's the BJP that is deliberately stopping water, it is the BJP that has been at the centre. Delhi is the national capital. Can you tell us what has the centre done to address a problem like this, which has been festering for so long?
See, the water is a state subject. It is for the Aam Aadmi Party, Delhi government to take care of itself. But let me give you some facts that will clarify the situation. In 2013-14, the water available with the Delhi was 906 MGD. The requirement was around 1100 MGD. Over a period of time for last 10 years, obviously the population has grown up. And today the availability of water has hardly gone up from 906 to 943 MGD, whereas the requirement is 1350 MGD. Now till yesterday, the allegations levelled by Aam Aadmi Party was that the Haryana is not releasing the water released by the Himachal Pradesh, and the second allegation was that the Haryana is reducing the share that the Delhi is entitled to. The Haryana filed its affidavit before the Supreme Court. Everybody heard what has happened in the Supreme Court today. On oath, when the affidavit was filed, Supreme Court perused the entire affidavit and then said, and came down heavily on Aam Aadmi Party government, that you are lying. You are not doing proper governance. There is a mismanagement. There are tanker mafias which are operating. There are Google images that we have shown. There are complaints where their MLAs are involved in those tanker mafias. We have presented some of the complaints along with the evidence. So it's not that the Delhi is getting less water. The Haryana has categorically said that the Delhi is getting more than its share, 1050 cubic of water. But there is a pilferage. Yes, there are tanker mafias, private tanker mafias, who are stealing the water, and therefore the people of Delhi are today deprived of the clean drinking water, which is their fundamental right.
Water shortage,
so
water
far as the
wastage seems to be the problem. Yes, sir. Mr. Sharma, would you like to respond to that? And also, see, the Supreme Court, when it directed Himachal Pradesh government to release, 135 or 137 cusecs of water, it was seen as maybe that's a little bit of a win for the Aam Aadmi Party government. But today's observations of the court are very serious, because it's asking your government what are the steps that you've taken all these years, to ensure that common people don't suffer, something that we see around the city these days, people scrambling for water even as this heat wave is going on. So how do you respond to the BJP's allegations, and more so, how do you see the Supreme Court's observations today?
Yeah, Vasudha, you asked me how do I respond to BJP's allegation. I'll respond to that allegation later, but there are some facts that need to be known. Fact number one, where is the water from Haryana, 1050 cusecs that was supposed to come daily to Delhi? According to the Haryana affidavit filed in the Supreme Court, it has said the mea culpa that for 25 days in May, a total of less than 1000 cusecs of water was released from Haryana. This is what Haryana is saying on record in an affidavit in the Supreme Court. Even on 9th of June, that is day before yesterday, there was only 985 cusecs of water released from Haryana in place of 1050 cusecs. That is the water aspect. Although Delhi has an understanding with MOU with Himachal Pradesh to send water, but Haryana, as per its own affidavit in the Supreme Court, has said that it is not releasing water as per the norms agreed to. Point number two, regarding the water tankers. There is an interesting case
please
here.
Hold on to that thought of yours. We'll just come back to you in a bit. There's some breaking news. There's a high-level committee meeting. There's a high-level meeting that's happening at the Prime Minister's residence now. This is with regard to the Kuwait fire, in which nearly 40 Indians have been killed. This is a huge tragedy that has happened in Kuwait, and there's a high-level meeting that's happening at Prime Minister Narendra Modi's residence. The fire broke out today morning, reportedly in a kitchen at the lower floor, and quickly spread into the building. This is a building in Kuwait. We are yet to get details about this meeting. I have my colleague Mohammad Ghazali joining us with more details on this. Ghazali, tell us what do we know about this fire incident and also the meeting that's taking place at the PM's office?
See, this fire incident took place at around 6 a.m. in the morning local time, and after that perhaps the entire building caught fire. It's a 6-story building, and more than 150 people, as we're being told, were housed in that particular complex, and perhaps this entire apartment had laborers who were working for a private company owned by somebody from Kerala, after the fire broke out in the ground floor while somebody was preparing food, it is spread across the buildings. People also tried to escape the fire by jumping out of the building, and they broke their bones or fractured their body parts. But what we know so far is that more than 41 people are killed. most of them are Indians. The breakdown of how many are Indians and how many are of other nationalities is yet to be shared by the authorities there. But the Kuwait's interior minister has also called for strict action against the owner of the building, the janitor, or whosoever was responsible, and also against those who violated the fire safety norms, if any. Now, as far as the high-level meeting is concerned, in a short while from now, External Affairs Minister, his deputy, or say the Minister of State, Kirti Vardhan Singh, and other senior officials of the External Affairs Ministry would be attending a meeting at PM's residence to chalk out the strategy that what needs to be done once Mr. Vardhan will arrive there in Kuwait, because he has been asked to assist those who have lost their lives to bring their mortal remains from there, and also assist those who are injured and are admitted in the hospital. The identity of those who are injured or have died is still being ascertained, or the information is being collected, because those who have got mild injuries, they can only identify those who were staying with them in that building and are injured or have been killed in the fire. So it is taking time to ascertain, to collect the details of those who are the victim of this fire incident in Kuwait. And also the Indian ambassador to Kuwait visited the hospital, met all those, and ensured that they're getting proper treatment. Besides that, an helpline number has also been issued for all those back in India who know that their loved ones or their relatives were trapped in that incident.
Right. Thank you, Ghazali, for joining us with those details. In an unfortunate incident, over at least 40 Indian nationals have been killed in a devastating fire in Kuwait. There's a high-level meeting that's happening at the Prime Minister's residence right now. In fact, important ministers have been there, and there are ways that are being chalked out to reach out to family members. Going back to the discussion with Amit Tiwari, and of course of the BJP, and Siddharth Sharma of the Aam Aadmi Party, and Anjal Prakash, who's a climate expert, on who is responsible for the water crisis in Delhi. Mr. Sharma, you were telling us that it is not the Aam Aadmi Party that is responsible for this, but clearly, yesterday I was looking at the power outages controversy, and I saw the minister blaming the UP government, and for this you're blaming the Haryana government. So clearly there is some responsibility that does lie with Aam Aadmi Party, isn't it?
I didn't blame Haryana government. I just stated the facts, what the Haryana government said in the Supreme Court,
Yes,
the Mea Culpa that Haryana said. I didn't blame anyone.
Right.
Point number 2, regarding the water tanker mafia. It will be interesting to note that last year in June 2023, exactly 1 year ago, there were 1,200 water tankers in Delhi. But today, 1 year later, when we are seeing an unprecedented heat wave, there are only 888 tankers functional in Delhi. Between this period, when an unprecedented heat wave is going on, the water tanker numbers should have increased. The water tanker numbers have decreased. The Delhi government has repeatedly asked and written to the Delhi Jal Board CEO that these tanker numbers have to be increased. They have not been increased. This clearly now seems like a potential collusion of executive with the tanker mafia. Since this now becomes a criminal act, the law and order police of Delhi is answerable to this. And this is what the LG is also accepting.
Okay.
LG is also accepting that there is a tanker mafia.
Okay.
Now, if there is a criminal act in Delhi, the criminal act of Delhi falls under the LG himself. So
Right.
is the LG self-implicating himself here? I don't know. It is for him to answer.
Right. Mr. Tiwari, would you like to respond to that before I go to Anjal Prakash?
Yes, I will like to respond. I will give you some quick facts, some historical facts that will expose the character of the Aam Aadmi Party. Till 2021, for the Parali incident, only Punjab was responsible.
Okay, let's not talk about Parali. Okay, let me go to Anjal Prakash now. I'll come back to you in a bit. I will come back to you. Sir, Mr. Tiwari, I'll come back to you in a bit. Let me go to Mr. Prakash. Mr. Prakash, despite oversight by pollution control boards and interventions by, the NGT, Yamuna remains, one of the most polluted rivers, because, while we talk about contaminated water, I was looking at the other complaints of people. There is less water, there is contaminated water. What do we do about Delhi's clean water supply? Because there seems to be a need to act on climate action, and also in terms of improving, institutionalizing some reforms with respect to how Delhi provides water to its residents, because this is a constantly growing city. It's a city of migrants, and even Delhi's economic survey report says that our water demands are increasing every day.
Yeah, Vasudha, I'm actually having a deja vu because this is the third year, if my memory serves me right. I'm actually sitting in a panel discussing same issue in June with different party spokesperson, and that the problem is that we have not been able to, help the people of the of Delhi. One, the political leadership and whoever it is, at the helm of the affair has failed people at large, and that's the most problematic part of this whole issue. Not that we don't know what the causes are. Let me just put up three major causes. One is definitely that Delhi water is dependent on its neighboring state. But 90% of Delhi's water actually come from because it's a lower riparian state. It comes from Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Punjab, Haryana, and Uttar Pradesh all together, right? Second major issue is about the water infrastructure. Delhi has not invested in its water infrastructure, and that's why we have this very iniquitous, what I would say, distribution of water. We have about 100 milliliter per capita per day to 225 liters per capita per day. That's the distribution, and in fact, that's an average. Some places is even lower. In slums like Sangam Vihar and all that, it's as low as 40 to 50 liters per capita per day, and that is where we are doing. The third part is about the climate-induced heat wave that we have seen, which is unprecedented in nature. 52 degrees centigrade is something that has not heard of, and this is going to grow.
Right.
And this is a force multiplier. What I actually am appalled to see, and this is not something which is not known to the policymakers. Whoever is in charge must take this into account.
Right.
That we should not come on the same panel next year.
Okay, let me ask the BJP spokesperson, Yamshadari, what the expert said is very important because, he says that this is something that happens every year. Now, at the core of this issue, we all understand is the water sharing dispute with Haryana. Delhi government has often, criticized Haryana government. Let's not get into that. But clearly, you are at the center, and Delhi is the capital of the country, and it is the city that basically hosted the G20 presidency, something that your government very proudly talks about. Today, and even on Thursday, the Supreme Court made it very clear that there should be no politics on water. Shouldn't the centre also be playing a bigger role in this? Because at the end of the day, Delhi is a union territory and Aam Aadmi Party is a much smaller party.
Ma'am, people cooperate when there is a cooperation from both the sides. I fully agree with the environmental experts sitting along with me that yes, certainly every year this is a problem, this has to be resolved. But what has happened today is the Supreme Court has said that the Haryana is releasing water. Now, do they not believe in Supreme Court? Till yesterday, the allegation was something else. Now, today, Ms. Atishi is writing that tanker mafia is rising, tanker private mafia is rising. Please take action, and please Delhi police take action. Now, my friend is also saying that the core and the bottom issue is the people must get water. That is the responsibility of Aam Aadmi Party today. So, instead of blaming other states for every failure or in every year, that is the reason why I was giving the example of Parari that till 2021 it was only Punjab. But last year it was Haryana, Rajasthan and Uttar Pradesh. Last year when there were floods in Delhi, mainly because dredging did not take place, desilting did not take place, drainage was not properly cleaned, they said that Haryana has released excess water. Now today the facts are on record with the Supreme Court. When the Supreme Court gives them some kind of relief, maybe a 21 days interim relief, they say that the democracy has been saved. Supreme Court is the best institution.
Okay.
So today Supreme Court has
word from you, Mr. Sharma. I'm really sorry, Mr. Tiwari, I have to go to Mr. Sharma.
What action did you take?
Yes.
Please file report.
Mr. Sharma, last word from you, 30 seconds. Just tell us how are you planning to address this problem? Because you've been at power in the centre for power in Delhi for the last 10 years.
I think you answered the question rightly when you asked the BJP spokesperson that as the bigger party, because we have to understand that intrastate water disputes, the Water Commission of India, the Prime Minister chairs it. Even if there is a Tamil Nadu and between Karnataka, there is a water dispute, water problem, the Prime Minister is supposed to solve it. What is the BJP saying that for some reason, if the mother...
But your party has been in power in Delhi for the last 10 years, and your Chief Minister also talks about statehood.
The BJP to ensure that the people of Delhi are solved. What is the Prime Minister doing here? What is the Prime Minister doing here? He is the chairman of the Central Water Commission. He is supposed to intervene. Why isn't he intervening? That's the question here.
But sir, there is responsibility on your party as well, right? You've been in power for the last 10 years. What is it? Is there a clear, a program that you have in your mind, or is it because the Chief Minister is in jail that the party in some ways is floundering and not being able to take important policy decisions that the city deserves?
So that means that Gurgaon is not getting water right now, and Gurgaon is in BJP area, BJP rule. So does that mean that the Prime Minister, because for the last 8 days after the election results, he has been a lame duck Prime Minister, that is why Gurgaon is not getting water? So are you saying that India has chosen a lame duck Prime Minister, so for the next 5 years there will be no policy? Because that's the same argument that you're taking right now for Arvind Kejriwal. You are saying Arvind Kejriwal is a lame duck Chief Minister. I'm saying that Mr. Narendra Modi is the lame duck Prime
Last
Minister.
word from you, Mr. Prakash. Anything that you say as an expert that needs...
I am actually, thank you so much. I mean, my actual request with folded hand to both the parties, actually, just sit across each other. This is the problem of the people, and poorest of the poor people are actually suffering. You can see the images here. Have some mercy on these people. Sit across the party line. I think this is not a time for us to blame game. Just get the water for the people who needs it the most.
That's so well said. Thank you, Mr. Prakash. Thank you, Mr. Sharma. Thank you, Mr. Tiwari, for joining me on this show. The water crisis comes even as the temperatures in New Delhi have been more than 43 degrees Celsius. More than 200 people have died due to heat wave. The inadequate water supply not only makes necessary sanitation difficult, but also brings about very difficult economic repercussions, including illness and also surge in healthcare expenses, which is why, like Mr. Prakash said, it's important for all stakeholders to sit, talk and resolve this crisis. That's all we have for you in this discussion. Moving on. To an important state of Odisha, where the BJP has managed to sweep. And of course, the first BJP Chief Minister of Odisha has taken oath today. Mohan Manjhi is BJP's tribal face of Odisha. Two Deputy Chief Ministers have also taken oath with Mr. Manjhi. The BJP ended Naveen Patnaik's 24-year rule with this swearing in. And of course, one of the nicest things was that Naveen Patnaik, the record-breaking Chief Minister, was also present at this oath-taking ceremony. You can see the visuals here. Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who attended Chandrababu Naidu's swearing-in ceremony in the morning in Andhra Pradesh, was also present for his party's oath-taking ceremony in Odisha today evening. I have my colleague Saurabh Gupta joining us with more details on this. Saurabh, the visuals in some ways are very positive for a democracy. Naveen Patnaik and Narendra Modi meeting old friends. You know, these are friends who turned foes, but clearly the friendship seems to be more than that.
Yes, I mean, this election saw the relationship plummeting to perhaps a low that no one had expected, with the Prime Minister, also questioning a controversy over the...
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
From defense to manufacturing. To create the big dream, the world comes together at Sharda University.
वो मिस्टर विकास की फाइल आप पॉलिसी बताएं मैम आपका हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस क्लेम अप्रूव हो गया है अब आप सर को घर ले जा सकते
was exchanged between Jay Panda and Naveen Patnaik. So that perhaps is one of the things that we saw that happened. But apart from that, what we've also seen is an exemplary day where the BJP has managed to finally form a government on its own. We saw one chief minister, two deputy chief minister, 8 cabinet ministers and 5 ministers of state independent charge being sworn in. We are now at the Lok Seva Bhavan. And behind me there is the talisman of, what Naveen Patnaik perhaps every day looked at when he arrived here for governance purposes. The chief minister has come here now. I believe they're having a meeting and perhaps the cabinet, I don't know, but they're having a meeting. And now, of course, that there's also a press conference expected. So, well, at a press conference, you can expect some chaos, and it looks like there's going to be some chaos. But obviously, a very, very important day for the BJP, and the BJP made it a big show. All their leaders, I saw Pramod Sawant on stage, I saw the Goa Chief Minister very much present there. I saw several other top leaders, JP Nadda, Amit Shah, and several other BJP chief ministers. If I'm not mistaken, I think I also saw Bhupendra Patel, but I could be wrong. But again, these are important moments, the BJP showcasing its chief ministers in other states, bringing them in, flying them in, the Prime Minister flying in, the Union Home Minister, the BJP President, the Defence Minister, everybody was there actually to attend what the BJP considers its big moment in the East. Remember, Vasudha, before the elections, we were talking about how the BJP was looking at Bengal, Odisha, Northeast.
Yes.
All the other places haven't gone according to the results they would have wanted, but Odisha suddenly has delivered, certainly for them, and therefore, you know, all of them turning up for the swearing in.
Right. So basically that was in Odisha. Also, Saurabh, tell us about the deputy chief ministers and the other ministers who have taken oaths there. Do we know anything about them? And you're right, that is Bhupendra Patel, the chief minister of Gujarat, also greeting the prime minister and Naveen Patnaik. Tell us about the other ministers who took oath and also the deputy chief ministers.
Well, you know, I mean, firstly, the Chief Minister Mohan Majhi, tribal face, then the Deputy Chief Ministers Kanakvardhan Singh Deo and also Prabhati Parida. Again, a very fine balancing act. Kanakvardhan Singh Deo, an old hand, experienced hand, somebody who knows the administration, was in government with Naveen Patnaik when the Biju Janata Dal and the Bharatiya Janata Party were in alliance. And then, of course, you had, you know, Prabhati Parida was a woman face, but then Suresh Pujari and others, all the top leaders taking oath as cabinet ministers, and that's also important because you had representations. In fact, I was speaking to one of the youngest MLAs in the assembly at 26, Upasana Mahapatra, who told me that this is perhaps the new beginning of the Kamal blooming in Odisha.
Right. Thank you, Saurabh Gupta, for joining us with those details. New beginning in Odisha, the first BJP government there, and of course, the new chief minister and two deputy chief ministers have been sworn in. Naveen Patnaik, the former chief minister of Odisha, was also present at the swearing-in ceremony, and of course, Prime Minister graced the occasion. He was also present for Chandrababu Naidu's oath-taking ceremony in the morning today, and of course, this was a new beginning for Odisha. Big day for Odisha and Andhra Pradesh. Time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Our life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो cash carry नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments just using UPI. हमारे phone से instant एक QR scan करके हम payment कर देते हैं. But the question is कि अगर आपके पास में आपका wallet नहीं है और आप UPI के भरोसे घर से निकल गए, let's say you don't get internet signal as well. Sometimes ऐसा होता है और आपको अगर वहाँ पे UPI से payment करना है, how would you do it? Guys, the simple answer is कि आप बिना इंटरनेट के भी UPI से पेमेंट्स कर सकते हैं if you just follow the following instructions. सबसे पहले आपको आपके फोन से डायल करना है *99#. जी हाँ, ये कुछ ऐसा ही है जो पहले हम डायल करते थे *123#, *121#, for all our balance.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the news. I'm Gargi Rawat. Coming up ahead, a massive fire tragedy in Kuwait. 40 Indians killed. We'll get you all the latest. Also, 2 new chief ministers were sworn in today. The Prime Minister attended both events. All that and more coming up ahead. Let's take a look at the headlines. A massive fire in a residential building in Kuwait. 40 Indians are dead, 30 people injured, 90 Indians were rescued. A high-level meeting today at the Prime Minister's residence, and the MOS External Affairs will leave for Kuwait tonight. New chief ministers take charge in Andhra Pradesh and in Odisha. Chandrababu Naidu, back as the chief minister for a 4th term, says it's a historic mandate as Odisha gets its first BJP chief minister in Mohan Majhi, its tribal face. NDTV finds a tanker illegally filling water at the Key Canal from Haryana to Delhi. As Haryana counters, the AAP government says enough water is being released. The Supreme Court today asked the Delhi government what measures are they taking to counter the tanker mafia and water wastage. In Jammu and Kashmir, there have been 3 terror attacks in 3 days. 2 terrorists were killed today in an overnight encounter. Rahul Gandhi hits out at the Prime Minister, says 3 terror attacks. The Prime Minister, however, is busy with congratulatory messages and celebrating. Was Kannada actor Darshan present at the scene of the crime when Renuka Swamy was killed? Bengaluru police interrogating the star and his girlfriend actress Pavitra Gowda. Both were taken to the spot where the body was recovered. And the World Bank raises India's growth forecast, says India to remain the fastest growing major economy, a steady growth of 6.7% projected over the next 3 years. All right, let's get you all the latest we are getting from Kuwait, where many Indians are dead. Now it is finally confirmed that 40 Indians have been killed in this fire that broke out in a building in the southern Mangaf district of Kuwait. A devastating fire. Now, this building housed Indian workers. It was owned also by an Indian. The fire started in the kitchen of the 6-story building, is what officials have said. And they've also reported that the building had nearly 160 people living in it who are workers of the same company. Eyewitnesses said some people even jumped from the 5th floor of the building to escape the fire and died. Prime Minister Narendra Modi condoled the deaths and said the Indian embassy is closely monitoring the situation and working with authorities there to assist the affected. In fact, the ambassador also visited the hospital where many injured Indians were being treated, as well as the building where the fire broke out today evening. There's also a meeting at the Prime Minister's residence. Well, joining us for more from is Revan D'Souza, managing editor, the Kuwait Times. Also, NDTV's Mohammed Ghazali, who will bring us the latest from here. Revan D'Souza, thank you so much for joining us here at NDTV. What is the latest that you can share with us? A devastating fire, so many people dead.
Yes, absolutely. It's a very sad day for all Indians living in Kuwait. We woke up to this tragic news of a huge fire in the south of Kuwait, close to the oil town Ahmadi, in Mangaf, a residential area. And while still we are waiting for more details about the nationality of all those who died, including the state-wise Indians, which is numbering more than 40 who have been killed by this blast. But what is happening now is the government of Kuwait has taken prompt, swift action. They have, of course, immediately provided medical care and all assistance to those Indians or those people who have been affected by this fire. And simultaneously, they have clamped down on all kinds of illegal illegal encroachments or buildings which don't have fire and safety standards. So this is the other side, but we are still waiting for numbers because the patients have been spread over several hospitals. They're not in one hospital; they are all over different areas, and so this is a little bit confusing to find out facts and details, except from the official sources. So there are still some in ICU and battling for their life, and we hope and pray that there might be a recovery. But it's tragic. It's truly tragic, and I think the aftermath of this huge blast will have many implications for the laborers here and for the employers.
That's right. The confirmation that 40 Indians have died in this only came, just a short while ago. The official confirmation, though, of course, it was something that was feared. But yes, questions raised about the building as well. The fact that this was 6-story, it housed 160 people, at least, is what we're being told. So many questions being raised about the safety. It was owned also by an Indian there in Kuwait.
The number is more than that, but we're waiting for official details because different sources are giving different numbers. There were 160 probably at that time, but there were some more being housed in that building who were at work or not in the building. The other thing is that the numbers are, when the firemen went in, many of the rooms had already, bodies were found, which was very unfortunate, and they could not be helped or resuscitated with any treatment. So it was really a sad sight, as I am told.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Riven D'Souza, for joining us with all the latest news there from Kuwait after this massive tragedy took place. Let's go across to Ghazali now for more. And Ghazali, we know that there's going to be a meeting today at the Prime Minister's residence. Also, the MOS External Affairs will be leaving for Kuwait later tonight.
Yeah, a high-level meeting has been called at Prime Minister's residence, where not only the MOS External Affairs Ministry, but also senior officials of the External Affairs Ministry will attend the meeting with Prime Minister to take a stock of the situation back there in Kuwait. Because MOS Minister of State Kirti Vardhan Singh will be traveling to Kuwait after this meeting. He'll board a late-night flight and go there to assist those who have died and also those who are injured and are admitted in the hospital. For those who have died, their mortal remains have to be repatriated, and for that is smooth repatriation. A Minister of State for External Affairs Ministry has been asked to travel to Kuwait. What we also know right now is that 40 Indians have been killed. That data has come from the External Affairs Ministry, and around more than 30 are still injured. And we also know that there are other people from other nationalities who are also injured. So this was a 6-story building, and perhaps more than 160 people were staying there. The Ministry of Interior Affairs there in Kuwait has also asked for strict action against the one who owns the building, the janitor, the one who was perhaps preparing food, and after which the building caught fire, and also whosoever was responsible for violating the fire safety norms for the building. So the local authorities are also monitoring, probing that angle. Meanwhile, the Indian ambassador in Kuwait is also coordinating with the relief work as well as the process of identifying those who have lost their life, and has also issued a helpline number for people back here in India, because mostly out of the casualty of what we have heard is that as of now 49 people have been killed. Out of those, 40 are Indians. So updated figure is, and the information has yet to be released from the Indian embassy there in Kuwait, but this is what the latest we have picked up.
All right, Ghazali, so key meeting there at the Prime Minister's residence. Also, the helpline number being released. As you can imagine, many anxious families here in India. Thanks so much for joining us there with the latest. Now, here's a look at what some of the victims, some of those who were lucky enough to escape, what they had to say. Many of them escaped with their lives.
कोई तकलीफ वगैरह भैया अभी आपको?
तकलीफ कोई नहीं है, पहले से बेटर है।
अच्छा,
ठीक है,
अच्छा लग रहा है। अपने घर पे बात हुई आपके?
जी, बात हो रही है।
सब लोग
ठीक है, हाँ,
सबको इत्मीनान दे दिए, तसल्ली दे दिए? अच्छा अच्छा। कंपनी के आदमी आए थे आपसे पूछने के लिए?
हाँ, कंपनी के आदमी आते हैं।
ओके, अपना ख्याल रखिए भाई, और कोई परेशानी की बात नहीं है, मिनिस्ट्री यहाँ पे बहुत ख्याल करती है, आप भी अपना ख्याल रखें, है ना। थैंक यू वेरी मच, थैंक यू वेरी मच। आप कहाँ से? नेपाल से हैं? हाँ नेपाल से हैं। कैसा लग रहा है अभी?
थोड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है।
अच्छा लग रहा है, कोई परेशानी
नहीं, कोई परेशानी नहीं।
ओके, अपने घर में बात की आपने अपनी फैमिली से? इंडिया में, बांग्लादेश में? आप कहाँ पे? आप नेपाल के हैं? नेपाल के, ये नेपाल से हैं, ये भी कंपनी में काम करते थे। ये कितने बजे हादसा हुआ था भाई?
वो 4:30 बजे से।
4:30 बजे। फिर आपने कैसे बचे आप?
हम तो सुबह आदमी लोग जो हल्ला कर रहा था रोड पे, इसलिए हम जाएगा, बाद में हम लोग शीशे खोल के बाद में वो
जंप किया?
जंप नहीं किया, वो केबल तार था उसमें बांध के।
अच्छा, केबल तार। अच्छा, केबल तार से बाहर नीचे उतरे? ओहो,
वो 3 आदमी जैसे उतरा उसमें।
अच्छा,
4 आदमी जैसे।
अच्छा।
और दूसरा रूम का आदमी इधर आके उतरा।
All right, so that man managed to escape with the help of a cable wire. We'll continue to track the developments in Kuwait. In other news now, TDP chief and Chandrababu Naidu took oath as Andhra Pradesh chief minister for the 4th time after his party scored a thumping win in the assembly polls held alongside the general elections. 24 members of his cabinet also took oath, and there's 17 first-timers who are ministers in this new government. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Chandrababu Naidu also shared a special moment on stage when the Prime Minister gave him a tight hug.
Nara Chandrababu Naidu ane nenu Konigala Pavan Kalyan ane nenu శాసనం ద్వారా నిర్మితమైన శ్రీ నారా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు, శ్రీ పవన్ కళ్యాణ్ గారు.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi with newly sworn in Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Nara Chandrababu Naidu and the man who would be his deputy Pavan Kalyan. The power star requesting the PM for a meeting with his brother, megastar Chiranjeevi.
Mana megastar Chiranjeevi.
Megastar, power star, superstar Talaiva Rajnikant Garini.
There was a superstar Rajnikant too, as also a galaxy of union ministers, Amit Shah, JP Nadda, Nitin Gadkari, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and several others. The optics conveying how the NDA government led by Chandrababu Naidu in the state would work with the NDA government at the centre.
Andhra Pradesh would hope that the show of bonhomie would extend beyond the optics to real help for the state that is arguably in dire straits financially and is hoping to conquer many new milestones armed with the blessings and mandate by the people.
Nara Chandrababu Naidu ane nenu.
Chandrababu Naidu 4.0, with his 74-year-old taking oath for the 4th time as Chief Minister, includes 17 first-time ministers in the 25-member cabinet.
Konigala Pavan Kalyan ane nenu.
With 3 ministers from the Janasena,
Satyakumar Yadav ane nenu.
and Satyakumar Yadav from the BJP.
Nara Lokesh ane nenu.
Nara Lokesh, who became minister the last time through the MLC route, is seen to have come of age as a politician after his 3,000-kilometer Yuvagalam Padayatra across the state. The team includes 3 women and a minister from the minority Muslim community. There are 5 Kammas, 4 Kapus, 3 Reddys, 8 BC, 1 Vaisya, 2 SC and 1 ST community representative. Chandrababu Naidu has said the historic mandate is a responsibility and his first priority would be to build the state capital at Amravati.
ప్రజలు గెలిచారు, రాష్ట్రాన్ని నిలబెట్టే బాధ్యత ఇక్కడుండే శాసన సభ్యులపైన మనందరిపైన ఉంది. ఈ విషయం మనం గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది.
Chandrababu Naidu has made it clear that Pavan Kalyan will be his deputy, the number 2 in his cabinet. Administratively, he would hope that the 17 new ministers will bring new energy, new ideas and innovative thinking to complement the experience of the seniors. Politically, having a new team can also make it easier and smoother for Lokesh to be elevated to the top eventually. With Aishwarya Jain in Vijayawada, with camera person Nagraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
And Mohan Charan Majhi, the first BJP Chief Minister in Odisha, took oath with his two deputies, KV Singh Deo and Pravati Parida, this evening in a grand ceremony that announced the party's arrival in the eastern state. The event was also attended by Prime Minister Narendra Modi as well as a host of union ministers and other dignitaries.
Mohan Charan Majhi,
52-year-old Mohan Majhi, a well-known tribal face in Odisha politics, now taking the top job in the state. Sworn in by Odisha Governor Raghubar Das in the presence of Prime Minister Narendra Modi as the BJP forms a government in Odisha for the first time on its own.
चरंक नाम रे शपथ करूअछि जे मो विधि द्वारा प्रतिष्ठित भारतर संविधान प्रति श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखिबी.
Along with Mohan Majhi, two deputy chief ministers were sworn in as well. While KV Singh Deo is a six-term MLA who has served as a minister earlier, Pratibha Parida is the first-time MLA. Suresh Pujari, another front-runner for the CM post, also took oath as cabinet minister. Altogether, 8 cabinet ministers and 5 ministers of the state independent charge took oath in the ceremony.
I would like to say one thing. You'll see governance. When we were in the alliance with Naveen Babu, at that point of time also, the BJP, the departments held by the BJP ministers delivered. And thereafter, governance came to a total standstill. It was only bureaucratic governance. Now you'll see the true governance in the literal sense.
यहाँ पे पहली बार हमारी सरकार आई है, जो सीएम जो पीएम आके यहाँ पे प्रधानमंत्री आके बोल के गए थे और उड़िया लोगों ने उनके ऊपर भरोसा करके बीजेपी को वोट दिए थे. प्रधानमंत्री जी की एक एक वादा को हम उड़िया लोगों के लिए काम पे लाएंगे, पूरा करेंगे.
With the grand swearing-in ceremony, the BJP made a political point. With Union Home Minister Amit Shah, Union Defence Minister Rajnath Singh, BJP President JP Nadda and several others BJP Chief Ministers all attending the event. And in a glimpse of political courtesy, this is rarely seen. Former Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik, who met the new Chief Minister at his residence earlier, also attended the swearing-in ceremony.
The BJP in Odisha pulled off a high-profile swearing-in ceremony with the Prime Minister and top ministers from the union government present as Odisha and the BJP embark on running the state with a new government and a new chief minister. The challenges for the BJP government are clear, but if the swearing-in ceremony was a hint of the things to come, then it's very clear that the BJP will reach out to as many people, constituencies and regions it can when it comes to running the state. Because Naveen Patnaik is someone who's been in office for 24 years, and for them to go beyond his legacy will be a challenging task. With camera person GD Shankar in Bhubaneswar, Odisha, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
News from the capital now, and as Delhi and Haryana spar over the water crisis, today the Supreme Court came down heavily on the Delhi government over the tanker mafia and alleged water wastage, asking what measures have you taken against them. NDTV's Ishika Verma visited the Munnak Canal, which provides water to the capital, and found a tanker illegally filling water.
As Delhi's water crisis deepens in this harsh summer, the 102-kilometer-long Munnak Canal from Haryana to Delhi, the main source of drinking water to the national capital, has become the biggest bone of contention between the two states and between the BJP and Delhi's AAP government. The BJP has accused the AAP government of failing to stop pilferage from the canal, while the Delhi LG has said as much as 1/5 of Delhi's water is being stolen from the canal within the boundaries of the capital. The Aam Aadmi Party has refuted the allegations and said the Haryana government is deliberately withholding water for Delhi. At ground zero, the NDTV team found this tanker marked with Delhi Jal Board initials, drawing water from the canal. something a legitimate DGP tanker is not supposed to do.
The Delhi BJP, in fact, has also raised questions on the Delhi government. In fact, they have gone on to say that the tankers that are present here, and we are showing you in our very frame, you can see the tankers that are present here, the private tankers that are present here. The BJP alleges that they are in fact taking water, stealing water from here, and that is why the water scarcity is only deepening here.
This as the Supreme Court asked tough questions to the AAP government, asking what they were doing to crack down on the tanker mafia in the capital. Earlier today, Delhi Water Minister Atishi said that the government would ensure zero water was wasted from leakages in the capital.
It is the residents of Delhi who continue to be on the suffering end, and they are still waiting for all the stakeholders to come together and take action and provide them with a concrete solution that could end this crisis. Now with camera person Xavier, this is Shika Verma for NDTV.
News from Jammu and Kashmir, where there have been 3 terror attacks in 3 days. A huge worry for authorities and security forces after the successful Lok Sabha elections that saw a record turnout. Today, 2 terrorists who had opened fire in a village in Jammu and Kashmir's Kathua late last night were killed in an encounter. A paramilitary soldier was also killed in action during the exchange of fire, Nazir reports.
3 attacks in 3 days as terror spreads its shadow across the Jammu region. 2 days after an attack on a bus carrying Mata Vaishno Devi Yatris in Riyasi, terrorists struck in Kathua and Doda districts, killing 1 security force personnel and injuring 6 others. After a 15-hour-long standoff in Hiranagar area of Kathua, 2 terrorists were killed. Police said villagers raised an alarm after terrorists asked for water from several houses who shut their doors.
ये नया इन्फिल्ट्रेटेड ग्रुप है जिसमें कि जिस इस इलाके में आया है और ज़्यादा आतंकवादियों के छिपे होने की भी संभावना है। 2 आतंकवादियों को मार गिराया गया है और अभी सर्च ऑपरेशन इलाके में चल रहा है।
From the site of encounter, police have recovered a US-made M4 carbine. A similar weapon were used in Yatri's bus attack in which 9 pilgrims were killed and 33 were injured. Hours after Kathua incident, terrorists targeted an army camp in Doda district. 5 soldiers and special police officer were injured. Terrorists appear to have managed to escape even as a massive cordon and search operation has been launched in the area. Amid spike in attacks, former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Farooq Abdullah has called for talks with Pakistan to end terrorism.
Unfortunately, we still have problem with our neighbor. And the problem with neighbor will not be solved by military action. Unless we talk to our neighbors, we will not be able to solve the problem that we have here. Because these terrorists are coming over the border and they continue to come. Whichever government tomorrow is in here, we'll have to still face the same thing. And innocent people die.
Since 2021, Jammu region, particularly Poonch and Rajouri districts have witnessed some of the major terrorist attacks. 39 soldiers and 20 civilians have been killed in these attacks.
Jammu is under attack and militancy is spreading across the region. Back-to-back attacks has not only surprised security structure, it also indicates larger design. Besides a major security challenge, police say attacks are aimed at communalizing situation in a place which has composite population. In Srinagar, Nazir Mursadi, 5
3 days, 3 terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. The opposition is targeting the Prime Minister. Rahul Gandhi said attacked the Prime Minister over no action. He put on social media that Narendra Modi is busy responding to congratulatory messages. And as these attacks have taken place and devotees even have been brutally killed. There have been 3 separate terror incidents in Riyasi, Kathua and Doda in the last 3 days, but the Prime Minister is still busy celebrating. Now, the latest on the murder of a man in Karnataka that has shaken up the Kannada film industry, with the leading man Darshan embroiled in it. A top actor. Was the actor present at the scene of the crime? That is the question the police are trying to get to the bottom of. When 33-year-old Renuka Swamy was killed, the Bengaluru police have been busy interrogating the star and his girlfriend, actor Pavitra Gowda, while conducting spot inquests. In fact, the allegation is that the man was sending obscene messages to Pavitra Gowda that led to his murder. And with that, time for us to slip into a short break. More news updates on the other side. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
A massive fire in a residential building in Kuwait. 40 Indians dead, 30 people have been injured. New chief ministers take charge in Andhra Pradesh and Odisha. Chandrababu Naidu back as chief minister for a fourth time. Odisha gets its first BJP chief minister in Mohan Maji. As Delhi, Haryana spar over the water crisis in the capital, NDTV finds a tanker illegally filling water at the key canal from Haryana to Delhi. In Jammu and Kashmir, 3 terror attacks in 3 days. 2 terrorists have been killed in an overnight encounter. Rahul Gandhi hits out, says 3 terror acts. Prime Minister busy celebrating.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Let me give you a quick recap and let's discuss about how Sony used some brilliant marketing back in the 90s for its PlayStation. See, आज PlayStation बहुत ज़्यादा popular है, ये हम सभी जानते हैं. Almost globally it's very popular. Games हों या consoles हों, काफ़ी ज़्यादा लोग इनको use करते हैं. But back in the days, back in the 90s, while Sony was trying to establish its PlayStation lineup, काफ़ी interesting marketing को Sony ने use किया था. जी हाँ, I'm talking about the very special scratch and sniff labels from the real driving simulator और FIFA गेम. और ये जो गेम की डिस्क्स मिलती थी, इनके ऊपर एक लेबल हुआ करता था जिसको जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करेंगे, यू वुड फील योरसेल्फ टू बी इन दैट एक्शन. मतलब जो रियल ड्राइविंग सिमुलेटर गेम था, उसमें जब आप स्क्रैच करके स्निफ करते थे, यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ पिट स्टॉप. और फीफा में यू वुड एक्सपीरियंस द सेंट ऑफ अ फुटबॉल फील्ड. क्या क्रेजी मार्केटिंग थी, बट ज़्यादा डिटेल में इसको नहीं किया गया था. बट देन अगेन, यू नो, विद इन अ फ्यू ईयर्स ऑफ इट्स लॉन्च, फाइनली अभी ग्लोबल स्केल पे PlayStation इज रियली पॉपुलर.
Hello and welcome. We are in Rome, Italy, on our way to Apulia in the south of Italy, where the G7 summit is going to be held. The Prime Minister will be here tomorrow. It's his first international visit since the NDA-3 government came into power. Why is G7 important? Because it is a collection of the world's most powerful nations. India now is in fact got a bigger economy than 3 of those nations. Italy, the host, Canada and also France. What are the key issues over here? Why is it important for India to be attending? Join me, Vishnu Shom, for very special programming right here on NDTV 24/7.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual.
This is the last word, and I'm Maria Shakil. Mahayuti suffered losses in the Lok Sabha polls, and after that, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has said that this was because of the opposition's claim that the constitution would be amended and caste-based reservation done away with if the BJP returned to power. Remember, the BJP had that slogan of "400 Par," which now the Chief Minister of Maharashtra says created misconceptions in people's mind. This is coming 2 days after the NCP refused to join the Modi Council of Ministers, saying they were offered the MOS berth instead of a cabinet. With the assembly elections just 3 months away, the Mahavikas Aghadi partners too are flexing their muscles, holding unilateral meetings which are being seen as creating some kind of discontent. What exactly is the truth? What's really happening in Maharashtra? A quick wrap, and then I bring in the newsmaker.
Maharashtra's pot boiler continues to simmer after the Lok Sabha results of the 48 seats in the state. The focus now is on the assembly polls later this year. Shiv Sena UBT was in a huddle at the Sena Bhavan with Uddhav and all leaders in attendance. All is not well in the Mahavikas Aghadi camp. Congress has expressed displeasure over Uddhav Thackeray's Shiv Sena unilaterally announcing candidates for the upcoming Legislative Council election. But Uddhav Sena maintains that there is no dispute and that they are working together for the assembly elections.
आज की बैठक अहम इसलिए थी कि शिवसेना जो 288 विधानसभा के कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी इस महाराष्ट्र में है, 288 जगह के लिए शिवसेना के संपर्क के लिए प्रमुख शिवसेना ने अपॉइंट किए हैं, क्योंकि आने वाले समय विधानसभा जो इलेक्शन होने जा रहा है उसमें तैयारी हमारी अच्छी तरीके से पूरे 288 कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी में होनी चाहिए. हम तो अलायंस से लड़ने वाले हैं, लेकिन ताकत हमारे हर जगह होनी चाहिए. इस हेतु से मीटिंग हुई.
On the other side, NCP was in damage control mode over what it termed as the opposition's false narrative of internal disputes.
परवाच्या दिवशी आमदारांची बैठक झाली. सगळे आमदार उपस्थित होते. डॉक्टर शेंगणे नव्हते कारण त्यांच्या सख्या चुलती वारल्या होत्या. त्यावेळी नव्हते, पण रक्षाबंधन दिनाच्या निमित्ताने होते. डॉक्टर बाबा आत्राम यांचं ऑपरेशन त्या ठिकाणी झालेलं होतं. सुनील अण्णा बनसोड सुद्धा घेऊन गेलेले होते. पण केवळ मुद्दाम होऊनच काहीतरी एक नॅरेटिव्ह सेट करण्याचा प्रयत्न केला जातोय.
But clearly, all is not well in NDA alliance in Maharashtra. After losing to the opposition MVA, discontent and disappointment have been escalating among allies. Ajit Pawar-led NCP secured only 1 seat out of 4. The party demanded a cabinet berth but was denied.
I did have a reservation to accept a MOS independent charge as it would be for me personally coming down or demotion.
In contrast, the Sena won 7 out of 15 seats. Eknath Shinde too sought a cabinet berth and 2 MOS positions, but was just given 1 MOS berth.
मैं प्रतापराव गणपतराव जाधव ईश्वर की शपथ लेता हूं कि मैं विधि द्वारा स्थापित भारत के संविधान के प्रति सच्ची श्रद्धा और निष्ठा रखूंगा.
Meanwhile, rumblings about Ajit Pawar NCP and Shinde Sena MLAs being in touch with MVA is growing stronger. There were also rumors of Uddhav Thackeray joining the NDA, which was rubbished by MVA leaders.
उद्धव ठाकरे जो स्टेज पे बोलते हैं वही काम करते हैं, उसी दिशा से काम करते हैं. मुझे पूरा यकीन है कि वो महाविकास आघाड़ी के साथ ही रहेंगे और उनके नेतृत्व में ही हमारी महाराष्ट्र की महाविकास आघाड़ी आगे बढ़ेगी.
The Mahayuti too has rubbished talks of their MLAs being in touch with the other camp.
आणि जे सातत्याने बातम्या देण्याचा प्रयत्न मीडियामध्ये आम्ही पाहतोय की कोणतरी आमचे विरोधक सांगतात की आम्ही ह्यांनी संपर्क साधला, त्यांनी संपर्क साधला. असं काही झालेलं नाहीये. सगळे आमदार राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस पक्षाचे आमच्याबरोबर आहेत.
MVA has clearly come out stronger post Lok Sabha election despite splits and realignments that it faced. On the other hand, power struggle in Mahayuti continues. The alliance need to iron out differences ahead of assembly elections. Otherwise, similar problems like seat realignment, seat issues and coordination problems will continue to haunt them and affect their performance in assembly elections as well. With video journalist Sunil, this is Radhika Ramaswamy for NDTV Mumbai.
And let me go straight to senior Congress leader and former Maharashtra Chief Minister Prithvi Raj Chavan, who's joining us live. Mr. Chavan, really appreciate your time here on NDTV. Despite this emphatic victory of Mahavikas Aghadi in these elections, what appears at the moment is some kind of discontent, or should I say simmering discontent, over what is being seen as unilateral decisions by your alliance partner Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray.
No, don't read too much into it. You see, after the election, Uddhavji and I think some senior colleagues went to London. I mean, we can't fault them for that. And therefore, there was some difficulty in coordinating it, but it's been sorted out immediately. There is no discontent in Mahavikas Aghadi. We have registered an emphatic victory, which we expected to get. 1 or 2 seats we lost. I think we lost Konkan Belt, which we'll have to introspect. Shiv Sena will have to introspect. There is absolutely no rumbling at all. I mean, you saw recently there was some poll done by one television channel, which has shown Mahavikas Aghadi to be clearly leading the Vidhan Sabha election. We will form the government. We are in quite an upbeat mood. And on the other hand, you know what is happening in the Mahayuti, but I don't want to talk about that. There is a government in Delhi, and we are going to play a role of a principal opposition party, or the India alliance will play the role of a strong opposition party in Delhi. We'll have a leader of opposition for the first time. And I think we are prepared to contest the assembly elections which happen in October, that is Haryana, Maharashtra, 2 major states.
Okay.
In Maharashtra, we will contest as a Mahavikas Aghadi.
Okay. Since you are very clear that whatever differences you may have will be ironed out in coming few days, because 3 months down the line, you have the crucial assembly elections in Maharashtra. And given the kind of numbers that you have won this time around in Lok Sabha, I'm sure you're hoping to replicate or win similar numbers in assembly and form the government. But the larger question is also, is there some sense that because the Congress had the best strike rate among the alliance partners, better than Uddhav Thackeray, Shiv Sena, or Sharad Pawar, NCP, you should be getting more seats to contest?
Well, technically, Sharad Pawar's Shiv Sena, Sharad Pawar's NCP had a slightly better strike rate than us. They got 8 out of 10. We got 13 out of 17 officially, then 1 independent had joined us. So both strike rate of NCP, Sharad Pawar group and us were more or less similar. But we got highest number of seats. We are the largest party in the Lok Sabha among the opposition camp and MVA camp. So we're happy about it. We have scored victories in 150 segments in Maharashtra, roughly. And so that will translate into victories in Vidhan Sabha also. We will get a clear majority for the MVA. Now, of course, the seat sharing talks within the MVA is not going to be easy. We all realize that it's going to be, quite a uphill task for us. But we hope to complete it by July end.
Okay.
And I think just like in Lok Sabha, Congress party took a sort of backward street, a couple of seats which we wanted to contest. We could not contest them. But I think this time, since we are the largest partner now, and we know the segments that we have won, Shiv Sena has won some segments, NCP, Sharad Pawar has won some segments. So those segments perhaps will lay claim to them.
Okay, so but you are essentially saying, Mr. Chavan, that because of Congress party's performance overall in these Lok Sabha elections, the rules of engagement for the assembly elections will be different. You'll not be, playing the role of a junior partner that you did in Maharashtra?
Well, let's not get into numbers of junior, senior, bada bhai, chota bhai talk. I mean, we will select the constituencies where a component to the MVA has a good candidate. So winning candidate is the primary criteria. At the same time, each party wants to increase its strength. There's nothing wrong in that. But that's the beauty of coalition politics. I think we will definitely do that. I'm sure we'll perform well. In this election, we performed well. Our coordination between the three partners was very good. But really, we must thank Mr. Modi. It is more than our victory, it's the defeat of Mr. Modi, because the way he handled the agriculture crisis, the economy is in shambles, the unemployment, the Mahangai, of course, the Samvidhan Bachao, they saved the constitution, really rhymed with the people, and the mess that they made about the Maratha reservation, particularly Mr. Devendra Fadnis, he had to pay a price for that. But there are a lot of learnings from the Lok Sabha election. We'll introspect, although we have done well, we'll introspect and find out what more we could have done. And the ultimate objective is to win the Maharashtra Assembly.
Okay. Before I let you go, Mr. Chavan, will the Mahavikas Aghadi be entering this election with a face? Will you be announcing the chief ministerial face before you go into the elections?
Absolutely not. I don't think we'll do that. The time-honored formula in Maharashtra is whichever party gets the highest number of MLAs get the chief minister's post. Now, this is the three-party alliance, so perhaps it could be one or two deputy CMs, and then portfolio sharing will happen. Because let me tell you, first time in Maharashtra, three parties in two alliances have fought each other. We used to fight two parties in each alliance, Congress and NCP on one side, and Shiv Sena and BJP on the other side. Now there are three parties. So alliance talks, seat sharing talks are not that easy as before. But we'll sort it out, because we know that because three of us fought together, we won the Lok Sabha election decisively.
All right.
I think the same formula.
All right, Prithvi Raj Chavanji, thank you so much for joining us.
Welcome.
And setting the record straight, I would say, on top of the show here on NDTV. Let me bring in my guests now. Brij Mohan Srivastav is the national spokesperson of NCP, Ajit Pawar faction. Asif Bamla, spokesperson of the BJP Maharashtra. Sanjay Gupta, leader of Shiv Sena, Uddhav Thackeray faction. I'm going to begin with you, Asif Bamla. There is lots happening in Mahayuti, but I think it's your party which has much to explain, because, this entire slogan of 400 Par was yours.
Well, it's nothing wrong to have a bar set for yourself, a higher end bar, that we will cross this mark, and if at all we have not been able to cross that mark. Even the Congress themselves said that we are going to go more than 200. They couldn't even cross 100. But nobody's questioning them. It is everybody who is questioning us. See, when a student appears for an examination, he expects 90% results. But if he has got distinction, people are not welcoming that distinction. But people who have got just 36% marks, okay, they have been lauded to the glory.
Okay, let me ask Brij Mohan Srivastav, because,
let me 2 minutes.
Mr. Shinde, and so
that's not how it works. You see, you have to take the demographics of the election. Every election is different. Lok Sabha is different. In Assembly, it's going to be different. Now you tell me, in 2019, in all the 5 states, BJP fell very badly, miserably. But in Lok Sabha elections, we swept the polls in the last Lok Sabha
So let me ask Brij Mohan Srivastav. Brij Mohan Srivastav, we are being told, and in fact the NCP has gone on record to say, the Sharad Pawar NCP, that several of the Ajit Pawar MLAs and those who are seen as leaders close to him are in touch with Sharad Pawar ji. So is that a sense that there could be some more, realignments before the elections? Are you not able to keep your house in order?
It's simply a rumor. Any MLA is not in touch of any other party leaders. We are having our meetings with the MLAs. MLAs are meeting, and they are coming to meet our leaders in the Maharashtra. So I think it's a simply rumor. There is no realignment with any other faction.
No, but then what is the need of a photo opportunity like this, where you have Shinde on the driving seat and the 2 deputy chief ministers behind him?
So what wrong is in it? Mr. Shinde is working well, and we are working with him. So I personally feel there is no difference between the Devendra Fadnavis Sahab, Eknath Shinde Sahab, and Ajit Dada Pawar.
Okay, so there are no differences. And despite that, Mr. Devendra Fadnavis offered to resign. He said that he takes the responsibility of the poor performance of the BJP, and then despite that,
that is the introspection that the BJP
the introspection, fine. So you know, Sanjay Gupta, the introspection is happening on the other side. You guys don't seem to be introspecting at all. संजय गुप्ता जी
जी, क्या मैंने सुना नहीं आपकी बात से।
जी, मेरा कहना है कि दूसरे तरफ बहुत सारे विचार हो रहा है, आप लोग में भी कुछ विचार हो रहा है या नहीं हो रहा?
बिल्कुल विचार हो रहा है, विचार तो ये रहेगा, क्योंकि एक बात तो क्लियर कर दी जनता ने कि भले कोई किसी की पार्टी का नामो निशान छीन ले, मगर लोग भावनाओं से पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के साथ जुड़ते हैं, और सही और गलत ये भगवान भी देखता है। जो लोग ज्यादा अपने आप को दिखाने की कोशिश करते हैं और ज्यादा बड़े बोल बोलते हैं, वो लोग अयोध्या में भी हार जाते हैं। प्रभु श्री राम को भी ये पसंद नहीं आया, तो ये बात उनको समझने की जरूरत है। और विद्रोही जो होते हैं वो दो तरह के होते हैं। एक तो वो होते हैं जो पार्टी से या अपने साथियों से अलग हो जाते हैं, और एक वो लोग होते हैं जो साथ रहते हुए भी अपना ही महसूस करवाते हैं मगर विद्रोह करते रहते हैं। तो अभी तो जो हमें पता चला, उन विद्रोहियों का पता चला जो अलग हो गए। अभी बहुत से विद्रोही ऐसे भी हैं जो हमारे साथ ही हैं, और उनको भी अभी सही से
नहीं। तो संजय गुप्ता जी, जो आपके विरोधी हैं, जो एकनाथ शिंदे जी के साथ चले गए, क्या वो वापस आएंगे? और आपके लिए आपने क्या शिवसेना को मिलाने का एक जो रास्ता है, दरवाजा वो खुला हुआ है कि जो लोग गए हैं उधर वो वापस आ सके?
देखिए, वापिस आने ना आने का सिर्फ एक ही रास्ता होता है कि महाराष्ट्र की जनता किसको चाहती है, महाराष्ट्र की जनता किसको सम्मान देती है। तो महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने बता दिया कि वो ठाकरे परिवार का सम्मान करती है, और उनके अलायंस को वो जीत मिली। जो सीटें बीजेपी के पास और हमारे अलायंस के पास 4142 आती थी, आज उनके पास कितनी आई है, ये इस बात का प्रमाण है। मैं बात उन विद्रोहियों की कर रहा हूँ जो विद्रोही चले तो गए, मगर कुछ विद्रोही आज भी पार्टी के अंदर रहते हुए जो जुड़े हुए हैं, जो उनको सपोर्ट करते हैं। पता नहीं चलता, जब वो भी बाहर हो जाएंगे तो एक नया समीकरण निकल के आएगा।
Okay, Asif Bamla, the BJP in this entire alliance actually fought on the maximum number of seats. Could it have been more democratic in terms, or perhaps more adjusting with regards to the regional players?
You see, let me submit to you that
Shinde faction's strike rate is much better than yours.
If you ask me, in the city of Mumbai, we were 2 lakh votes less than the your MVA. If you ask me, and if you ask me the percentage of votes also, of course, we have fallen. 1.5 percentage votes have totally reduced overall of the Bharatiya Janata Party. But you see, there are many issues to that. Of course, the Maratha Arakshan was one of the issues that was a spoiler for us. Then again, let me tell you, against all odds, still we are united. Now you see what is happening with the Shiv Sena. They're already their own alliance partners, without even speaking to each other, have already announced their names. They're not even bothered about this. We at least have our house in order. We have no problems whatsoever in and amongst them ourselves. And what are you talking about us? In their own election, in the Lok Sabha, their own Congress candidate rebelled, and he fought against their own Shiv Sena official candidate.
Okay, let Sanjay Gupta respond. Sanjay Gupta ji, iska jawab dein.
And again, उनको कांग्रेस ने वापस ले लिया. तब शिवसेना ने कोई आवाज नहीं उठाई. तब नैतिकता कहाँ गई आपकी? आप लोग को तो तब उठकर बाहर आ जाना चाहिए.
ठीक है.
अरे भाई,
आसिफ बामला जी, आपने बोल दिया.
उम्मीदवार हार गए हैं.
चलिए आगे भी लोगों की आवाज सुन ले. हाँ, चलिए बोलिए संजय गुप्ता जी.
कुछ लोग हार करके भी नहीं हार मानते, और सत्ता से बाहर हो जाने के बाद
केंद्र में सरकार हमारी है. आप लोग नहीं मानने तैयार हो.
बात कर रहा हूँ.
आप लोग ये मानने नहीं तैयार हो कि हमारी सरकार आ चुकी है, और हमारे मंत्रालयों के मंत्री भी काम कर रहे हैं. आप लोग
आसिफ बामला, please be patient. Asif Bamla, you got your chance to speak. Let him speak now, please. Sanjay Gupta, go ahead.
देखिए, कभी नंबरों की बात करते हैं, कभी वोट और परसेंटेज की बात करते हैं, मगर
इनका जवाब दीजिए ना. आपकी के साथ बगावत हुई जो उसका जवाब दीजिए ना. महाराष्ट्र में एक सीट जिसके कारण आपकी सेना हारी,
उसका जवाब दे तो दिया महाराष्ट्र की जनता ने आपको.
अरे वो
क्या उसके बाद
हमें मिल गया. हम माने, हमने बड़ी बहादुरी से
आपका तो नहीं है
किया कि लोगों का कॉल आपके हित में है. लेकिन हर चीज खत्म नहीं यहाँ नहीं होती है। अभी बाकी एक पिक्चर अभी बाकी है, चिंता न करें, आप देखोगे।
ज्यादा ऊंचे बोल और बार-बार बोलने के कारण ही आज आप
उछल आप लोग रहे, उछल आप लोग रहे, आप लोग को लग रहा है कि विधानसभा भी जीत गए आप, लेकिन आप ही का ये जीत और अहंकार जो है ना, आपका ये जीत और अहंकार आपको इस चुनाव में आपको उसका भोगना पड़ेगा। आप समझ लीजिए ये जो आप लोग जो हवे में है ना इस चीज के,
क्या खा के आए हो, कौन सी गोली खा के आए हो?
अब हमने हार मानी, हमने हार को बड़े
बोलना है, किसने नहीं बोलना है, इसका ध्यान भी रख रहे आप।
हमने एक्सेप्ट किया जनता का कॉल।
Let's shift focus to another spokesperson who has been extremely, who's not engaging in this kind of tutu meme. Brijmohan ji, the question certainly is that you fought on the least number of seats in this alliance, and your strike rate, of course, wasn't the best. So you have just won 1 MP. But then this expectations that you should be accommodated in the central government as a cabinet minister may be misplaced, right?
No, nothing like that, Maria ji. Actually, our party has decided to send our National Working President, Shri Praful Patel ji, for the cabinet. And because he worked as a senior cabinet minister in the previous governments, so we requested the NDA alliance that we want have a berth as a cabinet minister, because at the time we are not having that much number.
I know about that logic. So let's wait how really these multiple moving pieces actually settle in. Thank you so much for joining us, Brijmohan Srivastava, Asif Bamla, Sanjay Gupta. Now we are being joined by Sanjay Nirupam, leader of the Shiva Sena. Sanjay Nirupam, thank you so much. Results के बाद बहुत सारी एक्टिविटीज़ हो रही है महाराष्ट्र में, दोनों कैंप्स में, महाविकास अघाड़ी हो या महायुति हो, इस तरह की एक्टिविटीज़ को क्या आप डैमेज कंट्रोल देख रहे हैं, महायुति खास करके?
ये दोनों तरह की एक्टिविटी है। एक तरफ तो अति उत्साह है, उधर शिवसेना यूबीटी जिसको हम उबाठा कहते हैं, और कांग्रेस के तरफ एक शरद पवार जी की वाली जो पार्टी है उसके तरफ एक अति उत्साह है, और निश्चित तौर पर बीजेपी, शिवसेना और अजीत पवार की जो एनसीपी है उसकी तरफ एक डैमेज कंट्रोल का एक प्लानिंग चल रहा है हमारा। तो ये एक दोनों तरफ इस तरह की स्थितियां हैं, लेकिन ये इसलिए है क्योंकि अभी 3 महीने के अंदर विधानसभा का चुनाव है। तो अगर किसी को ये लगता है कि लोकसभा का चुनाव में जो रिजल्ट है वो रिजल्ट रिपीट होने जा रहा है, तो ये बहुत बड़ी गलतफहमी होगी। जो जीता है वो अगला इलेक्शन जीत जाएगा, ऐसा भी नहीं, और जो हारा है अगला इलेक्शन वो हार जाएगा, ऐसा भी नहीं। लेकिन दोनों पक्ष को एक एफर्ट करना पड़ेगा। लोकसभा चुनाव जो था वो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को तीसरी बार प्रधानमंत्री बनाने के प्रश्न पर था, तो कोई एक पक्ष चाह रहा था बनाना है, दूसरा पक्ष आगे नहीं बनने देना है। लेकिन जो विधानसभा चुनाव होंगे उसमें नरेंद्र मोदी मुद्दा नहीं रहेंगे, उसमें निश्चित तौर पर महाराष्ट्र के मुद्दा रहेंगे, और महाराष्ट्र के मुद्दों के अलावा जो एक यहाँ का जो पॉलिटिकल जो इक्वेशन है, जो समीकरण है, जो पिछले 2-2.5 वर्षों में बहुत तेजी से बदला है, दो पार्टियों में एक जबरदस्त फूट पड़ी, और दोनों पार्टियों के जो ग्रास रूट के लीडर्स थे वो अपने अपने नेताओं के खिलाफ विद्रोह करके भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ आ गए, और उसके बाद एक सरकार बनती है। तो निश्चित तौर पर उधर जो बाठा की तरफ इस प्रकार का एक प्रचार किया गया कि भाई ये हमारे ऊपर अन्याय हुआ, अत्याचार हुआ, हमको सिंपैथी मिलनी चाहिए, और लोगों के अंदर एक गुस्सा पैदा किया गया। उधर शरद पवार जी ने भी कहा कि हमारी पार्टी को तोड़ दिया गया, हमारा सिंबल ले लिया गया, उनमें भी एक लोगों में अपने प्रति सहानुभूति पैदा करने की कोशिश। लेकिन ये गुस्सा, सहानुभूति बार बार नहीं मिलती। अगर ये गुस्सा था और गुस्सा निकला लोकसभा चुनाव में जो कि हमारे खिलाफ था, तो वो अगली बार भी ये गुस्सा रहेगा, इसकी गारंटी नहीं।
Okay, so you are saying essentially that the anger which was sensed during the Lok Sabha elections will not be taken forward perhaps when the assembly elections happen 3 months down the line. Sanjay Nirupam, my last question to you, is there a sense that perhaps the BJP overplayed its cards, and, you know, because one sense that people did talk about was that it tried to break parties, and that proved to be counterproductive. Will it also play out in assembly elections?
देखिए, कोई भी पार्टी किसी भी पार्टी को तोड़ती नहीं। ये जो एक गलतफहमी है, पहले उसको दूर कर देना चाहिए। भारतीय जनता पार्टी अगर शिवसेना टूटने के लिए तैयार नहीं, तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी शिवसेना कैसे टूट सकती है? ये तो एकनाथ शिंदे कहीं ना कहीं उनको कसमसाहट हो रही थी उद्धव ठाकरे के नेतृत्व के अंदर। उन्हें कहीं ना कहीं लग रहा था कि उद्धव ठाकरे उनकी योग्यता के हिसाब से उनको मौका नहीं दे रहे, इसलिए वो एक विद्रोही मूड में थे। और उनके साथ साथ कई विधायक भी शिवसेना के उद्धव ठाकरे के उनका जो एक अधिनायकवाद था उसके खिलाफ निकलना चाहते थे और वो निकल के आए। उधर शरद पवार जी की पार्टी का आप कहानी देख लीजिए। शरद पवार जी एक अपनी बेटी को स्थापित करना चाहते थे, जबकि ग्रासरूट लीडर सही मायने में अजीत पवार ही, भले वो हार गए, उनकी पत्नी हार गई, लेकिन ये पूरा महाराष्ट्र जानता है कि शरद पवार के बाद एनसीपी में अगर जो सबसे बड़ा जनाधार वाला नेता है तो वो अजीत पवार है। हाँ, लेकिन शरद पवार जी ने जिस तरीके से अपनी बेटी को थोपने की कोशिश की, उसकी वजह से अजीत पवार एक नाराज थे और उस नाराजगी की वजह से वो पार्टी तोड़ करके बाहर आ गए। तो ये कहना कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने दोनों पार्टियों को तोड़ा है और उसकी सजा बीजेपी को मिली, मेरा मानना है कि ये थोड़ा गलत विश्लेषण होगा। हाँ, ये दोनों पार्टियां टूटने की स्थिति में थी और भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने इसका लाभ उठाया कि आइए साहब हमारे साथ सरकार बनाइए। तो ये तो कोई भी पार्टी कर सकती है भाई, कांग्रेस भी करेगी। कांग्रेस के सामने भी अगर कोई पार्टी टूटने की स्थिति में होगी तो निश्चित तौर पर कांग्रेस पार्टी चाहेगी कि वो पार्टी टूटे और उसका दूसरे जो टूटा हुआ ग्रुप है वो हमारे पास आ जाए ताकि हमारी ताकत बढ़ जाए। तो ये एक पॉलिटिक्स है और एक रियल पॉलिटिक्स है, और इस रियल पॉलिटिक्स में कोई पाप नहीं है, कोई गुनाह मुझे नहीं लगता।
All right, Sanjay Nirupam, really appreciate your time. Thank you so much for joining us. With that, it's a wrap from me. I'll be joining you in just a bit on the other side with Left, Right and Center.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ in this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं। To be honest, in Android TV we don't have any such features जहाँ पे आपको live जो सामने speech आ रहा है उसके captions screen पे दिखाई दे जाएं। We are expecting this feature to come कभी भी जब Google इसको unveil करता है, but as of now we don't have it. Samsung, however, in their latest AI TVs जो Samsung ने launch किए थे उसमें demonstrated that how using AI they were able to put some captions for the text, जो भी dialogues या जो भी speech television में उस time पे है वो सामने captions के form में visible है। Now I'm not sure कि how exactly this functions. Now मैं आपको एक और recommendation दे सकता हूँ, which is to try these bone conducting headphones or earphones, because sometimes what I have noticed is कि जहाँ पे hearing loss की हम बात करते हैं, because they use the mechanism of bone conduction, आप वहाँ से audio directly अपने inner ear के through सुन सकते हैं. So you can give them a try and then pair the earphones with the TV so that आप directly जो TV में dialogues हैं उनको आप सुन सकते हैं. But sadly, as of now in Android TV, we don't have any such feature of live captions.
Is it safe to leave a pen drive or an SSD in the car during this summer heat?
Ideally, you shouldn't do it. And the simple reason is कि ये जो gadgets हैं, all these electronics जो हम एक laptop की बात करते हैं, let's say talk about a smartphone, SSD or a pen drive, could be anything. यहाँ पे एक्सट्रीम हीट माइट डैमेज द इंटरनल कंपोनेंट्स. तो अगर आप अपनी कार में इनको छोड़ रहे हैं तो एटलीस्ट इन द ग्लव बॉक्स इफ यू कैन कीप देम, मे बी रैप्ड इन अ पीस ऑफ क्लॉथ और समथिंग, वहाँ पे मे बी इट्स इन योर बैग तो ठीक रहेगा. बट इफ इट्स जस्ट लाइंग अराउंड, बिकॉज वी ऑल नो दैट इन दिस कार जहाँ पे विंडोज सब अप की हुई हैं और वो कहीं बाहर धूप में खड़ी है तो टेम्परेचर्स जो हैं दे राइज क्वाइट ड्रेस्टिकली. तो उस केस में लाइफ स्पैन कम हो सकता है, मे बी जो कुछ कंपोनेंट्स हैं वो डैमेज हो सकते हैं और एट द एंड आपका डिवाइस हो सकता है ठीक से काम ना करे. So ideally I would say you need to protect your electronics, be it SSD, be it USB, और गाड़ी में धूप में लंबे टाइम तक उनको छोड़ना is not something which is ideal.
हाय टीजी, मुझे कोडिंग सीखनी है पर मैंने स्कूल में कंप्यूटर साइंस नहीं ली थी. क्या मैं अब कोडिंग सीख सकती हूँ?
Oh, why not? In fact, अभी तो कोडिंग काफ़ी ज़्यादा और आसान भी हो गई है. Ideally, अगर आपको एक बेसिक नॉलेज है of how things work, तो कोडिंग in fact अभी तो बहुत इंटरेक्टिव और काफ़ी आसान भी हो गई है सीखने के लिए. Yes, the prior experience sometimes helps to give you a base.
Hello everyone, this is the Left, Right and Centre and I'm Maria Shakil. At least 40 Indians are dead and dozens more injured in a devastating fire in a building in the southern Mangaf district of Kuwait. This building housed Indian workers. The fire started in the kitchen in the 6-story building, officials said, and they also added that this building reportedly had nearly 160 people living in, who are all working for the same company. Eyewitnesses, in fact, said that some people jumped from the 5th floor of the building to escape the fire and died. Prime Minister Narendra Modi today condoled the deaths and said that the Indian embassy is closely monitoring the situation and working with the authorities there to assist those who have been affected. Ghazali is tracking this story very closely. Ghazali, there was a high-level meeting at 7 LKM, that is Prime Minister's residence. What are we picking up? What is the immediate move by the Indian government?
See, the Minister of State for External Affairs Ministry, Mr. Kirtivardan Singh, will be flying out to Kuwait after this meeting, and he has been sent, or he's going to Kuwait to ensure a smooth repatriation of the mortal remains of the Indians who were killed in this tragic accident there. And also, right now, the situation over there is that the ambassador of Indian ambassador there in Kuwait is coordinating not only with the relief work, but the major challenge is the identification of those who are deceased and as well as those who are injured. That is why a helpline number has been issued. And also, one of the ministers in Kuwait has blamed the owner of the building for his greed, for cramming so many people in that 6-story building where more than 150 people were housed. 40 are killed, more than 30 are injured, and there were many people, as some eyewitnesses say, that who jumped out of the building to escape from that fire, and even they have died. So a very tragic incident. Perhaps the Internal Affairs Ministry there in Kuwait has also ordered a strict action against the owner, the janitor, and all those who are responsible for violation of fire safety norms for that building. But the primary concern remains for the ambassador over there is to identify those who have died and to establish contact with their loved ones or relatives and family back here in India.
Ghazali, do we know they come from which state of India?
Most of the people, around 10 of them, as we have confirmed, are from Kerala, but some of those, some nursing association in Kuwait or other cultural associations in Kuwait who are in the know of the things have told that most Indians who were there in that building are from the southern states of Kerala and Tamil Nadu, but exact breakdown of a state will be issued by the External Affairs Ministry. Meanwhile, the Tamil Nadu government has also written to MEA as well as the Indian embassy in Kuwait to provide the details of those who have died there or those who are undergoing the treatment in the hospital.
All right, Ghazali, thank you so much. Certainly a very, very disturbing story which has come out. Shifting focus now to the two discussions on the Left, Right and Centre tonight. He shot to fame playing the righteous man in real life. But today he's the bad guy in real life. Darshan isn't new to controversy. In fact, the superstar of Kannada film industry was arrested from his farmhouse in Karnataka's Mysuru in connection with a murder case. In total, 13 people, including Darshan and Pavitra, his co-star, have been arrested so far in this connection of the murder of a 33-year-old Renuka Swami. What is Renuka Swami's crime? He allegedly sent obscene messages to Pavitra as he felt she was the reason and perhaps responsible for the rift between Darshan and his wife. This incident has taken the entire Sandalwood by storm. We will be joined by Darshan's co-stars on the show shortly. And that is the second story on the show, our top story. 3 separate attacks in 3 days, escalating tensions in Jammu and Kashmir. Following a recent terror strike in Riyasi, another wave of violence was unfolded. In fact, has unfolded, prompting intensified security measures. The attacks included an exchange of fire between terrorists and security forces in Doda district. Additionally, security forces also engaged in an operation to apprehend a terrorist hiding in Saida Sukhal village in Kathua district. 3 security personnel were injured in an exchange of fire between terrorists and security forces in Jammu and Kashmir's Doda district following an attack on a joint checkpost. This comes even as Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif felicitated Prime Minister Modi for his swearing in for the 3rd term, and his brother Nawaz Sharif said, "Let's replace hate with hope." Why this double speak, we ask on the show. But first up, here's a quick wrap of all that happened today.
3 attacks in 3 days as terror spreads its shadow across the Jammu region. 2 days after an attack on a bus carrying Mata Vaishno Devi Yatris in Riyasi, terrorists struck in Kathua and Doda districts, killing 1 security force personnel and injuring 6 others. After a 15-hour-long standoff in Hiranagar area of Kathua, 2 terrorists were killed. Police said villagers raised an alarm after terrorists asked for water from several houses who shut their doors.
ये नया इन्फिल्ट्रेटेड ग्रुप है जिसमें कि जिस इस इलाके में आया है और ज़्यादा आतंकवादियों के छिपे होने की भी संभावना है। 2 आतंकवादियों को मार गिराया गया है और अभी सर्च ऑपरेशन इलाके में चल रहा है।
From the site of encounter, police have recovered a US-made M4 carbine. A similar weapon were used in Yatri's bus attack in which 9 pilgrims were killed and 33 were injured. Hours after Kathua incident, terrorists targeted an army camp in Doda district. 5 soldiers and special police officer were injured. Terrorists appear to have managed to escape even as a massive cordon and search operation has been launched in the area. Amid spike in attacks, former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Farooq Abdullah has called for talks with Pakistan to end terrorism.
Unfortunately, we still have problem with our neighbor. And the problem with neighbor will not be solved by military action. Unless we talk to our neighbors, we will not be able to solve the problem that we have here. Because these terrorists are coming over the border and they continue to come. Whichever government tomorrow is in here, we'll have to still face the same thing. And innocent people die.
Since 2021, Jammu region, particularly Poonch and Rajouri districts, have witnessed some of the major terrorist attacks. 39 soldiers and 20 civilians have been killed in these attacks.
Jammu is under attack and militancy is spreading across the region. Back-to-back attacks has not only surprised security structure, it also indicates larger design. Besides a major security challenge, police say attacks are aimed at communalizing situation in a place which has composite population. In Srinagar, Nazir Mursadi, 5TV.
And let me bring Nazir, who's joining us live. Nazir, 3 incidents in 3 days. It's certainly a huge challenge for security agencies.
Well, Maria, as we speak, one more encounter has started. In a place called Gandu, in Bresa area, Badarwa in Doda district itself. 1 policeman has been injured in this fresh encounter. So in 3 days, 4 encounters or 4 attacks. So it's all happening in Jammu province, which was free from militancy till few years back. But we see these back-to-back attacks, encounters across Jammu region. It's not only the Pir Panjal region, which is Chenab, Poonch and Rajouri. Then shadow of militancy spread to Riyasi, where we saw this horrible attack on pilgrims just because of their faith, who they were. That's why bus was targeted. It plunged into the gorge. 9 were killed, 33 were injured. Yesterday evening, there was people suspected that militants were in a village in Hiranagar area of Kathua. They raised the alarm when militants came to ask for water. Police came, there was an encounter, 2 militants were killed, but one BSF, CRPF Jawan also lost his life. Among the recoveries which were made at the encounter site is M4 American rifle, which is the similar weapon which that was used in Riyasi attack on the pilgrims, Mata Vaishno Devi pilgrims. And hours after that encounter, incident in Kutwa, in Doda, there was an attack on army installation. 5 army soldiers and 1 special police official were injured. Hopefully they are all, fortunately they are all, stable in the hospital. But militants managed to escape. So within 24 hours of that attack, there's another attack. Encounter in the same district, Doda district. So what sources tell us, at least 2 to 3 militant groups, all foreigners, they're operating in Doda, which was completely free from militancy. So really a very tense situation, and timing of these incidents is very, very crucial. It has happened after the successful parliament elections in Jammu and Kashmir. It has happened. It coincides with the swearing ceremony of Prime Minister Modi and his Council of Ministers. Exactly the same time the Riyasi incident happened. And now they hope that the elections will be held in Jammu and Kashmir Assembly elections as deadline set by the Supreme Court, which is this September. And also Amarnath Yatra is around the corner. And all this spike in these attacks, 4 attacks or 4 encounters within 3 days, has surprised everybody, including security agencies. Nobody knows why it has all happened. Well, the intelligence agencies say that there was input. There are multiple groups and at least 2 to 3 groups in Doda district alone.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, Nazir, and giving us that perspective from the ground. Brahma Chelani, Strategic Affairs expert, joins us live. We also have Lieutenant General Syed Ata Hasnain, RP Singh, spokesperson of the BJP, and Imran Nabidar of the National Conference. Lieutenant General Hasnain, I'm going to begin with you. 3 incidents in 72 hours, 3 terror attacks in 72 hours, 9 civilians killed, 6 soldiers injured. That is the number that we are looking at. And all incidents happening in Jammu. So is Jammu somehow now emerging as the new terror hotbed?
Thank you, Maria. Thank you for inviting me for your program. There is no doubt. I was just listening to Nazir Masoodi. He's an old hand at this. He knows the game very well of what's happening in Jammu and Kashmir. To say that you are surprised, it surprises me. No one should be surprised. When you've just conducted a huge election, an electoral exercise, successfully demonstrated India's democracy, just going in at that time for the inauguration of the 3rd government of the NDA, the swearing in ceremony of the Honorable Prime Minister. These are big ticket events. Right? And everyone's eyes and attention was in India, internationally, internally, and from Pakistan. This is a typical terrorist activity which always happens. It happened, if you remember, 20 years ago, 24 years ago with Chitti Singhpura, when Bill Clinton was visiting India and addressing the Parliament of India on the 20th of March. On the 19th of March, 36 Sikhs were killed in Chitti Singhpura. Now, this is the kind of thing which happens with the terror. I'm not saying that it should happen and you should allow it to happen. Obviously, you have to make sure that you counter these kind of things. But an event such as this can happen. This is not a one-off event. This is a series of 3 to 4, and the 4th incident, as just described, has also started. So obviously, this is an exercise to try and communicate a message saying Pakistan is still relevant. The terrorists still have an agenda. They have the Pakistani narrative continues to play its role here. They think that there is only a temporary setback for them. 5 years of near normalcy. For them, it is just a temporary reprieve that we have got, and that they can all bounce back into this game.
Okay,
that's
sir,
the message
how
we are
should
trying to convey to the world.
Yes. So on one hand, there are 3 terror attacks in a matter of 72 hours, and Riyasi happening even as Prime Minister Modi's new Council of Ministers was taking oath. But sir, then you had a series of tweets come in from Pakistan, from Nawaz Sharif and also his brother Shehbaz Sharif. And both talking peace.
See, Maria, we all know Pakistan. Pakistan is run by layers and layers. It's not run by a monolith. To say that Shehbaz Sharif has got total control over Pakistan, it would be a total fabrication. You have the ISI, you have the Pakistan Army, you have retired veterans within the Pakistan army. You have the deep state, so to say, so many elements within the deep state. You have ideologues. You have a running counterinsurgency and insurgency which is already taking place there. So Pakistan is in a mess as it is. Who is in control and who is doing what, no one knows. So a tweet comes from the other side is immaterial because from the same side also all the sponsorship is coming in and taking place here. The terrorist attacks which are taking place here. It's very clear that we have to get our act together. We have to ensure that as secure as Kashmir is today, we need to secure the Jammu region too.
Okay.
Obviously,
so
there has been over a period of time, and there are factors which are responsible for this. The terrain is that kind of thing. The population is very different there. I mean, one can keep on analyzing and giving you the reasons for it. That's the long and short of it, is that we have to be proactive and we have to carry out operations to neutralize this.
Yes. So, Brahmachalani, there is a visible shift because Kashmir has been properly safeguarded. So, the terrorists have looked at a new terrain, which is Jammu now, and the timing. First, successful, in fact, record-breaking voter turnout in all the constituencies that went to polls, clear affirmation of democratic exercise and electoral exercise, and then the oath-taking of the Prime Minister. All this is, certainly is making the neighborhood uncomfortable.
Well, the first lesson from terrorism is never rest on your oars, as terrorists will innovate to craft new means for attack. They will always look for new openings. And the second lesson is to prevent the attacks, you need to impose sustained costs on sponsors of terror. Something that we often tend to forget. We kind of turn terrorism into a police response or a response involving paramilitary forces and the army. We forget that to stop terrorism, you need to impose costs on those that are staging these attacks. Now, Pakistan has a history of coinciding terrorist attacks with major developments in India. So it's not a coincidence that the new Modi government's inauguration was greeted with a series of terrorist attacks, and which have occurred not in Kashmir Valley, but in Jammu. That again is intentional, is to drive home a message. Pakistan is unable to take on India directly, so it has weaponized terrorism. And now it is seeking to normalize terrorism at the beginning of Modi's third term. It's throwing a direct challenge at the new Modi government. Some time ago, Modi had said that there must be a cost imposed upon countries that support terrorism. The question is, how do you impose costs on Pakistan? Of course, the costs can be imposed covertly, they can be imposed overtly, but certainly what the Prime Minister said in the second term is so relevant, because if you don't impose costs on the sponsors of terrorism, you will continue to be on the defensive. You will continue to suffer major terrorist attacks. And here, it's innocent civilians who are getting killed. And the terrorists, some of them, for example, the attack in Kathua, the terrorists attacked a border village, and they appeared from eyewitness accounts to have just recently infiltrated from across the border. So it goes to show that first, infiltration is happening. Second, that Pakistan is pursuing a larger aim that needs to be nullified, and that Modi government's hands are full because Modi, in fact, is leaving tonight for Italy to attend the G7 summit, and there are a number of challenges that his government faces already, and yet his government cannot ignore this challenge that Pakistan is
so there are new terrains which are emerging, certainly, and Pakistan is sending a message here. And Imran Nabidar, here is your party patron talking about dialogue. I mean, in what way can the dialogue continue here? Or initiate a dialogue? Why should India initiate a dialogue?
National Conference has always been a votary of
dialogue. This is not the first time that Dr. Farooq Saab or Mr. Umar Abdullah has said this. This is our consistent stand, and we still stand by it. We are not warmongers. We do not believe in war, because we have suffered innumerably. Over 1 lakh Kashmiri and Jammu people have died in these last 30 years. So we will be the last one to ask for war. That is why our leadership has always advocated peaceful ways of addressing the conflict. Having said this, I think Lieutenant General Atta Hasnain Saab, what just said about this incident, I think he is an old hand, and he knows. He has handled Kashmir for a long time, I believe. And he would also know this, and he would also support my argument on this, that this area has been militancy free. When I say this area, I say the entire belt in Jammu. And this is not a one-off incident. This has not happened on the day when Prime Minister Modi was taking the oath. There has been a number of such incidents happening in the same area.
Okay, so let Lieutenant General Atta Hasnain respond to this. And General Hasnain, correct me, because I'm looking at some data which actually says that since 2021, Jammu region, particularly Poonch and Rajouri districts, have witnessed some of the most major terror attacks. 39 soldiers and 20 civilians have been killed in these attacks. So isn't really a new terrain?
No, it's not a new terrain, Maria, at all. I'll tell you the reason why this shift has taken place. The shift is that there has been a tremendous focus of the security forces, the intelligence agencies, on the Kashmir region. And as a result, infiltration has, well, not dried up completely, but been controlled to a great extent. Recruitment has been controlled. Much of the networks which existed and supported terror in this area of Kashmir have all been neutralized. For example, the best example you look at is you don't have any hideouts available in villages and townships today. If you don't have hideouts, terrorists cannot stay in a particular place. They have to stay for 4, 5. They used to stay for 2, 3 days earlier. Now they stay for 6, 7 days. So automatically the intelligence comes out, and the neutralization is possible. So as a result of that, terror has shifted into the Pir Panjal belt, away from the urban areas, away from the villages, and come into the rocky layer, the jungle areas, and spreading towards the other side on the Poonch Rajouri side. The advantage in Poonch Rajouri side is that you can also infiltrate and reach into the Pir Panjal in a much quicker time frame. Unlike the Kashmir area where you start from Uri or Gurez and it takes you 100 kilometers to reach Srinagar. There are various reasons for all this. I mean, everyone who looks at it from a militancy angle knows it. So that is the reason why Pakistan, with its limited efforts, feels that it can make a greater difference in this area of Jammu, where the population also is divided. 50% Hindu, 50% Muslim. You carry out an action, try and communalize the whole situation by trying to carry out an action against the Hindu population in Riyasi and some areas like that. So there are advantages which Pakistan has got, and we have to understand them, go back to the basics, and start all over again, neutralizing these areas.
So RP Singh, perhaps the new Kashmir is actually new Kashmir because the terrorists have moved to now the Jammu region because of the presence of security forces in Kashmir. It's a different... Yes, please.
You didn't allow me to complete my
One
point.
moment, let RP Singh come in.
I
RP Singh, go
wanted
ahead.
to complete my point.
RP Singh, go ahead.
Maria, I'll appreciate allow him to complete his point. Otherwise, they will play a victim card. Please allow them.
Okay. Imran Dar, 30 seconds you have.
Yeah. So my point is that these are all decisions that the political class has to take. We should not. I'm not blaming the military. I'm not blaming the forces, but the blame has to rest somewhere. Somebody has to take the accountability. We're still a democracy, and we need to ask questions to those people who have been governing us for the last 10 years. BJP is at the center. BJP is ruling in Jammu and Kashmir. They said earlier that Article 370 is responsible for militancy. Now Article 370 has been gone for the last 5 years. So who are they fooling? I mean, their whole narrative has come falling down, and they need to accept the realities, and somebody has to be held accountable for this. What General Hasnain has said, I mean, these are decisions that political decisions have been taken, and country has been taken for a ride. because militancy was associated with something which had nothing to do with militancy.
Okay, RP, will you please
Article
respond to
370
this? He is talking about accountability. The buck stops with whom now?
Yeah.
The buck stops with BJP.
Yes. Thank you, gentlemen. You got your time, and I'll appreciate you now hear patiently and not intervening in between. Maria, let me call the bluff first. The gentleman said 1 lakh people had been killed in last 30 years, 10 every day. And how do they spread lies on television channels and or other mediums by giving false figures? This is one. Secondly, who has to be held responsible?
False figure.
So did I see Maria this happen?
Listen to him.
If we want to debate figures, then I am ready with my figures also. I can pull up all the references if you want.
Mr. Dar, let's be patient.
Why are we debating this?
Yes.
Maria, why are we debating this? I mean, a political aspect of it, why go into a wrangle at all like this?
Absolutely.
Let's look at the professional
Absolutely.
side of it.
General Hasnain, because RP Singh hasn't got a time to speak.
I agree. I agree. Mr. RP Singh should get
He has
his
been
time.
extremely courteous. So let's extend that courtesy to him. Yes, RP Singh, go ahead.
No. I'm more courteous toward Kashmiris because I have very dear friends in Kashmir and I've worked in Kashmir for almost 10 years, General Sahab, and I've dealt with Hezbollah people also during my tenure as a party worker in Kashmir.
That's great.
And
RP,
I've hoisted national flag against all the wishes of Mr. Umar Abdullah at the Lal Chowk only. And then I was thrashed like an animal and was jailed in Munshiram Bagh police station by Mr. Abdullah's government and the order of Mr. Umar Abdullah. But that point aside, coming to the issue of the recent attacks, and then he says the buck stops with the present government in the last 10 years. And then he talks about 30 years of 1 lakh people being killed. And it was Farooq Abdullah who deserted, who ditched Kashmir and ran away from Kashmir to London, to the safe haven, and allowed whatever has happened. And the complete process of the fresh terrorism started with Mr. Farooq Abdullah going to London in 1987-89. So that's one point. But coming to the basic issue, even today he has not mended ways. Even today he's saying, let's talk to Kashmir, Pakistan. And not only that, be scared of Pakistan. Pakistan has an atomic bomb. How can we have a fight with Pakistan? And his brother is saying, where is the evidence that Pakistan is doing all this? Mr. What is his name? Kamal Mustafa, if I rightly remember. He is saying, where is the evidence? Give us the evidence of that Pakistan is involved into this.
Not Kamal Mustafa.
Okay.
My apologies, sir. My apologies.
Okay.
But the issue is that they are the overground supporters and workers of the terrorists.
No,
I'm saying on that record. Hold on, sir. Hold on. I never interrupted you.
We have no.
I never interrupted you.
How can you say my party is an overground? How can you in your
Mr. Abdullah?
RP Singh, sir, thank you so much for joining us. We also want to thank Brahma Chilani, Lieutenant General Atta Hasnain, and also Imran Nabidar. On that note, we are slipping into a short break. After that, some details that are coming in on the Darshan murder case. In fact, the Kannada actor. The question really is that was the actor himself present at the scene of the crime? Bengaluru police has shared some details. We'll try and get that for you.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
From defense to manufacturing, India stands on the brink of being a superpower. Join me in exploring this remarkable journey on India Ascents.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Our life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो cash carry नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments just using UPI. हमारे phone से instant एक QR scan करके हम payment कर देते हैं. But the question is कि अगर आपके पास में आपका wallet नहीं है और आप UPI के भरोसे घर से निकल गए, let's say you don't get internet signal as well. Sometimes ऐसा होता है और आपको अगर वहाँ पे UPI से payment करना है, how would you do it? Guys, the simple answer is कि आप बिना इंटरनेट के भी यूपीआई से पेमेंट्स कर सकते हैं if you just follow the following instructions. सबसे पहले आपको आपके फोन से डायल करना है *99#. जी हाँ, ये कुछ ऐसा ही है जो पहले हम डायल करते थे *123#, *121#, for all our balance check inquiries. तो जब आप इस नंबर को डायल करते हैं उसके बाद you can follow the prompts और आप जिसको भी पैसा भेजना चाहते हैं उसका यूपीआई आईडी या फिर मोबाइल नंबर एंटर करने के बाद अपना यूपीआई पिन साथ में ऐड करके पेमेंट कर सकते हैं इवन व्हाइल यू आर ऑफलाइन. It simply means that it's functional and it's secure as well क्योंकि आपको आपका यूपीआई पिन यूज करना होता है. So next time you're in the mountains, next time you are stuck somewhere with no internet and you want to make an payment कहीं पे भी, तो आप कर सकते हैं with the help of offline technique जो मैंने आपको बताया. टिप इज वेरी यूजफुल. याद कर लो इसको, कभी ना कभी जरूर काम आएगी.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news,
Darshan, we have Sanjana, but before that, I want to understand from you, Lata. Lata, Darshan isn't really new to controversy. Even he has had several such skirmishes as was being highlighted by Sanjay Sahay in the past as well. And here it is that he has taken the most extreme step and is facing the allegation of a heinous crime of this nature. But look at the sheer irony, I would say, that these alleged inappropriate messages were sent in a private space, in the sense that this was not put out in a public domain. These were sent privately, and then Pavitra allegedly shares with Darshan, and then he goes ahead and does this.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, one thing we need to understand, like you said about Darshan, is that he's always been a very extremely temperamental person. And over the last decade, if you see the number of controversies he's been embroiled in, right from 2011, you know, when his wife accused him of domestic abuse, and then they went to the police, and then of course they reconciled because other senior, you know, film industry leaders came and, you know, intervened. But every few years he's been involved in some serious issue or the other, even assaulting a waiter for which he paid 50,000 rupees and they hushed it up and so on. Last year, his dog attacked somebody and there was a police case filed, and, you know, that got resolved. So Darshan has always been a very controversial figure. But one thing is, he has a very strong fandom. You know, his fans are like crazy about him. And that also, I think, you know, plays a very big role here. Now, whatever, of course, his married life has not gone. His wife and he are allegedly separated, and he allegedly has a relationship with Pavitra right now. And even she put out a post on Instagram saying, you know, it's been 10 years that they've been together. So given the fact that, you know, he has such a huge number of fans, there are many of them who tend to become like stalkers, you know. We saw Baby Reindeer recently, you know, which was a huge show on Netflix. They do tend to stalk you on social media, and social media has blown, you know, this private life of people so wide open, especially celebrities, that there's nothing you can conceal anymore. And I think that's a good side and a bad side, you know, and that's where Darshan has been caught. And as far as the WhatsApp messages, you know, being in private and so on, I think this could have been handled very differently. But given his temperamental streak, I think it just went in a very different direction.
Yes, perhaps, you know, the sheer idea that you are larger than life actor and you can get away with it. Dr. Deepak Raheja, is that star syndrome actually leading to such kinds of crimes?
So the star status, like's been said, definitely can contribute to that feeling of untouchability and invincibility and being able to get away with anything that one does. But I think it's also to do with the temperament of the person, the predisposition, the personality profile, because what's being alleged is not something very subtle. It's you know, he's accused of murder in absolute, you know, with absolute planning and conniving. So we do see streaks of manipulativeness, a preconceived idea, and then taking it to execution. So, of course, I mean, but it will be unfair to say that all stars can be prone to acts like that. I mean, the starhood can come up with its share of grandeur and the diva syndrome that they carry. But I think it's definitely to do with individual predisposition, where you are in life right now, what kind of relationship he had with Pavitra, how Pavitra narrated. I mean, also what the profile that Pavitra had and the manner in which she would have narrated to him. Perhaps, I mean, how it enraged and infuriated him to the extent to go on and hire hitmen and plan something to this meticulous execution. This is horrific.
Yes, so let me take that question, in fact, to Sanjana, who's joining us, who's also worked as a co-star of Darshan. Sanjana, thank you so much. I want to understand, you know, since you have worked with Darshan and you have known Darshan, did he at any point tell you about these kind of messages that, you know, Pavitra was receiving? And you know, what kind of man was he in terms of being in an equation such as you had?
Firstly, I have been his co-star and I have not been his friend to know his personal whereabouts. But I can tell you one thing, that Darshan is like a demigod figure out here in the Kannada industry. He's having an image of an actor, of a successful actor, which is larger than life. And people just not watch his films or fan him. People out here worship him. He's as big as that. And however, this has been like a black day for us ever since yesterday, or rather even today. It's been like a doomsday for the Kannada industry. And his last film, Katera, also was very successful on a pan-India level. He's a box office Badshah, a box office Sultan, or you can call him the biggest money roller in the Kannada industry. And his films are doing well nationally. So distributors are earning huge monies even nationally because of his film and because of the brand that he is. And howsoever, we are very emotionally related to him for the kind of social work that he has done, for the kind of a person he is. From the person that he is and that I know, I still remember he would not even call me by my name when I was shooting with him. He'd be like, Ji suniye, that colloquial slang in Kannada, Amma kutkoli, Amma tindi aita, Amma. That is how he represents a woman, and that was his tone when I was working with him in a film titled Arjun. And a very soft-spoken man, very hugely built, perhaps, very soft-spoken gentleman, and the way he would talk to any woman, the way he would behave with any woman. There was a scene when he had to lift me. So he discussed it with me, he told me, be comfortable, G, I will do it this way, G, and things like that. It's very... he's having a very beautiful aura around him with the way he talks and respects women. And on the other hand, this situation has come up and it has completely shocked the guts out of every person in Karnataka.
Okay, so the entire film industry is shocked, but the larger question is that here is a superstar. You call him a demigod who has been accused of murder. It's a serious and heinous crime, no matter what the provocation. He has allegedly taken somebody's life. So in your conversations with him, it is being said repeatedly, and I'm going through some articles which said that he was not new to controversy. He was known to be temperamental.
No, I'm telling you, the particular person who has been spoken about in the news is true. The particular person whom I know in person, it feels like two different personalities. And however, we have to respect the law and order of the country is what I believe. We should not be challenging what they are recording in the FIR and the charge sheet. It's the cops because of whom today I am sitting peacefully in my house. And because we are legally safe in our life, it's purely because of the law and order of the country. But it's very early to jump the gun and say that, okay, he has done this or he has done that. We have to wait and see what is happening. And there are, when something like this happens with a celebrity, if there's a 5% allegation, the 5% allegation becomes a 500% allegation. The 500% becomes a 5,000% allegation. And before we know, there's an entire movie out of it that you can make. So that's what is happening right now, because I have been a victim of the system. And there was a case where I was dragged into, I got a complete clean shit in the so-called sandalwood drug case in which I was dragged just because a person whom I knew very well, he verbally said she is also involved, and I was dragged along. And then it took me 3 long years to get the case completely quashed and get a clean chit from the High Court. So I hope something like that has happened with him, where he can also come out eventually from the problem.
Okay, Sanjana, I'm going to come back to you in just a bit, but let's bring in Sanjay Sai. Sanjay Sai here is a co-actor talking about two different personalities, but also saying that this could be a case of exaggeration, She is talking about her own experience in which she got a clean chit.
So as far as this actress you're talking about, co-star, so she's talking about an allegation and some drug-related stuff which she claims that has been fabricated. And I'm not getting into the details of the case. So that if you compare with what Darshan is alleged of. They are two totally radically
Absolutely,
different crimes.
yes.
And crimes cannot be compared. There
Yes,
can
but
be
she
a
is
crime
talking
where-
about, essentially saying that because he's such a big star, there are a lot of allegations flowing thick and fast only because of his stardom.
We have seen stars, we have seen politicians, we have seen celebrities getting, we
Yes.
have seen mothers killing their daughters. So all that we have seen. So this is nothing new to this country and to the crime world. What I intend to say that if a police investigative team lays its hands on a person like Darshan, they are more than 100% sure that they are getting into something which they can substantiate to literally any level whatsoever. A technical loophole at the time of trial might be a different story altogether. But what they are stitching together, now you think of this whole thing from the time when these messages have come into the private social media posts. From there, Pavitra telling Darshan how he reacted, what he reacted, if we keep that aside, certainly he has brought in nearly 11 people, has conspired, allegedly conspired, and it has happened from somewhere in Bangalore, then abduction, then this person being brought, what is being alleged that Darshan had also gone there, Pavitra had gone there, the whole details of the way this guy was thrashed, the weapon being used, whatever blunt weapon, nature of the weapon. So broadly, there are very, very minute details still in the investigative process is on. So those things have been tied up, which you also know, I also know.
No, I agree with you, Sanjay Sahai, that because he is such a big star, I'm sure the Bangalore police has done a thorough homework before even doing that press conference that they did. Where,
one more
yes,
thing
sir, go
I'll
ahead.
add now. One more thing I'll add that in the current situation. So what has changed is that we are living in a digital age. So the nature of evidence which is being provided to us today, that is way, way, way better than what it used to be earlier by way of CCTV footage. And literally we can get into every detailing, every frame of it. We can get into video analytics. And if you only get into the call data analytics, if you get into the analytics of location, there are digital platforms which can stitch all this evidence together and stitch in a manner which becomes irrefutable. Now, currently we are dealing with things which are irrefutable. And 6 days of police custody will help us to literally join every little thread into a neat investigative narrative.
Lata, because here, as one of his co-stars was talking about, the kind of fandom that he has, what are exactly the reactions that you're picking up? Is this more of a denial that he can't be involved types?
Yeah, absolutely, Maria. Because see, like she said, like Sanjana said, he is treated, he is worshipped. And, especially in South India, we do idol worship. The audience worships their stars, right? They can do no wrong. And they are also engaged in a lot of philanthropy and so on. So the relationship which they share with their fans is very different than what Bollywood does. Here, it's like, the star is a member of their family. So therefore, what has happened right now is his fans, thronged the police station, thronged his house because they're in shock that he was arrested, first of all, or taken into custody over such allegations. And they just can't believe that somebody who has done so much of good for them and who, enacts the common man on screen who's always trying to bring justice. How could he do such a heinous crime? I mean, it's something unimaginable for them, and they're going to support him come what may, and over the next few days as well, because they believe in his innocence. And of course, we'll have to wait and see what the investigation unfolds. But as far as his fans are concerned, he is innocent, and they're hoping he's going to come out soon.
Okay, so for his fans, he's innocent. Dr. Deepak Raheja, in terms of, there are multiple relationships here at play, and that's the reason why this is turning out to be a very murky murder in terms of the details that are emerging. What does it tell us about this man? I mean, a demigod who is almost trying to replicate his real life invincibility into real life.
So what's very evident is the invincibility and the aura that a star like himself ends up creating. But what's also becoming evident with the investigation as it goes on is multiple threads and the multiple manner in which the whole thing was hatched and executed, to which, it to me, it clearly points to not an impulse, not an impromptu decision, if we were to believe the evidence and the facts that are emerging, a very premeditated, manner, and almost very gory. I mean, just the fact that, enacting something on screen but playing it on real life, the difference between real and real is known to most stars, and you will not really find stars indulging into behaviors like that. And sometimes it can be a total dichotomy, like how Sanjana was saying it. I mean, in real life, he comes across to be extremely chivalrous and very, very kind and very, very respectful. But it can be an extreme. Dichotomy with sometimes the behavior that's exhibited when the wrong nerves are pressed, when the desired outcomes are not met in life, and then the fact of blurring of the real and the real world can
and the details are still emerging, so perhaps we'll know more about it, because the Bangalore police is continuing to do those press conferences to share details. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Deepak Raheja, Sanjay Sahai, Sanjana, and also Lata. We are putting out this entire debate on ndtv.com. That's all from me. Thanks so much for watching.
Hello and welcome. We are in Rome, Italy, on our way to Apulia in the south of Italy, where the G7 summit is going to be held. The Prime Minister will be here tomorrow. It's his first international visit since the NDTV government came into power. Why is G7 important? Because it is a collection of the world's most powerful nations. India now is in fact got a bigger economy than 3 of those nations: Italy, the host, Canada, and also France. What are the key issues over here? Why is it important for India to be attending? Join me, Vishnu Shom, for very special programming right here on NDTV 24/7.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Finally, I'm here. Finally, this is the time जहाँ पे मैं आपके सवालों के जवाब देता हूँ in this section, which happens to be my favorite as well, and it's called Ask TG. Let's see इस week हमारे पास में कौन से सवाल हैं. To be honest, in Android TV, we don't have any such features जहाँ पे आपको live जो सामने speech आ रहा है उसके captions screen पे दिखाई दे जाएं. We are expecting this feature to come कभी भी जब Google इसको unveil करता है, but as of now we don't have it. Samsung, however, in their latest AI TVs, जो Samsung ने launch किए थे, उसमें demonstrated that how using AI they were able to put some captions for the text, जो भी dialogues या जो भी speech television में उस time पे है, वो सामने captions के form में visible है. Now I'm not sure कि how exactly this functions. Now मैं आपको एक और recommendation दे सकता हूँ, which is to try these bone conducting headphones or earphones, because sometimes what I have noticed is कि जहाँ पे hearing loss की हम बात करते हैं, because they use the mechanism of bone conduction, आप वहाँ से audio directly अपने inner ear के through सुन सकते हैं.
This is NDTV. And you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello, Moto.
Massive fire broke out in a residential building in Kuwait. 40 Indians dead, 30 people injured and 19 Indians have been rescued. A high-level meeting took place at Prime Minister's residence. MOS External Affairs has left for Kuwait. New Chief Ministers take charge in Andhra Pradesh and Odisha. Chandrababu Naidu back as Chief Minister for a fourth time, says it's a historic mandate. Odisha gets its first BJP Chief Minister in Mohan Maji. Its tribal face. NDTV finds a tanker illegally filling water at the Key Canal from Haryana to Delhi as Haryana counters up government. Says enough water is being released. The Supreme Court asked the Delhi government what measures have been taken to counter the tanker mafia and wastage. In Jammu Kashmir, it's the fourth terror strike in 3 days. 2 terrorists were killed in an overnight encounter in Kathua. Was Kannada actor Darshan present at the scene of crime when Renuka Swami was killed? Bengaluru police are interrogating the star, his girlfriend, actress Pavitra Gowda, who were taken to the spot where the body was found. The World Bank has raised India's growth forecast. India to remain fastest growing major economy. Steady growth of 6.7% has been projected in the next 3 years. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Bahel. There is some breaking news now coming in. We are learning another encounter has broken out between terrorists and security forces in Jammu Kashmir's Doda district. As per information coming in, a corps from the Special Operations Group has been injured. Well, this is the fourth terror strike in Jammu Kashmir over the past 3 days and the second encounter in the Doda region of the Jammu division. Earlier, 6 security personnel were injured in an exchange of fire with terrorists in Jammu Kashmir's Doda on Tuesday night. This was after an attack by terrorists on a joint checkpost. My colleague Nazir is also now joining us on the broadcast, getting us more details about this. And Nazir, we're learning another encounter has broken out in Doda district in Jammu Kashmir. What more details are coming out? One security personnel is injured. That is what we know so far.
Well, it's a place called Gando in Blesa area of Doda district, where this evening militants have fired on a police picket. One policeman has been reportedly injured. This is the fourth attack or the encounter in last 3 days or 4 days. So clearly there's intent to escalate the situation, that too in Jammu area. And one thing is very clear, all this what is happening today or last 3-4 days is not which has started overnight. It means it was building on. They were establishing their presence in different regions of Jammu province, be it Pir Panjal, Chenab Valley or the Kathua area. So clearly things are not as usual. This spike in militant attacks, particularly in Jammu, which was free from militancy. Yesterday there was an encounter in Kathua, which ended today with the killing of 2 Pakistani militants. One M4 rifle, which is an American-made carbine, has been recovered among the other arms and ammunition. This is a similar weapon similar weapon was actually used on during the attack on Yatri bus in Riyasi district few days back, in which 9 Yatris were killed and 33 were injured after the bus plunged into a gorge.
Yes, Nazir, this of course becomes a huge security challenge for the authorities in Jammu Kashmir, and the government of course here at this center. Well, all efforts are being made to contain the situation at the moment by forces. We do understand at this point in time. Any more details that are coming out as to how many terrorists could be involved in this exchange of fire that is taking place in Doda at the moment?
Well, this was a firing on a police post. After the firing, it appears they have escaped. The way they did yesterday, after firing at an army post, army camp, in which 5 army soldiers were injured, 1 SOG person was injured, again in Doda district, but it is in a different area of Doda district. It's a large district, mountainous district. So one thing what our sources tell us, at least 2 to 3 militant groups, foreigners, they are operating in Doda, which is first time after many years we hear such news and then such attacks happening in this region.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you so much, Nazir, for getting us all those details. I will get back to you later as more details come in. That is the latest we're picking at this point in time. Meanwhile, shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking. Many Indians are feared dead and dozens more injured in a devastating fire in a building in the southern Mangaf district of Kuwait. This building housed Indian workers. The fire had started in a kitchen in this 6-story building as per reports. And the building reportedly had nearly 160 people living in it who are workers of the same company. Now, eyewitnesses have said that some people jumped from the 5th floor of the building to escape the fire and died. Prime Minister Narendra Modi condoled the deaths and said that the Indian embassy was closely monitoring the situation and working with the authorities there in Kuwait to assist the affected. Prime Minister Modi also held a meeting at his residence today to assess the situation in Kuwait. Well, MOS MEA Kirti Vardhan has also been rushed to Kuwait for further assistance. Pinarayi Vijayan also has tweeted recently saying that he's deeply saddened by the tragic fire accident at the Mangaf area in Kuwait, where 40 Indians have died. He's also said in his tweet that he's written to the External Affairs Minister Dr. S. Jaishankar and has requested to ensure necessary arrangements to coordinate rescue operations. Also he said that reports indicate that there are several Keralites who are among the victims in the Kuwait fire. Prime Minister Modi also has tweeted saying that upon reaching back to Delhi after today's 2 oath-taking ceremonies, chaired a meeting to review the situation in the wake of the fire mishap in Kuwait, where people of Indian origin have been affected. He said that the government is doing everything possible to assist those affected by the gruesome fire tragedy.
हम लोगों की सबकी संवेदना है उन परिवारों के साथ जिनके लोग वहाँ थे और इस घटना में उनकी मृत्यु हुई है। अभी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हम लोगों की बैठक ली है और हम लोग यहाँ से कल सुबह वहाँ कुवैत के लिए रवाना हो रहे हैं। वहाँ का जो सिचुएशन है उसका स्टॉक लेंगे और जिनकी मृत्यु हो गई है उनकी जल्दी से जल्दी उनका आइडेंटिफिकेशन का प्रोसेस चालू है। इसमें जो लोग हैं जो अभी तक पता चल रहा है कि इन राज्यों के हैं और उनका आइडेंटिफिकेशन प्रोसेस चालू है।
All right, at least 2 workers from Tamil Nadu are feared dead in the Kuwait fire tragedy that killed nearly more than 40 Indians. We are learning the Tamil Nadu government has announced a helpline and is coordinating medical help to the injured through Tamil Association. My colleague Sam Daniel has spoken to non-resident Tamils Welfare Minister Ginji Mastan. Listen in.
The Tamil Nadu government is keeping a close watch on the developments in Kuwait following the major fire there in which 49 Indians are suspected to have been killed. And joining us now, Mr. Senji Mastan, the minister in charge of non-resident Tamils in Tamil Nadu. So thank you very much for your time. What's the information you're getting, sir?
சற்று நேரத்துக்கு முன்னே எங்களுக்கு 2 தமிழர்கள் அதில் உயிரிழந்திருக்கிறார் என்ற செய்தி தகவல் சொல்லப்பட்டது. ஆனால் அவர்களுடைய விபரத்தை கேட்ட பிறகு அங்கே தீ விபத்தால் அது பாதிக்கப்பட்டு உயிரிழந்த காரணத்தினால் இன்னும் சரியான முறையில் தெளிவாக அடையாளம் காட்ட முடியவில்லை. அவர்கள் தமிழர்கள் தானா மற்ற மாநிலத்தை சேர்ந்தவர்களா என்பதை அடையாளம் காட்ட முடியவில்லை. அடையாளம் கண்ட பிறகு அதை பற்றி தகவல் சொல்வதாக சொல்லியிருக்கிறார்கள். அதற்கு மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் உடனடியாக மற்றவர்களுக்கும் அது மருத்துவமனையில் இருக்கிறவர்களுக்கும் அந்த சிகிச்சை அளிப்பதற்கான உண்டான உதவிகள் செய்ய வேண்டும்.
2 பேர் இன்னும் உறுதிப்படுத்தப்படலை.
அதாவது இன்னும் தெளிவாக சொல்லலை.
The minister says that there were reports that 2 people from Tamil Nadu could have been killed, but no confirmation yet. They're waiting for official confirmation. The challenge there, he says, is since many are burnt, the bodies are burnt, it's very difficult to identify, but they have to still wait for official confirmation. ரெண்டு விதமா போறதுக்கும் வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு. There could be people dead, there could be people injured. What are the arrangements Tamil Nadu government is making, sir?
இல்லை, தமிழகத்தை பொறுத்தவரையிலும் தமிழகத்தை சேர்ந்தவங்க அங்கே இருந்தாங்கன்னா அவங்கள அடையாளம் கண்ட பிறகு அந்த உடலை பொறுப்போடு அந்த யாருடைய உரிமைதாரரோ அவரிடத்தில் ஒப்படைக்கின்ற பணியும் அவர்களுக்கு தேவையான நிவாரணமும் கேட்டு பெற்று தர வேண்டியது தமிழக அரசினுடைய கடமையும்.
If there are any loss of lives in Kuwait, we will do everything possible to identify them and also to bring the mortal remains back home. In Chennai with Suresh, Sam Daniel, Find TV.
Well, many of the victims who managed to escape the fire in Kuwait have narrated their ordeal, how they managed to flee from the fire site and how do they feel about it now. Let's listen into this conversation we had.
कोई तकलीफ वगैरह भैया अभी आपको?
तकलीफ कोई नहीं है, पहले से बेटर है.
अच्छा,
ठीक है,
अच्छा लग रहा है. अपने घर पे बात हुई आपके?
जी, बात हो रही है.
सब लोग
ठीक है.
सबको इत्मीनान दे दिए, तसल्ली दे दिए?
जी,
अच्छा. कंपनी के आदमी आए थे आपसे पूछने के लिए?
हाँ, कंपनी के आदमी आते हैं.
ओके, अपना ख्याल रखिए भाई, और कोई परेशानी की बात नहीं है. मिनिस्ट्री यहाँ पे बहुत ख्याल करती है, आप भी अपना ख्याल रखें, है ना. थैंक यू वेरी मच. थैंक यू वेरी मच. आप कहाँ से? नेपाल से हैं? हाँ जी, नेपाल से हैं. कैसा लग रहा है अभी?
अभी थोड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है.
अच्छा लग रहा है. कोई परेशानी
नहीं? कोई परेशानी नहीं.
ओके, अपने घर में बात की आपने अपनी फैमिली से? इंडिया में, बांग्लादेश में. आप कहाँ पे? आप नेपाल के हैं? नेपाल के. ये नेपाल से हैं, ये भी कंपनी में काम करते हैं. ये कितने बजे हादसा हुआ था भाई?
वो 4:30 बजे से.
4:30 बजे. फिर आपने कैसे बचे आप?
हम तो सुबह आदमी लोग जो हल्ला कर रहा था रूम पे, इसलिए हम जागा. बाद में हम लोग शीशे खोल के बाद में वो
जंप
नहीं किया. हाँ. केबल तार था, उसने बांध के.
अच्छा, केबल तार. अच्छा, केबल तार से बाहर नीचे उतरे. ओहो,
वो 3 आदमी जैसे उतरा उसको.
अच्छा,
4 आदमी जैसे.
अच्छा.
और दूसरा रूम का आदमी इधर आके उतरा.
Horrible tragedy that has unfolded in Kuwait. However, the Indian government is making all efforts to rescue those who've been injured and bring them back. Meanwhile, some more news now that we're tracking at the moment. Amid protests by medical aspirants over alleged irregularities in the NEET UG 2024 exams, the NTA DG has said that 63 cases of students using unfair means were reported in the NEET UG exam, out of whom 23 have been debarred for wearing periods. He has reiterated that the sanctity of the medical entrance exam hasn't been compromised though, and has said that there has been no paper leak. Well, the NTA DG has said that the result of the remaining 40 candidates who were found using unfair means has been withheld. Remember, the Supreme Court has already sought a response from the NTA in a petition alleging question paper leaks in the NEET exam. The Supreme Court will also hear 3 petitions alleging irregularities in the NEET exam on June 13th. We'll keep an eye on the developments on that and get you more. It's time for a short break here.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's best 5G smartphone brand.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
From defense to manufacturing, India stands on the brink of being a superpower. Join me in exploring this remarkable journey on India Ascents.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Our life is anyway quite easy these days because हमको वो cash carry नहीं करना पड़ता है. We can make the payments just using UPI. हमारे phone से instant एक QR scan करके हम payment कर देते हैं. But the question is कि अगर आपके पास में आपका wallet नहीं है और आप UPI के भरोसे घर से निकल गए, let's say you don't get internet signal as well. Sometimes ऐसा होता है और आपको अगर वहाँ पे UPI से payment करना है, how would you do it? Guys, the simple answer is कि आप बिना इंटरनेट के भी UPI से पेमेंट्स कर सकते हैं if you just follow the following instructions. सबसे पहले आपको आपके फोन से डायल करना
Welcome back after the break. TDP Chief N. Chandrababu Naidu today took oath as Andhra Chief Minister for the fourth time after his party scored a thumping win in the assembly polls held alongside the Lok Sabha election. 24 members of his cabinet also took the oath. 17 first-timers are ministers in the new Naidu government. Prime Minister Modi and Chandrababu Naidu shared a special moment on the stage as well when the Prime Minister gave him a tight hug. Take a look at this report.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi with newly sworn in Andhra Pradesh Chief Minister Nara Chandrababu Naidu and the man who would be his deputy Pavan Kalyan. The power star requesting the PM for a meeting with his brother, megastar Chiranjeevi.
Megastar Chiranjeevi. Megastar, power star, superstar Talaiva Rajnikant Garini.
There was the superstar Rajnikant too, as also a galaxy of union ministers, Amit Shah, JP Nadda, Nitin Gadkari, Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde and several others. The optics conveying how the NDA government led by Chandrababu Naidu in the state would work with the NDA government at the centre.
Andhra Pradesh would hope that the show of bonhomie would extend beyond the optics to real help for the state that is arguably in dire straits financially and is hoping to conquer many new milestones armed with the blessings and mandate by the people.
Nara Chandrababu Naidu ane nenu.
Chandrababu Naidu 4.0, with the 74-year-old taking oath for the fourth time as Chief Minister, includes 17 first-time ministers in the 25-member cabinet.
Pavan Kalyan ane nenu.
With 3 ministers from the Janasena,
Satyakumar Yadav ane nenu.
And Satyakumar Yadav from the BJP.
Nara Lokesh ane nenu.
Nara Lokesh, who became minister the last time through the MLC route, is seen to have come of age as a politician after his 3,000-kilometer Yuvagalam Padayatra across the state. The team includes 3 women and a minister from the minority Muslim community. There are 5 Kammas, 4 Kapus, 3 Reddys, 8 BC, 1 Vaisya, 2 SC and 1 ST community representative. Chandrababu Naidu has said the historic mandate is a responsibility and his first priority would be to build the state capital at Amravati.
ప్రజలు గెలిచారు రాష్ట్రాన్ని నిలబెట్టే బాధ్యత ఇక్కడుండే శాసన సభ్యులపైన మనందరిపైన ఉంది ఈ విషయం మనం గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది
Chandrababu Naidu has made it clear that Pawan Kalyan will be his deputy, the number 2 in his cabinet. Administratively, he would hope that the 17 new ministers will bring new energy, new ideas and innovative thinking to complement the experience of the seniors. Politically, having a new team can also make it easier and smoother for Lokesh to be elevated to the top eventually. With Aishwarya Jain in Vijayawada, with camera person Nagraju, Uma Sudhir, NDTV.
And well, Mohan Maji, the first BJP chief minister in Odisha, took oath